Konoha, becoming a great capitalist starting from Tobirama's resurrection. Hey, fanfic family! So glad to see you here again to continue this incredible adventure. As always, kindly remember, this story is 100% fiction, so don't go looking for dimensional portals in your closet. All rights to this fantastic novel belong to the original author. We're just your humble narrators of epic tales. Are you enjoying the fanfic? Show it by subscribing to our YouTube channel and dropping us a like. And if you're impatient for more exclusive content, our Patreon is your happy place. Chapter 226 Uchiha Izuna, is it because I have made greater contributions that I can do anything? As Hokage, I have to consider the greater good, so I hope Izuna-sama understands, Uchiha Kusunoki stated his stance. For Konoha, his bottom line was flexible. Senju Tobirama could bring more value to Konoha, so he could only ask Uchiha Kusunoki to sacrifice a little. I understand. Uchiha Kusunoki looked at Uchiha Kusunoki and nodded. As the former second in command of the Uchiha clan, and de facto leader, he could understand Uchiha Kusunoki's approach. For the clan's long-term benefit, some sacrifices were necessary. He had made similar choices before, sending clan members on missions that meant certain death in order to fulfill their employer's orders. But understanding is understanding, and dislike is dislike. After all, he's the one being sacrificed. Bullshit about the greater good. I'm not even a part of the greater good. Uchiha Kusunoki still deeply resented Uchiha Kusunoki's actions, wishing he could punch him in the face and teach him the true meaning of respecting his elders. But when you're under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. Uchiha Izuna decided to hold back for now, and when he got a chance in the future, he would definitely take revenge. Then Uchiha Izuna turned his attention to Senju Tobirama. The naturally evil Senju Tobirama was still laughing in glee. If I could make a greater contribution than Senju Tobirama, I can also gain control of Senju Tobirama's body and do whatever I want. Uchiha Izuna directed all his accusations against Senju Tobirama. After his death, his elder brother suffered so many grievances and was excluded by Senju Tobirama. He lost the chance to become the Second Hokage, and later defected to Konoha to become an Avenger, and was finally killed. In the final analysis, it was all Senju Tobirama's fault. In addition to his elder brother's revenge, there was also his own revenge. This hatred and resentment are endless. He must settle them all. Uchiha Non remained silent after hearing this, and just glanced at Uchiha Izuna lightly. Senju Tobirama was standing aside gloating, intending to watch the happy scene of the two annoying Uchiha dogs biting each other. Unexpectedly, Uchiha Izuna turned his spearhead and pointed it directly at himself. He also wanted to defeat himself in the field of scientific research that he was most proud of, which made Senju Tobirama laugh. He immediately mocked Uchiha Izuna. Huh? A defeated general? Do you know what scientific research is? Can you write the word scientific research? How dare you talk nonsense here? Shut up. I just disdain to study those weird experiments. Do you think I can't do it? But I have Sharingan. Sharingan? Who opened the Sharingan and was killed by me with a knife? Scientific research uses the brain. Do you have a brain? You and Uchiha Madara are just reckless men, not presentable. Go to hell. Uchiha Izuna and Senju Tobirama started cursing at each other again, but because Uchiha Non was beside them, they were both rational and did not choose to fight. They just belittled each other madly. It's a pity that Uchiha Izuna has always been at a disadvantage. Who made Uchiha Izuna a defeated opponent of Senju Tobirama? It's so miserable. He couldn't raise his head after being scolded by Senju Tobirama. Seeing that the two had no intention of fighting, Uchiha Non did not interrupt their quarrel. He stood aside and watched their war with interest. At the same time, he couldn't help but think about a question in his mind. Does Uchiha Izuna have a talent for scientific research? According to the setting, Uchiha Izuna and Senju Tobirama are both the big brother deputies of both sides. They are both wise generals, and their talents and intelligence should be on par. It's just that the Uchiha clan relies heavily on the Sharingan. Most ninjutsu and taijutsu can be learned by just looking at the Sharingan. And Uchiha Izuna has even opened the main Decay Sharingan, mastered 2 powerful eye techniques, and the Gundam Susanoo. There is no need to spend time on scientific research experiments and study all kinds of forbidden techniques to improve combat power. Although Senju Tobirama was born in the old-school bloodline ninja clan, the Senju clan, he is still not as good as Uchiha who opened the main Decay Sharingan. He can only find another way and take shortcuts in ninjutsu, developing various techniques to enhance his combat power. Maybe Uchiha Izuna is a scientific research genius like Senju Tobirama? Tobirama, since Lord Izuna wants to contribute to Konoha and wants to make a name for himself in scientific research, you should support him. Uchiha Non plans to give it a try first. Anyway, he will definitely not lose out. Hey, Uchiha Non, do you really believe what Uchiha Izuna said? Can he understand scientific research? Does he have the knowledge? He knows. Senju Tobirama listed a bunch of professional terms like calling out the names of dishes, some of which were terms created by Senju Tobirama himself. Uchiha Non didn't understand, and Uchiha Izuna didn't understand either. Enough, Lord Izuna doesn't know. You can teach him. You're not afraid, are you? Afraid that after Lord Izuna learns, his scientific research level will surpass yours. Uchiha Non was clever and asked Senju Tobirama to teach Uchiha Izuna directly, but it would definitely not work. The best way was to use provocation. Huh? Would I be afraid of him? Teaching an idiot is a waste of time. I can be merciful and teach him, but don't you worry that my scientific research progress will be slowed down by him. When the scientific research progress slows down and the scientific research results submitted each time don't meet the requirements, you will nag me again. Are you responsible for this? Senju Tobirama saw through Uchiha Non's trick at a glance, and talked about the progress of scientific research that Uchiha Non had been talking about. Uchiha Non was a little helpless, not because he was worried about the progress of scientific research. But once he agreed to take responsibility, Senju Tobirama would have another reason to hide the scientific research results in the future, and he might even turn the tables and put all the responsibility on himself. Junior, you have to believe in me. I'm no worse than Senju Tobirama. What he can do, I can do too. Seeing that Uchiha Non was hesitant, Uchiha Izuna stood up to speak for himself at the first time. I'll take this responsibility. Let's try it for 2 months first. During these 2 months, Uchiha Izuna will follow you to learn, and I can reduce your performance evaluation at my discretion, of course. You have to teach Uchiha Izuna with all your heart, just like you taught Orochimaru. Without hiding anything, Uchiha Non decided to take a gamble, hoping that Uchiha Izuna would not let him down. Huh? Let me teach an idiot? What a waste of time. Seeing that Uchiha Non was willing to take responsibility, Senju Tobirama felt a little regretful in his heart. If he had known earlier, he would have refused directly. How could he be willing to teach Uchiha Izuna the knowledge that he had discovered with great effort and accumulated bit by bit? Knowledge is very valuable in the ninja world. But it has come to this point. If he refuses now and wants to regret it later, he will definitely be scolded by Uchiha Non for being timid. However, Senju Tobirama did not take Uchiha Izuna seriously. A mere reckless man who could only use the Sharingan actually wanted to defeat himself in the field of scientific research. It was simply a daydream. But it is not without any benefits. Also, defeated general, you should call me teacher when you follow me to learn. Senju Tobirama walked up to Uchiha Izuna triumphantly and said in a very arrogant tone. You are delusional, huh? I just want to use you as a stepping stone. Are you worthy of being my teacher, you? If Uchiha Non hadn't begged me, you wouldn't even have the chance to become my disciple. You would be nothing but a defeated opponent. Alright, stop arguing. Uchiha Non stepped forward to act as a peacemaker. These two old men would never stop arguing. Lord Izuna, I will prepare a new body for you later, then I will teach you the multiple shadow body technique. You should be able to create nearly 3-digit clones, just like Senju Tobirama. For the next 2 months, you have to follow Senju Tobirama and learn from him 24 hours a day. Don't waste any time. Uchiha Izuna listened and felt something was wrong. Dozens of clones? 24 hours of continuous learning without any time to rest? Junior, although I haven't learned the multiple shadow body technique, I still know the shadow clone technique. I remember that if you abuse this technique, your body will have problems, right? I know, it's easy to get overtired and die suddenly, but you are already a dead person. What are you afraid of? Uchiha Non said as a matter of course. It seems to make some sense. No, there is no reason at all. It's obvious that they want to treat me like an ox and a horse. No time to rest at all. Can't you sleep? Studying should be a combination of work and rest, right? Uchiha Non was about to speak. Senju Tobirama spoke from the side, with a tone of gloating. Sleep? Why should a dead person sleep? This is simply a waste of time. Uchiha Non nodded in agreement. As expected. Senju Tobirama's enlightenment has been elevated to more than one level under the influence of my noble moral principles. Shut up. Can you study for 24 hours without interruption? Uchiha Izuna looked at Senju Tobirama's gloating expression, and subconsciously thought that Senju Tobirama wanted to murder him again. Huh? Defeated general, this is my life, dozens of clones, working non-stop for 24 hours. Of course, this is also your future life. Senju Tobirama's expression became complicated, and he even wanted to cry. Uchiha Izuna looked at Senju Tobirama, and then at Uchiha Nun. He was shocked by Senju Tobirama's high-intensity working hours for just a moment. He seemed to have fallen into a big pit. But if he backed down at this time, what did he say just now? Is he a clown? Lord Izuna, I have high hopes for you. Senju Tobirama has an apprentice named Orochimaru. Although he's incredibly talented, he's limited by his physical limitations. He needs sleep and rest, and he can't use the multiple shadow technique to accelerate his learning. So, his progress has been a bit slow. He's been studying with Senju Tobirama for several years, and is only now becoming independent, but you're different. You have nearly 100 clones, allowing you to study non-stop 24/7. If your talent is comparable to Senju Tobirama's, you'll surely be a master in scientific research in no time. Uchiha Nan looked at Uchiha Izuna and expressed his hopes for him. If Uchiha Izuna truly is a scientific genius like Senju Tobirama, then he'd be in big trouble. 2 nuclear-powered donkeys working for him, and the amount of research results would skyrocket. Double the joy. And those 2 donkeys have a grudge against each other. With just a little trickery, he could make them both fight each other like crazy. Until they die? No, they're already dead. It can't be killed at all. Lord Izuna, you won't let me down, will you? Uchiha Nan looked at Uchiha Izuna sincerely, and then said slowly. Oh, don't worry, Junior, I won't let you down. Uchiha Izuna swallowed his saliva, his throat surged, and finally he could only nod helplessly and said. The path he chose, he had to move forward even if his teeth were broken. Senju Tobirama is still watching from the side. He must not let him look down on him. Very good, Lord Izuna. Then I wish you success. Uchiha Nan nodded and began to mold a new body for Uchiha Izuna. Of course, Uchiha Nan gave Uchiha Izuna a lot of instructions, just like he did to Senju Tobirama. He also specially added an order prohibiting the use of force in the laboratory. In order to prevent Uchiha Izuna from sneaking out of the laboratory and causing some terrible trouble. Uchiha Nan also secretly pulled Senju Tobirama aside. He planned to let Senju Tobirama watch Uchiha Izuna. Tobirama, I also give you the task of guarding Uchiha Izuna. Anyway, he will follow you to study 24 hours a day in the future, so this task is more appropriate for you. Huh? You really know how to order me around? I can't even escape, let alone a mere Uchiha Izuna. There's nothing wrong with being cautious. If you had been more careful at the beginning, you wouldn't have been ambushed by Kinkaku and Jinkaku. Shut up, don't bring up things that are not related to the topic. Senju Tobirama was a little exasperated. Why did Uchiha Nan keep holding on to his black history? That damn hidden cloud village, if it weren't for them, he wouldn't have fallen to this point today. Senju Tobirama muttered in his heart. I want you to reflect on your mistakes. Don't let your guard down. Don't forget, Uchiha Madara is still retired in Konoha. What if Uchiha Madara sees Uchiha Izuna appear in Konoha? The consequences will be terrible. Uchiha Nan emphasized the existence of Uchiha Madara. If the old man saw Uchiha Izuna being resurrected by someone, and his dear brother's soul being toyed with after death, he would definitely go crazy and kill people. Uchiha Nan didn't want to be chased and hacked by the Susanoo Buddha. I know, don't worry, Senju Tobirama nodded. After all, it involved the safety of Konoha. Although he looked indifferent, Senju Tobirama would definitely not let his guard down. Chapter 227 Uchiha Madara, There are flaws in Konoha's path. After a long night of toiling, Uchiha Kusunoki looked forward to Uchiha Izuna's potential. If all went well, he would obtain his second nuclear-powered donkey. Finally, he left the laboratory, feeling quite satisfied. In the Kumagakure camp in the land of Earth, what? Inoki still refuses to pay, then fight them until they pay. Upon receiving the news, the third-generation AI erupted in a rage. Though bandaged, his voice still resonated like a bell. His trusted subordinates were also filled with righteous indignation. Damn! This is simply too much? Strategically, the Kumagakure currently holds the upper hand. The Kumagakure's unexpected attack, resulting in the loss of the Two Tails, and the third-generation AI's near-suicidal assault, have inflicted heavy losses on the Iwagakure. Therefore, The Iwagakure is now unable to organize an effective offensive in a short period of time and can only temporarily defend itself. Crucially, this time the battlefield is in the land of Earth. Driven to desperation, the Kumagakure no longer has any moral burdens and can plunder and replenish their forces on the spot. The sins committed by the Iwagakure village required the entire land of Earth to atone. However, the daimyo of the land of lightning personally intervened, persuading the third Kai to cease fighting and offering to allocate a large sum of funds to Kumagakure to provide some respite. This persuaded the third Kai to relent and negotiate with the Iwagakure village. Otherwise, this matter would never have been resolved so easily. But, let's be clear. The story of Kumagakure village being swindled of all its wealth by a conspiracy between Konoha, Iwagakure, and Sand Village has spread throughout the ninja world, making it a laughingstock. Money is there, but what about face? The third Kage personally advertised for a fraudulent company, helping it to defraud Kumagakure of its wealth. The third Kai has been completely humiliated. The third Kai vowed to restore both his own reputation and that of Kumagakure. Iwagakure must compensate Kumagakure for all its losses. Of course, this was just a formal demand. The third Kai didn't expect Iwagakure to pay such a high price. But the gesture had to be made. The exact amount of compensation can be discussed later. After all, the third AI is the Reincarnated. While he has a fiery temper and was blinded by greed, leading to a catastrophic mistake, he could at least consider the bigger picture. Konoha is the mastermind behind this incident, and it's also Konoha that has benefited the most. The most powerful ninja village in the ninja world remains Konoha. And which ninja village holds the deepest hatred for Konoha? It's naturally Kumagakure. During the First Shinobi World War, Konoha and Kumagakure held an irreconcilable feud. Senju Tobirama, you died tragically. The third AI must consider the future of Kumagakure. Attacking Iwagakure was a necessity. The best outcome would be to rake in a huge profit in the land of Earth and then return home to heal. He couldn't engage in an all-out war with Iwagakure, much less engage in a war of attrition. He couldn't let the family fortune built by his father, and his father's father, for 2 generations, be wasted on his own hands. But those backstabbing villains of Iwagakure, they wouldn't even pay a penny in compensation. This is simply outrageous. They don't even take the Hidden Cloud village seriously. The tent was ablaze with anger when the daimyo of lightning slowly entered, fiddling with an ivory and gold folding fan, a beautifully painted landscape. Everyone in the tent rose and saluted him. What's wrong? What happened again? The daimyo of lightning frowned. Hadn't they already agreed to peace talks? Why did it look like another fight was about to break out? Your Highness, see for yourself, I gave you face, but that little dwarf from the Hidden Rock village won't give me any face at all. The third Daishi's forehead throbbed with anger as he tossed the information to the daimyo of lightning. After reading it, the daimyo of lightning's heart raged. Damn it! Daimyo of Earth, how do you do things? Didn't we agree that you'd take care of the Hidden Rock village, and I'd take care of the Hidden Cloud village? I've been bleeding to clean up the mess for you, Iwagakure in the land of Earth, and now you're causing such a mess. Reincarnated, calm down, I'll notify the land of Earth daimyo and have Iwagakure give you an explanation. I hope so. The land of Earth is really going too far. The land of lightning daimyo made his promise, but his face remained grim. He'd been exhausted these past few days, having traveled thousands of miles from the imperial palace to suffer in the wilderness of the land of Earth, having to clean up a mess not only for those idiots in the land of Cloud, but also for the land of Earth and the land of lightning. He was the daimyo of lightning, the most respected person in the ninja world, and now he was just like the victim. The land of lightning daimyo grew increasingly angry as he thought about it, gazing at the people in the tent. Speaking of Iwagakure, are you Kumagakure completely blameless? Are all of you ninjas a bunch of pigs? You're all greed-fueled fools. Are your brains clogged with shit? You fell for the scam, Reincarnated? What are you looking at? I'm talking about you, advertising the scam yourself, and you, your whole family, went all in and even borrowed money from the bank. The daimyo of lightning bombarded the tent, hurling insults at the Sandaime and the other ninjas. Each one bowed their heads in obedience, the Sandaime even turning his back in shame. The daimyo of lightning continued his tirade for a full half hour before pausing for a drink of water. He stormed out of the tent. He quickly relayed the news to the daimyo of Earth, who urgently summoned Enoki. Such a Iwagakure has profited greatly this time. It's time they pay something. It's only right that you all compensate Kumagakure, the daimyo of the Land of Earth stated his intentions directly. He now wished he could strangle the short man, Inoki. If he hadn't secretly sided with Konoha and orchestrated a scheme to exploit Kumagakure, the Land of Rain might have been annihilated. Your Highness, Kumagakure's surprise attack caused Iwagakure considerable damage. We simply can't afford to compensate them, especially since Konoha was the mastermind. We, the Iwagakure, our victims too. Inoki began to whine and lament. He truly felt wronged. Konoha was the mastermind, reaping the biggest benefits, yet it was Iwagakure that took the blame, suffering heavy losses from two powerful attacks from Kumagakure. Even Inoki himself was ambushed by the third KJI, struck in the chest with a punch that left him vomiting blood. After all this injustice, he still wanted to return the money he'd swallowed? No way. Dream on. The daimyo of the Land of Earth and Inoki engaged in a prolonged tussle. Inoki refused to budge. The daimyo of the Land of Earth had no choice but to succumb. He sent for the third generation AI, and after repeated negotiations, he finally agreed to a suitable price. Soon, the highly anticipated peace talks between the two villages began. Inoki and the third generation AI, two sworn enemies who viewed each other as bandits, finally met at the negotiating table. There was no expected tension or clashing swords. The negotiations were peaceful. Both sides' financial backers offered sufficient leverage to allow Inoki and the third generation AI to maintain their dignity. While they desperately wanted to stab each other, they both knew that a prolonged fight would only benefit the mastermind behind the plot, Konoha. It would also offend the financial backers, whose survival depended on the daimyo's financial support. The current situation was considered the best possible outcome. While Iwagakure village suffered significant losses, it had received a substantial profit, more than offsetting them and even making a considerable profit. The entire Kumo village suffered heavy losses, but its two financial backers, the daimyo of Lightning and the daimyo of Earth, took turns supporting the village. While this wasn't enough to offset the losses, and the village remained in dire straits, they could still survive by tightening their belts and enduring a few more years of hardship. Furthermore, the daimyo would have to rely on the ninja villages to attack the Rain Country. The war against the Rain Country was almost certain to end. With the four major ninja villages mobilizing, even Konoha's backing of the Rain Country with supplies would be futile. But war costs money. The daimyo would have to keep paying for it. As long as they were willing to keep paying, Kumo village would have a way to sustain its losses. Keeping the enemy at bay and protecting themselves, Commissioner Smith, these tactics were familiar to the ninja villages. As for the daimyo sending in people to audit the accounts, any number of them would be struck by 7 shurikens in the back and ultimately ruled to have committed suicide. As long as the goal of ultimately destroying the Rain Country was achieved, the daimyo of Lightning wouldn't mind spending even a little more. After the peace talks concluded, the two walked side by side, cameras constantly rolling around them. They were all contract workers for Konoha TV, hoping to capture this historic moment. The Iwagakure and Kumagakure villages had renewed their alliance, encouraged by the daimyo of both sides. Lord Raikage, do you remember that night in Union Village? We swore at blood oath. It feels like that moment. Inoki recounted the past, trying to rekindle some of his old lover's affections. How can you be so similar? Yes, very much so, but you lack something. What is it? You've lost your conscience, the third generation AI whispered in Inoki's ear, gritting his teeth. Inoki's face darkened. He knew deep down that the relationship between Iwagakure and Kumagakure would never return to the way it was. The so-called alliance was just a show of strength. Their relationship was even inferior to that between Iwagakure and Konoha. Although the relationship between Iwagakure and Konoha wasn't particularly close, the connection was growing stronger. Konoha's logo was everywhere in the village. Konoha's merchants even invested in factories in Iwagakure and hired a large number of workers. Falling leaves brought news from afar. Uchiha Kusunoki sat in his office, watching the scenes on a TV show with great interest, stroking the two-tailed cat, a chakra-derived form of the cat, whose original form was still happily thriving in the forests of Konoha. Inoki and the third generation AI, two sworn enemies, smiled and shook hands in peace, jointly issuing a statement to organize a united ninja village to attack the Land of Rain. Uchiha Kusunoki wasn't surprised by this. It could be said that he had anticipated it. War is all about money. The Hidden Cloud village was penniless after being exploited, so they had no choice but to launch a war. In order to quickly destroy the Land of Rain, The two financial backers behind it were willing to take the initiative to give the hidden cloud village a bite of their own money. If it weren't for the rebellious Rain country, the daimyo on both sides would probably have just sat back and watched, perhaps even resorting to something as shady as betting on the odds. These insects have incredibly low standards, they're capable of anything. After all, in the eyes of insects, ninjas are merely tools, consumables. After years of recuperation, the ninja villages certainly need to wear out some of their tools. Now, we're waiting for the Hollow Ninja Village to make its grand entrance. The ninja world is about to get bustling again. Kakuzu is on his way to a business meeting when an elderly man with a shaggy-haired look stopped him. "Stop, who are you?" "My name is Madara Hashi. I heard Uchiha Kusunoki gave you a number of his own books, never before published, so I'd like to borrow them." Uchiha Madara stopped Kakuzu. He hadn't been playing games at the arcade day and night like he used to. He felt he had more important things to do. This mattered to the future of the entire ninja world. To this end, Uchiha Madara had thoroughly read Uchiha Kusu's new edition of The Will of Fire. It was indeed a path to peace, but it seemed to have significant flaws. To find the loopholes in Uchiha Kusu's path, there was a solution. Uchiha Madara was searching for books written by Uchiha Kusu. After some inquiries, he approached Kakuzu. Kakuzu looked at Bansu and instinctively felt that this old man was formidable. He was clearly an Uchiha, addressing the Hokage by name, showing no respect at all. "HMPH, you asked to borrow it, and I'll take it. The Hokage gave me all these books back then, but what about the Uchiha clan? Kakuzu, I'm not afraid." The books Uchiha Kusu had given him contained highly advanced ideas and theories, never revealed to anyone else, and contained the secrets to making a fortune. The theory of surplus value, monopoly value, variable capital, and immutable capital taught me how to become a qualified capitalist. "I'll pay. One book, 100,000 ryo, deal, but you can't show it to anyone else." "Okay," Uchiha Madara nodded, agreeing. Lately, he'd been dissatisfied with the state of the ninja world's factories. Driven by Konoha's promotion, a variety of new technologies had emerged, rapidly ushering in the ninja world's own version of the Industrial Revolution. A large number of the wealthiest, newly capitalist aristocrats and merchants across the ninja world were actively embracing the new era and new technologies. This era wasn't just a war between ninja and aristocrats. It was also a struggle between the established feudal forces and the emerging capitalists. The ninja world truly enjoyed the advantage of low human rights. The industrialists of the ninja world, cough cough cough. Progress is progress, but they're also truly beastly. Konoha, with its technological and military advantages, maintained its monopoly and reaped excessive monopoly profits. But these monopoly profits came from the profits of other capitalists, who, in order to compete with Konoha's factories, fully exploited the ninja world's advantage of low human rights. They truly lived up to the motto of working until they died. To them, cattle and horses were mere consumables. As long as ninjas were hired to clear the fields, those peasants, who only knew how to farm, never stood up. Since factories were more profitable now, they could just be driven from the fields to factories. Strong young oxen and horses toiled 20 hours a day and went hungry. Stooped old men, fed once a day, worked 15 hours a day. 5- and 6-year-old children not only went hungry but also had to work 14 hours a day. 3- and 4-year-olds, forced to tie a rope to a chimney to clear out ashes, burned to death in the fireplace when the rope broke. Uchiha Madara sent a clone to investigate the factories in the ninja world, and the situation was shocking. By comparison, Konoha's situation was akin to paradise on Earth. But Uchiha Madara realized the seriousness of the problem. His original ideal was peace in the ninja world, freeing young children from the battlefield. But after peace, could young children be forced to work as consumables in factories? Konoha still had a long way to go. The theory of productivity had its flaws, but it didn't seem unsolvable. I must correct the flaws in Konoha's path. Everyone wants to see the hanging street lights, right? Chapter 228 Uchiha Non, Kakuzu has always been my least worrying henchman. Not bad, ha ha ha, so that's how it is, so that's how it is. That brat Uchiha Non is really hiding something, Uchiha Madara kept muttering. He occasionally broke into a wild Uchiha laugh. Clearly, his mind was completely immersed in the words of the book. What a weird old Uchiha? Well, never mind, another few 100,000 ryo earned. Kakuzu looked at Uchiha Madara, who read and laughed wildly from time to time, and suddenly felt that Uchiha Madara was a crazy old man. But for the sake of money, Kakuzu didn't care about it. Earning hundreds of thousands of ryo just by lending a few books was a huge deal. Kakuzu counted the bills gleefully, carefully putting them away, and then rushed off to meet with the representatives from the Land of Waves. These people were really broke. To save money on the bridge, they even crowdfunded the travel expenses for the negotiators. They waited so long to reach Konoha. What a sin. They must be dealt with severely. Regarding the ownership of the bridge, Konoha must get at least 30%, or even 40%. If it gets more than 50%, it will be difficult to negotiate. Kakuzu thought to himself and soon met the negotiating representative. The negotiating representative from the Land of Waves sat in Kakuzu's office with a stiff expression, looking around timidly, obviously having witnessed the prosperity of Konoha. Is this heaven? Kakuzu observed the expression of the Land of Waves representative, and a feeling of pride emerged in his heart. Then he quickly got to the point. He took out the plan from the drawer, took out a portable calculator expertly, and calculated the costs and benefits. Finally, he held up 5 fingers and declared, with undeniable conviction, 50% ownership, that's too much? That's impossible. This bridge belongs to the Land of Waves. Without Konoha's help, I can tell you clearly that even in 20 years, you won't be able to build your bridge. It will always be nothing more than a blueprint. You don't have enough money, you don't even have the technology, and you can't even deal with the wave ninja surrounding the Land of Waves. The Land of Waves representative's lips trembled, his words trembling. Everything Kakuzu said was true. Without Konoha's help, the bridge would barely be built until Naruto's time. Old man, think long term. Sign this agreement, and Konoha will become the backing of your Land of Waves. Don't you see everything right before your eyes? Konoha is the future. Okay, I'll sign. Kakuzu nodded in satisfaction, his heart calm. Doing business with Konoha as his backing was so easy. Where to go next? Time to find the little white-haired boy. Why has he been on blind dates these past few days? He even skipped the futures planning meeting. How lazy. In this futures plan, little white hair, you're still the star. You're the center of attention. Step up, this is a chance to make a killing. The news of the peace talks and alliance between Iwagakure and Kumagakure has once again become a hot topic in the ninja world. Konoha TV is raking in the traffic again, non-stop with the latest news. Meanwhile, Konoha's magazines, tabloids, and a whole host of other lesser-known tabloids are also aggressively reaping the benefits. Traffic turns into sales, and that's money. Regardless of whether the news is true or not, just put a big, sensational headline on the cover. The entire ninja world is buzzing with gossip. For over 10 days straight. Fueled by the various tabloids, all sorts of gossip have emerged in the ninja world, even spoofing the hype. After all, reality is too unrealistic. 2 ninja villages, fighting to the death just one moment, ready to annihilate each other, shake hands and reconcile in the blink of an eye. They even issued a joint statement declaring everything that happened before to be a misunderstanding. Such is the allure of money. It can make people talk nonsense with their eyes open. Inoki and the 3rd generation AI are as close as half-brothers. Facing the camera, they keep silent about their previous affairs and dirty deeds. They directly bring up the matter of the Land of Rain and continue to stir up the heat. For the peace and future of the ninja world, the Iwagakure and Kumagakure are willing to put aside their disputes, shake hands and make peace, and work together until the Land of Rain is destroyed. The Land of Rain can finally be destroyed. All the daimyos in the ninja world breathed a sigh of relief. They were all closely watching the developments in the Iwagakure and Kumagakure villages. How could the 2 great ninja villages fight each other without using their strength to target the rebellious group in the Land of Rain? Now things are finally back on track. What a cause for celebration. Hanzo, who was far away in the Land of Rain, looked at the information in his hand and his face turned green with anger. The situation had just improved a little. How did it become the 4 ninjas coalition to attack the Land of Rain again? Hanzo vented his anger in his office, even smashing his favorite potted plant, but finally, dejectedly, he faced reality. Konoha, save me. Hanzo decided to ask Konoha for help. The Rain village needed more assistance. The conditions for the assistance could be negotiated. As long as the Rain village could be saved, nothing was off the table. Soon, Uchiha received Hanzo's letter for help. Konoha, Hokage building Hanzo is really anxious again. Luiden, you go and deal with it. There's work again. This time, Let Kakuzu go to negotiate again. Hurry, the Sky Village will soon attack the Hidden Cloud Village. We must take this opportunity to negotiate some big deals with Hanzo. Uchiha Non received the letter for help and summoned Naruto. Without hesitation, he handed the matter over to Kakuzu to solve. After all, Kakuzu was Uchiha Nan's most worry-free henchman. Uchiha Non was confident that he could handle the work. Yes, Hokage. The Rain Village cannot fall, but when it comes to cutting its flesh, Konoha will never show mercy. Fight, fight. Sell all the resources of the Rain Country to Konoha in exchange for precious aid. Uchiha Non thought so in his heart, and he was in a good mood at the moment. At present, everything in the ninja world is under his calculations, and nothing is beyond his control. Why do I feel like I am a very bad mastermind behind the scenes? Illusion, this is all an illusion. I am the Hokage who implements the will of fire. Uchiha Non put aside all the random thoughts and continued to deal with the documents on the table. After signing more than 200 names, he finally completed his task for the day. Get off work. Go and see Senju Tobirama and Uchiha Izuna. Although Uchiha Non has made sufficient preparations, and the two guys have been getting along for a while, but Uchiha Non is still worried about these two guys. Underground laboratory. More than 40 clones of Uchiha Izuna were munching on books. These were the valuable knowledge accumulated by Senju Tobirama, covering various disciplines. There were also some clones following Senju Tobirama to do experiments. What a harmony. Uchiha Non showed a satisfied smile and quickly passed the laboratory outside. He went directly to the innermost room. Uchiha Non saw that only Orochimaru was in the room. He was concentrating on the experiment on the laboratory table, but he did not see Uchiha Izuna and Senju Tobirama. Orochimaru, you are here too. Why are you alone? Well, Master Hokage and Lady Izuna are arguing in that room. It's been half an hour and they haven't come out yet. Orochimaru heard Uchiha Nan's voice, so he raised his head and spoke. Arguing again? What is it about this time? Uchiha Non was a little curious, but didn't find it strange. It would be strange if these two guys could live in peace under the same roof. It seems that it was for a confidential experiment. They just quarreled because of an experimental problem. Neither of them could convince the other, and then they each did a set of experiments. In the end, Lord Izuna was right. Later, Lord Izuna said that my master was looking down on others, and that all these years of scientific research were in vain, and Uchiha is invincible in the world. My master was not convinced. Later, the two of them, Orochimaru, explained the whole story. The smile on Uchiha Nan's face became even wider. Has Uchiha Izuna shown his talent in such a short time? Okay, I get it. You continue to be busy. Uchiha Non waved his hand, letting Orochimaru busy himself with his own experiments. Then he walked towards the room where Uchiha Izuna and Senju Tobirama were arguing. As soon as Uchiha Non entered the room, Uchiha Izuna's eyes lit up, and he couldn't wait to say, Junior, Senju Tobirama is really stubborn. He still doesn't want to admit that his scientific research talent is just so-so. He thought about such a simple problem for a long time, and the conclusion he came to was still wrong. If it weren't for me, shut up, that was a coincidence for you, and I just made a mistake for a moment, huh? Still stubborn, facing Uchiha Izuna's ridicule, and the ridicule in his most proud field, Senju Tobirama argued with a red face. Obviously, Senju Tobirama was already blushing. Lord Izuna, your scientific research journey has just started. No matter what, Senju Tobirama is your predecessor. Uchiha Non stood up in time to speak for Senju Tobirama. There is no doubt about the strength of Senju Tobirama. And no matter what, Senju Tobirama is Uchiha Nan's favorite nuclear-powered donkey. Senju Tobirama snorted coldly, and was very satisfied with Uchiha Nan's words. At the same time, he looked at Uchiha Izuna with a slightly complacent expression. You defeated General, you dare to talk nonsense in front of me after solving a mere problem. I tell you, you are still far from it. Uchiha Izuna was about to argue. Uchiha Non spoke again in time, but Lord Izuna still gave me a big surprise. I believe you will make the same contribution as Senju Tobirama in the future, or even surpass him, Junior. I love to hear that. Uchiha Non acted as a peacemaker. Uchiha Izuna has made rapid progress recently, showing a talent that is no less than Senju Tobirama. For him, this is simply a blood prophet. Uchiha Non repeatedly pulled between the two sides and finally calmed down their emotions. For Uchiha Nan's sake, Senju Tobirama and Uchiha Izuna snorted coldly and walked out of the room and returned to their jobs. Seeing that the laboratory had finally returned to calm, Uchiha breathed a sigh of relief. These two old dares are really hard to deal with. Go home, go home. 1 week later, the hidden cloud village in the land of lightning, blue sky, white clouds, as usual. After the disaster of Blue Sky Project Company, Limited, the hidden cloud village, from the ninja clan to the ordinary villagers, was ravaged, their family assets were emptied out, and they owed a large amount of debt. The third generation AI personally led the ninja army out to seek revenge, and the lackeys who stayed at home were in turmoil, and some even chose to flee. Far away, Konoha is constantly recruiting powerful ninjas. Anyone possessing sufficient value, skills, and intelligence can obtain a Konoha green card and become a glorious Konoha member. My own boss is a complete idiot. Truly unreliable. Forget about it. But now things are finally improving. The daimyo of the Land of Lightning and the daimyo of the Land of Earth have both contributed, taking turns supporting the hidden cloud village, giving the crumbling village a shot in the arm. The imperial relief funds are finally arriving. Finally, the bitterness has finally paid off, but the sweetness hasn't arrived yet. The funds have arrived, but the question of how to distribute them has been debated for days. How should they be divided? Dividing money has always been a technical skill. No. It's an art. The young minister didn't fully grasp the art of distributing money. Of the 3 million taels, he only gave 1 million to Master Fei Yuan. This led to bad luck. Finally, the Taoist priest declared, "This is all my money." With determination, he began to overthrow Yan. Every department in the hidden cloud village was crying poor. Okay, not really, they were truly broke. The ninja clan was seeking more subsidies to compensate for the losses siphoned off by the Ponzi scheme. And then there were the grassroots ninjas. The victims, the villagers, they were all asking for money. The third generation AI remained silent during the meeting. He felt embarrassed to let the higher-ups argue, and he no longer had the right to decide how the money would be distributed. In a sense, he was the culprit. If he hadn't fought 2 tough battles, leading the troops head-on, he would have been hacked to death by his own men. Only in wartime could he still hold a position of wreckage. The higher-ups present, along with him, had a tacit understanding. Once the Rain country situation was resolved, the third generation AI would abdicate on his own initiative. It would be more respectable and straightforward. If that led to forced abdication, it would be embarrassing for both sides. After days of arguing, the money still hadn't been divided. But one thing was clear, the lowest-ranking villagers in the village, as well as the grassroots ninja, would receive the least compensation. Who made them have such small fists? But life is manageable. With a piece of bread a day, the hidden cloud village can still prosper. As long as they endure for a few more years, tighten their belts and go through the hard times, everything will be fine. This is what the propaganda department of the hidden cloud village promotes. Although it seems that these words have been said over the years. But you still have to drink the chicken soup. After all, no one wants to leave their homes and go far away. This is the last resort. At least in the hidden cloud village, the village can still provide food. Of course, it is only food. After all, there are only a few villagers who can make up their minds to abandon their homes and careers, cross several countries, and go to Konoha to be a trader. They will know when they arrive in Konoha. This decision is the most correct decision in their lives. Because the little plane is coming. Chapter 229, Senju Tobirama, let's make the ninja war more brutal. In the boundless sky, a towering aerial fortress, like a giant floating city, stood proudly above the clouds, Angkor Fortress. In the central square of Angkor Fortress, the Sky Ninjas lined up in neat rows, each wearing a uniform and the Sky Ninja crest. Atop the square's high platform, the Sky Ninja leader, draped in a black cloak, stood. After years of dormancy, he now unleashed his sword. He would declare the might of the Sky Ninja village to the entire ninja world. A powerful ninja village doesn't just require powerful ninjas. The Sky Ninja village has blazed a new trail. The world only knows the might of the 5 major ninja villages, but today, he will show the entire ninja world the might of the Sky Ninja village. The Sky Ninjas will unify the ninja world. Today, we will declare the might of the Sky Ninja village to the entire ninja world. Go, warriors, destroy the hidden cloud village, the Sky Ninja leader declared with a proud voice, waving his hand. The Sky Ninjas, in unison, piloted their flying ninja tools, flying towards the hidden cloud village. What's that? A flock of birds, Strange, the Kumagakure ninja on guard suddenly heard a low, piercing roar approaching like a dark cloud. Seeing the air ninja soaring overhead, he instinctively sensed something was amiss and immediately sounded the alarm. The sirens blared suddenly. The villagers of Kumagakure looked up in surprise, only to see a cloud of black shadows sweep across the sky. A cold metallic sheen gleamed beneath the shadows. The next moment, a dazzling flash of fire pierced the quiet afternoon. A deafening explosion followed, and a corner of the street was instantly engulfed in flames. The massive shockwave shook the surrounding buildings to the ground, sending shattered glass raining down like raindrops, and the air was filled with the acrid smell of gunpowder. More explosions followed, and flames erupted, like the flames of hell raging across the earth. The villagers on the street panicked, stopping what they were doing and seeking cover, hiding in the corners of the buildings. The ninjas of the hidden cloud village reacted quickly. They converged from all directions and began to act according to the enemy attack plan. A small number of Kumo ninjas were responsible for evacuating the villagers. The majority of Kumo ninjas looked up at the sky with vigilance. Is it the air ninja? They're coming again. Defend. Where are the earth ton ninjas? Defend. A dozen earth ton ninjas unleashed a wall of earth, partially blocking the attack. Ha ha ha, you fools, look, a magic weapon, white phosphorus bombs. The air ninjas unleashed white phosphorus bombs in unison, directed at the ninjas. These were secret weapons developed by the Air Ton Ninjas Research Institute. They were even more powerful than Konoha's grenades. The intense heat generated by the burning white phosphorus was enough to instantly ignite clothing and skin. A wave of blazing air swept in, followed by a dazzling white light. The white phosphorus bombs exploded in the air, releasing a torrent of white phosphorus particles that scattered to the ground like fireworks. These particles, like flaming raindrops, instantly ignited everything around them. Water, save me, it's so hot, the cloud ninja screamed in terror, trying to put out the flames. They rolled on the ground in agony, trying to escape the terrible flames. But the burning white phosphorus prevented them from getting up. Their skin was charred black, and their muscles sizzled in the flames. But the burning white phosphorus was almost impossible to extinguish. It would continue to burn until all oxygen was consumed or it was completely burned out, a human-made Amaterasu. The remaining cloud ninja fled from their burning companions as if they were facing a great enemy. They had witnessed firsthand the power of those scattered flames, like maggots attached to the bone, and anyone who touched them would immediately be burned up. Watch me, water style. The ninja who had learned water style tried to save his companions, but instead of extinguishing the flames, water style intensified them, even causing the flames to spread to those around them. How is that possible? Can't even water extinguish this flame? Ha ha ha, Kumo ninjas, these flames are unquenchable. They'll keep burning until everything is reduced to ruins. The air ninjas, observing their masterpiece, laughed triumphantly. The Kumo ninjas, hearing the piercing laughter, felt the flames of revenge ignite within them. But their hearts were filled with desire, yet their strength was limited. The air ninjas maintained a safe distance in the sky, making no attempt to lower their altitude. Most of these air ninjas were weak, the vast majority being Jinan, with only a few Chunin remaining. A few air ninjas, momentarily complacent, had lowered their altitude, only to be brought down by the Kumo ninjutsu. After several rounds of bombardment, the air ninjas maintained air superiority, exploiting their advantage with reckless firepower, crushing the Kumo ninjas. They could only passively defend, evacuating as many villagers as possible and taking refuge in underground bunkers. The entire Kumo village was filled with flames and thick smoke. As the people struggled in despair, the air thick with white phosphorus compounds, creating a toxic smog, and a second attack was launched on the hidden cloud village. The air ninjas admired their handiwork, deciding the time was right. They activated their aircraft's devices, and the tails of their craft shone with a purple glow. Angkor Fortress quickly received the signal and soared over the hidden cloud village. Little darling, this time you can have a feast. The air ninja leader's face, beneath his cloak, beamed with joy, unable to contain his excitement. 100-meter-long, completely black monster with a strange mask on its face swirled in front of the air ninja leader. This was the ultimate weapon the air ninjas had painstakingly developed over the years, the Zero Tail. The Zero Tail roared eagerly. Soon, in a flash of flame, dark chakra floated above the hidden cloud village, absorbed entirely by the Zero Tail. Finally, the air ninjas patted their butts and happily returned to Angkor Fortress. Far away in the land of Earth, The Kumagakure high-ranking officials were still caught up in a dispute over the division of funds, unaware that their homes had been robbed by the Aura Ninja. Uchiha received news of the Kumagakure village almost that same night. Black Zetsu and White Zetsu kept a close eye on the Aura Ninja village's every move. Damn, the Aura Ninja's methods are even more cruel than I imagined. The Kumagakure village is doomed this time. The remaining wealth has truly been burnt to ashes. This horrible scene. It's like a tailed beast ball hit the center of the village. Uchiha watched the video footage with pity in his eyes. Hokage, how is the angle of my shot? I almost got burned by that strange flame trying to get a close-up from this angle, the bald White Zetsu said excitedly, gesticulating excitedly. Hey, you coward. You were clearly hiding underground to film, Hokage-sama, look at me. I filmed with half my body exposed. It's even more visually stunning, the horned, half-bald White Zetsu said, giving the bald White Zetsu a thumbs up. Two grotesque-looking White Zetsu, prone to lewd talk, carried cameras and captured the footage firsthand. Shut up, you two idiots. Who told you to follow me in? Wait outside. Black Zetsu, watching the two White Zetsu echoing the same sentiment, was instantly enraged. It was fine for these two idiots to act out in public, but they actually dared to act out in front of my dearest brother. Oh, yes, Black Zetsu-sama, the two White Zetsu wilted after being scolded by Black Zetsu. Ow, don't get too excited. These two White Zetsu's work is worthy of recognition. We can keep up the good work. Konoha TV needs talent like this. If you have time, let them work there. Being reporters is a waste of their talent. These two guys could just start out as comedians. Uchiha Kusunoki actually liked these two White Zetsu. If he remembered correctly, these two White Zetsu seemed to be the same ones who guarded Uchiha Obito. A hilarious duo, one the funny one, the other the straight man. If they performed crosstalk on TV, they'd surely have a lot of viewers who loved their nonsensical style. Best of all, they wouldn't have to pay them a salary. Wow, Hokage-sama, is this true, on TV? Is that the TV? I want to be there, Where is Konoha TV's headquarters? Is it downstairs? The two White Zetsu started dancing again, surrounding Uchiha Kusunoki and cheering. Get out! 3 appeared on Black Zetsu's dark head, and he angrily drove the two White Zetsu out of the Hokage's office. These two idiots are still embarrassing themselves here. Hokage, we two are leaving first, look forward to our performance on TV. The two White Zetsu left the Hokage's office while laughing and talking, not caring about Black Zetsu's scolding at all. After all, the two White Zetsu are born heartless. These two idiots, if it weren't for the fact that they are still useful, sooner or later they will be scrapped. Black Zetsu clenched his fists and said with gritted teeth. Dao, don't be angry, look at my when ya become silly in touches. Uchiha stroked Black Zetsu's smooth head as usual. The moment Black Zetsu was stroked, his mood calmed down. My brother's hands are so warm. Dao, continue to follow the Sky Ninja Village. I need to keep abreast of the movements of the Sky Ninja Village. They are really too dangerous. Yes, brother. After Black Zetsu left, Uchiha was alone in the room, watching the scenes in the video over and over again. Weakness and ignorance are not obstacles to survival, but arrogance is. He still underestimated the danger of the Sky Ninja Village. The sudden air raid is too difficult to defend. Even Konoha has no effective way to defend. The Sky Ninja can complete an effective raid in just 1 or 2 minutes, and Konoha does not even have enough reaction time. By the time the defense force is organized, the Sky Ninja can already get away. Then came the second round of bombing. The third round of bombing. The fourth round. Until a ninja village is completely destroyed. No wonder the Sky Ninja Village can come up with the idea of unifying the ninja world. And the Sky Ninja seems to have developed a special bomb. Uchiha looks very familiar. He feels like this kind of weapon appeared in his previous life, but he can't remember it now. But fortunately, White Zetsu collected some samples on the scene. That night, Uchiha handed these samples to Senju Tobirama. White phosphorus? After some tests, Tobirama Senju got the answer. The properties of white phosphorus are very active and its applications are very wide. I usually use it as a raw material for the production of phosphoric acid. I remember that it is an ingredient in a pesticide I invented. I didn't expect that the Sky Ninja would make it into a bomb. It's really a good idea. If that's the case, it seems that chlorine is also a good material. You can try it when you have time. Tobirama Senju was immediately inspired by the Sky Ninja Village. His previous ideas were still too conservative, and many interesting ideas appeared in his mind at once. It's really interesting. This is a bomb made of white phosphorus. If the Uchiha clan had mastered this weapon, they only needed to secretly ambush the Senju clan, especially Hashirama Senju. His wood release can be ignited at any time. Ha ha ha! Uchiha Izuna came over and made a horrifying statement. Defeated General, are you looking to make trouble again? What's wrong? Am I not telling the truth? Uchiha-nan, you heard me. It was Uchiha Izuna who started it. Release my body's authority. I will use Flying Thunder God to chop him into 8 pieces. I'm afraid of you. The two of them were at odds with each other and were about to fight again. Enough, you just quarrel all day long. What time is it now? Uchiha-nan immediately stopped the two who wanted to fight. Tobirama, is there any way to restrain this kind of bomb? Uchiha-nan frowned. This kind of weapon had appeared in his previous life. No wonder it looked so familiar to him. It was a weapon that was expressly prohibited from being used on the battlefield. Uchiha-nan first learned about it because of the crazy squid. Well, it's difficult. Once this kind of explosive explodes, it will be a disaster on the battlefield, but I can make a weapon that is more powerful than this. The technicians of the Sky Ninja have given me a lot of inspiration. Senju Tobirama couldn't think of any way to effectively control the white phosphorus bomb. Its chemical properties are extremely active. Once it burns in the human body, it is extremely difficult to extinguish. But if he wants to make a more powerful weapon, Senju Tobirama has a way. Even if he wants to copy the white phosphorus bomb, it is easy. With Konoha's industrial level, as long as the production line is rolled out, the production capacity can be quickly increased. Well, okay, as for the new weapons, you can make some samples first. Uchiha-nan considered it again and again, and decided to let Senju Tobirama make some new weapons. He can do without them, but he must not be without them. After all, ninjas are high in attack and low in defense. A detonating tag or a bomb can easily eliminate a mid-level ninja. Even a Jonin. Even Uchiha Sasuke, who opened the Eternal Mangekyo, was controlled by Madara and stabbed in the vitals, and he almost died. So, if it is to treat the enemy, even if the means are a little cruel, it is acceptable. But if you do this, in the future, many ordinary people may appear on the battlefield of ninjas as cannon fodder. Damn you, Sky Ninja. You've opened Pandora's box. This is a heinous crime. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 230, Konoha's simple move was already the limit of the daimyo. The news that the Soren Ninja village had attacked and burned Kumagakure spread like a virus, spreading throughout the ninja world in just 2 or 3 days. The entire ninja world was stunned. That was Kumagakure. A powerful ninja village, vying for 2nd place, or even 3rd place in the ninja world. Their homeland had been wiped out by the Soren Ninja village without a word. When the ninja powers first heard the news, they instinctively assumed it was fabricated by some unknown tabloid, hoping to gain some publicity and some traffic. Money, after all, wasn't a bad thing. There were also stories circulating about the forbidden love between the 3rd Hokage and Inoki, how Inoki's love turned to hatred, leading him to collude with Konoha and the Sands village to murder Kumagakure. There were also stories about the 2nd Hokage of Konoha and his disciples. These stories were well made, with rather grotesque plots, but they sold surprisingly well, becoming a favorite among some lesbian, gay, and perverted ninja community members. But everyone just had a good time, treating these as after-dinner gossip. But more and more news reached the ninja world. Not only did photos of the aftermath of the Kumro village disaster emerge, but even video footage of the Sky Ninja attacking Kumro village that very day circulated. As everyone knows, videos can't be faked. Now, it was undeniable. The entire ninja world had a new understanding of the Sky Ninja village. The Sky Ninja village, once considered a stray dog in the ninja world due to its technological path, which was not widely understood by outsiders, and the low quality of its ninja, who were mostly Jinan. In recent years, it has launched attacks across the land, leading the Sky Country to capture cities and territories, and has gained little fame in the ninja world. Its status has shifted from a stray dog to a leader of the stray dogs. But today, the situation has reversed. The stray dog actually overturned the dark-skinned men of the Kumo village. As one of the 5 great ninja villages, the strength of the Kumo village is unquestionable. Even if the 3rd generation AI led the elite troops of the Hidden Cloud village out to seek revenge, he would have left enough ninjas at home to defend. Even if Konoha had wanted to seize this opportunity to attack the Hidden Cloud village, it would not have been possible to destroy it in a single day. But the Sora Ninja village did it. This feat was truly impressive to the ninja community, and the reaction was mixed. In the land of grass, Otabao watched the video while eating a banana. The images of fire and explosions in the video made him shudder. So scary, so scary. The Sky Ninja village is so scary, it's too dangerous. We just want to grow bananas. Konoha Dad, please destroy them quickly. With them in the ninja world, how can we grow bananas with peace of mind? Rain Country Hahuha, the hometown of the Hidden Cloud village was stolen, and the 4 Shinobi Alliance is going to be finished again. Lord Hanzo, what about the new aid agreement we signed with Konoha these days? We mortgaged it again. Are you going to break the contract, idiot? We only have Konoha as a big shot. Can we afford to offend them? Besides, haven't all the mineral deposits in the Rain Country been mortgaged? I think there are still quite a few. And that group of troublemakers, send them all to Konoha's factory to screw screws. And forcibly requisition the land in their homes. Damn untouchables, I give them food, and they still rebel against me. Damn, I ask, where on earth did the Sky Ninja village come from? It took a lot of effort to persuade the Hidden Cloud village, and now those dark-skinned guys are going crazy. They rush back to Hidden Cloud village overnight to check the situation. They, absolutely want to fight to the death with the Sky Ninja. I want the Sky Ninja village to die too. The daimyo of the Land of Lightning is also going crazy. He has been busy running around and spent a lot of money, but it was all in vain. The subsequent reconstruction of the Hidden Cloud village must be paid for by himself. It's going to bleed again. How can it be repaired? It's outrageous. Add 1. I also spent a lot of money. The Sky Ninja village deserves to die. The daimyo of the Land of Earth and the daimyo of the Land of Lightning feel the same way. Don't worry about the Sky Ninja village. Our target is the Rain Ninja village. Press them over and eliminate those rebels. The daimyo of Wind Country and the daimyo of Water Country are still wholeheartedly determined to destroy the Rain village. What does the Hokage think? I want to hear his opinion. The daimyo of Fire Country thinks that he should wait and listen to the Hokage's opinion first, and then express his attitude. Konoha, the Sky Village, is the public enemy of the ninja world. It openly destroys the peace of the ninja world and causes a horrific tragedy. They are a terrorist organization, and the Sky Ninja Village attacked the Hidden Cloud Village, one of the 5 major ninja villages. Today it's the Hidden Cloud Village. Which ninja village will it be tomorrow? The Hidden Sand Village, the Hidden Rock Village, or maybe our Konoha? This is no longer an ordinary terrorist organization. I've said it before, the Sky Ninja Village is too dangerous and must be eliminated. Uchiha immediately convened a high-level meeting. At the high-level meeting, Uchiha showed the Konoha executives the video of the attack on the Hidden Cloud Village. The executives watched the wave after wave of air raids and the sound of explosions, and they all frowned. What if the Sky Ninja Village attacked Konoha? Could Konoha completely defend against the Sky Ninja Village's attack? It seems not. I'm going to convene a 5-cage meeting and summon the 5 Ninja Coalition to eliminate the Sky Ninja Village. What are your opinions? Uchiha expression was unusually gloomy. With his fingers crossed, he sat in the middle of the conference room, his eyes scanning the Konoha high-level officials in front of him. He had mentioned the Sora Ninja Village before in the high-level meeting. But the Konoha high-level officials have never taken the Sora Ninja Village seriously. Presumably, their attitude will change now. The Sora Ninja Village is too dangerous. They must be eliminated for the safety of Konoha, Kakuzu hurriedly stated his attitude. He was just waiting for Konoha to end, and then take the opportunity to use futures to cut leaks. I agree. Narashikawan raised his hand in agreement. He had already consulted Uchiha. I agree. Uchiha Tomita has always been loyal. I agree. There were waves of echoes in the conference room. Konoha must not be placed under the threat of artillery fire from the Sora Ninja Village. Luan, according to the plan, gather the cage of the 4 major ninja villages. We in Konoha must hold an emergency meeting of the 5 cage to discuss the matter of conquering the Sora Ninja Village. Send out an air force. Yes, Hokage-sama, none of the great and small forces in the ninja world could have imagined this. At this very moment, word spread that Konoha was doomed. Over the course of a year, the ninja world was in flux. with numerous major events occurring one after another. First, the Rain Ninja incident, then the unraveling of the Ponzi scheme. Then, the Kumagakure attacked the Iwagakure, the daimyo intervened, and the two villages forged an alliance. Throughout this series of events, Konoha's influence was evident. But Konoha had always sat back, remaining silent in the land of fire, simply selling supplies and showing no intention of taking action. And now, the Kumagakure was under attack from the Sky Ninja village, prompting Konoha to intervene? The feud between Kumagakure and Konoha was long-standing and unending. During the First Shinobi World War, Kumagakure was like a wild dog, chasing and biting Konoha. Even during the peace talks between the two villages, Kumagakure had captured a Konoha cage. Later, Konoha, in a desperate move, allied with the Sand village and the Iwagakure village to orchestrate a deceptive scheme that brought Kumo village to the brink of bankruptcy. So, the ninja world, both large and small, instinctively doubted such news. Could it be another piece of fake news? But from all sides, it was confirmed. The news of Konoha's demise was true, with video evidence. Videos can't be faked. This video was actually a live broadcast from Konoha TV. Beneath the Hokage building stood a vast plaza. Uchiha Kusunoki stood on the rooftop, surrounded by Konoha's higher-ranking officials. Thousands of Konoha ninjas were fully equipped, arranged in 8 square formations, and were inspected by Uchiha Kusunoki. It takes 1,000 days to raise an army, but only a moment to deploy it. It's time for the new generation of ninja to make their mark. The Sky Ninja Village is a terrifying organization in the ninja world. They launched a horrific terrorist attack on Kumagakure, using weapons of mass destruction, for the sake of peace in the ninja world, and in response to the First Hokage's will of fire, Konoha must resolutely and forcefully respond. Loyalty N. As soon as Uchiha Kusunoki finished speaking, the response was thunderous. The Konoha ninjas were eager to show their loyalty to Uchiha Kusunoki. The video quickly spread throughout the ninja world. Everyone could see that Konoha was serious. Was the Second Shinobi World War about to officially begin? Konoha was going to such great lengths just for the hidden Cloud Village and the Sky Village? Who the hell could believe that? Soon, Konoha's call for another 5-cage meeting and the formation of a 5-ninja coalition was answered. The first to respond to Konoha's call was naturally the hidden Cloud Village. Although the hidden Cloud Village and Konoha had a deep hatred for each other, and the grievances of the First Shinobi World War could be put aside for now, the hatred of the Ponzi scheme alone would have made the entire hidden Cloud Village hateful. But, everything has its own comparison. Konoha had only defrauded the hidden Cloud Village of its money. The scum of the Sky Village had directly robbed the hidden Cloud Village of their homes. The village that the hidden Cloud Village had painstakingly built was reduced to a sea of burning ruins. The scene was even more tragic than Konoha's after the Nine-Tails disaster. At least the Nine-Tails tailed beast ball didn't explode in the center of the village. Does Kumagakure still have a future? It might as well just disband. Konoha's offer is quite good, though. That's a story for another time. The Kumagakure ninjas returning from the land of Earth saw their homes reduced to ruins. The survivors wore tattered clothing, their faces stained with dust and blood, their eyes filled with fear and confusion. At the end of the street, still hopeful villagers tried to rescue their loved ones and companions from the rubble. The scene was hellish. Many of the remaining villagers sat vacantly around the rubble, like the Walking Dead. Things were clearly getting better. If Kumagakure just tightened their belts and endured hardship for a few more years, they'd surely recover. But how could it have come to this? The third generation AI watched in disbelief, his ears filled with countless cries as the returning ninjas rushed madly toward their ruined homes. At this moment, the only thing on the Sandai's mind was revenge. The family business of the hidden Cloud Village had truly been ruined by his own hands. Oh my god. Later, the Sandai AI fainted from rage. His trusted subordinates hurriedly slapped him on the face and pinched his Renjong point, finally waking him up. At this moment, if their own Reikage had another problem, the hidden Cloud Village would be truly finished. Revenge, blood debt must be paid with blood. The dark-skinned men vowed to completely wipe out the Sky Village from this ninja world. The second to respond to Konoha was naturally the Sand Village. Although the third Kazakage didn't know Konoha's intentions, he would certainly not be wrong to follow the pace of his eldest brother. And before that, Konoha had been selling supplies, and the Cloud Village and the Rock Village were tearing each other apart. The Mist Village was first cowardly and then busy on the road, and just approached the Rain Village. Only one honest man from the Sand Village was fighting desperately with the Rain Village on the front line. The strength of the Rain Village is not weak. In the Second Shinobi World War, it single-handedly entangled with 3 large ninja villages. Now it encounters the Sand Village one-on-one. It is simply a match made in heaven, and there is no winner. Both sides have realized the need to control the intensity of the war. Although large-scale conflicts have broken out, the casualties have always been within an acceptable range. It is really too expensive to keep fighting a war of attrition. The Sand Village has such a small fortune, and it cannot lose because of the Rain Village. Now, Big Brother Konoha is going to convene a 5-cage meeting and form a coalition of 5 ninjas to attack the Sky Village. The loss of 5 against 1 is definitely much more cost-effective than fighting the Rain Village alone. Almost on the day of receiving the news of the 5-cage meeting, Masa immediately withdrew his troops and took the Shadow Guard to participate in Konoha's emergency 5-cage meeting. Iwagakure. They just formed an alliance with the Cloud Village in front of the ninja world. How could the Iwagakure sit idly by when their friendly forces were beaten so badly? Resist the air and support the cloud. Protect our friendly forces. Anoki responded to Konoha's call under this banner. As for the Hidden Mist Village, the third Mizukage, Mizuto, had been idly developing himself, preoccupied with how to eliminate the village's bloodline ninja clans and his time bombs. Everyone was going to fight the air ninja, so wouldn't the Hidden Mist Village have to deal with it alone? Turn around, turn around. Go to the 5-cage summit and eat melons. The day Konoha announced the convening of the 5-cage summit and the formation of the 5 ninja coalition, the other 4 ninja villages responded almost the same day. The efficiency was ridiculous. The daimyo of the ninja world, in particular, felt a burning pain on their faces. They had been making harsh remarks for a year. From 3 days to form a 5 ninja coalition and 7 days to wipe out the Hidden Mist Village, it gradually evolved into forming a 4 ninja coalition. The time to wipe out the Hidden Mist Village went from 7 days to a month, and then slowly to 2 months, 3 months, half a year. It had been a year now, but the Hidden Mist Village was still alive and well. Konoha's slightest move was already the limit of the daimyo. The daimyo could only console themselves. At least a 5 ninja coalition could finally be established. Although not to destroy the Rain Village, but rather to destroy the Sky Village for the sake of the Kumo Village. This simply didn't make sense. But the Sky Village was also extremely annoying. They had caused such a big incident without a single word, further delaying the daimyo's destruction of the Rain Village. Konoha's desire to destroy this ninja village could be considered to have eliminated a major scourge from the ninja world. Chapter 231, Lord Kikuzu, you asked Lord Tsukumo to come out again. This is the greatest operation I have ever seen. The end of Konoha. The 5-cage summit, the formation of the 5 shinobi coalition. The spark for the Second Shinobi World War. Rain Village. The catastrophic chaos of the ninja world. The Konoha side emerged once again, partnering with Konoha TV and forming a new team. This time, he was returning to futures trading, intending to continue building his family's fortune. Wave after wave of news spread throughout the ninja world, causing a huge uproar. The first to be affected, and naturally the most affected, was the Sky Shinobi Village. Angkor Fortress. What the hell is going on? Didn't we only attack the Hidden Cloud Village? Where's this 5 shinobi coalition? The Sky Shinobi leader, observing the rapidly changing situation in the ninja world, was completely overwhelmed, his temper uncontrollably roaring. Just a few days ago, the Sky Shinobi leader was still brimming with pride, believing he was about to reach the pinnacle of his life, that the Sky Shinobi village would surely become the 6th greatest ninja village in the ninja world. And he himself would be the 6th cage. The Sky Shinobi successfully attacked the Hidden Cloud Village, burning it to the ground, and shocking the ninja world. In terms of both battle record and strength, the Sora Ninja Village could be considered the 6th greatest ninja village in the ninja world, a player on the chessboard. After all, the Sora Ninja Village had achieved something even Konoha hadn't. From now on, who in this ninja world would dare speak loudly before the Sora Ninja Village? However, things didn't go as smoothly as the Sora Ninja leader had anticipated. Despite his thorough planning, the Sora Ninja chose Kumagakure as their target after careful consideration. To establish their authority, they had to target the 5 major ninja villages. The other, lesser-ranked ninja villages weren't worth attacking. Of the 5 major ninja villages in the ninja world, Konoha was undoubtedly the strongest. To ensure the success of their plan, the Sora ninja naturally wouldn't choose the strongest Konoha as their target. Tsunagakure was the weakest, and even if they attacked, the Sora ninja's strength wouldn't be apparent. Furthermore, Konoha was an ally of Tsunagakure. Kirigakure was an island nation, too far away. The best targets for their power were still between Iwagakure and Kumogakure. Given a choice between the two, the Ora village ultimately chose the Kumo village. Kumo village was a sworn enemy of Konoha, and having been stabbed by its ally, the Iwagakure village, they were already isolated and helpless. Kumo village was still at the top of the 5 great ninja villages, making it a perfect target for establishing their power. If the airstrike plan succeeded, Kumo village would undoubtedly be severely damaged. Given the current political power structure of the 5 great ninja villages, the other 4 would not let Kumo village off so easily. Especially Konoha. At that point, even if Kumo village wanted to retaliate against the Ora village, it would likely be powerless. A ninja village that successfully attacked the Kumo village and withstood its ferocious retaliation, wouldn't it still be worthy of being called the 6th greatest ninja village in the ninja world? What a perfect plan. But damn. How did the Ora village suddenly become the public enemy of the ninja world? It would be fine if the Iwagakure village wanted to defend Kumo village. After all, the 2 villages had just formed an alliance. All the ninja powers, big and small, saw that the Kumogakure and Iwagakure were just playing along, merely trying to save face for the daimyo. For show, Iwagakure's support for Kumogakure made sense. The aerial village, with its air superiority, could manage a fight. Even if it couldn't defeat them, it could always run. But Sand Village and Mist Village, aren't you going to fight the Omegakure? Omegakure, are you just going to ignore them? Your daimyo is already sending out summons a dozen times a day. Go and wipe out those traitors from the Omegakure. Damn it. And Konoha. Why are you, Konoha, joining in the fun? Keep selling your supplies. Aren't you just after profit? We, the aerial village, were once yours, Konoha's biggest customer. We bought all sorts of industrial goods, medical supplies, food, and other resources from you. We even bought grenades by the box. And we're attacking the Kumogakure. Aren't you, Konoha, sworn enemies? Don't you, Konoha, want to avenge the Second Hokage? What a sin, the Sora ninja leader roared to the heavens, tears welling in his eyes. He simply couldn't understand. The Sora ninja village will have to hide for a while. After a moment of venting, the Sora ninja leader finally accepted reality. While the Sora ninja village was powerful, he wasn't so arrogant as to think it could defeat 5 alone. He decided to go into hiding for a while, taking the Angkor fortress and retreating to a remote mountain forest to avoid the spotlight. The Sora ninja village was still flying. As long as the Sora ninja village was determined to hide, given the excellent natural environment of the ninja world, the Sora ninja leader was confident that no ninja village would be able to discover its presence. Compared to the previous 5-Cage summit, which took months of preparation, this one was convened at lightning speed. From Konoha's call to action to the meeting of the 5 ninja forces, it took only a few days, almost all of which was spent traveling. Due to the rush, many preparations were not fully implemented. Each side had a large contingent. Uchiha Kusunoki chose a deserted area on the border of the Land of Fire for the meeting. Inside a simple conference tent. The entire Sky Ninja village will perish, even if the 6th Sage arrived, he couldn't save them. I say, the 3rd Daimyo roared, causing the teacup in front of him to creak. Calm down, Rikage, your blood pressure right now is high enough for a medical ninja to start a bet, the 3rd Dame Kazekage, Masa, said slowly. Calm down? You told me to calm down. The 3rd Daimyo's eyes widened, and he roared at Masa, who was standing there talking without hesitation. Alright, internal strife at this time won't benefit your Kumo village at all, Uchiha Kusunoki said indifferently, seemingly resolving Masa's situation. The 3rd Daimyo was momentarily silent. The Kumo village had suffered a series of disasters, its strength severely weakened, but revenge was unwavering. But now, let alone revenge, the Kumogakure village couldn't even find any trace of the Saragakure. Therefore, to completely annihilate the Saragakure, they had to rely on Uchiha Kusunoki, the 5 ninja coalition. Only by uniting the forces of the 5 great ninja villages could they have a chance of completely annihilating the Saragakure and avenging the victims of the Kumogakure. What's your opinion, Hokage? The 3rd AI forced a smile. The Saragakure must be destroyed, it's impossible not to. Think about it, it's winter, you're home with your wife, eating hot pot and singing, and suddenly you're attacked by the Saragakure. So, the days without the Saragakure are good days, so the complete annihilation of the Saragakure is imperative. Uchiha Kusunoki made his position clear. Even if it weren't for the Zero Tail, he would destroy the Saragakure. This damned aerial barrage was too dangerous. Uchiha Kusunoki couldn't allow such an enemy in the ninja world to covet Konoha from the shadows. In the original storyline of Naruto, the target of the attack by the Saro village was Konoha. Although the butterfly effect has occurred and the storyline of Naruto has changed, he cannot be careless. I agree, the third generation AI naturally agreed with Uchiha Nan's opinion. The Hidden Cloud village has an irreconcilable hatred with the Saro village. Since the Hokage has said so, I naturally have no objection. The Saro village is indeed too dangerous, the third generation Kazekage said after a little thought. I agree with the Hokage's opinion, Inoki followed closely and said. At this moment, everyone's eyes were focused on the third generation Mizukage. Since everyone agrees, the Hidden Mist village naturally cannot be left behind. We must eliminate the scourge of the Saro village for the ninja world. Mizuto was just here to watch the show. The situation was so clear, he naturally wouldn't be the only one to sing a different tune. The outcome was set. The Five Ninja Coalition was formed. The undisputed commander of the coalition was Uchiha Nan. The only problem now was how to find the Sauron ninja village and destroy them. Uchiha Nan had already sent Black Zetsu and White Zetsu to look for the Sauron ninja village. However, Black Zetsu hadn't sent back any news yet. The other four major ninja villages also used their own intelligence networks to search for traces of the Sauron ninja village in the ninja world. Fire Country Futures Hall. In the center of the Futures Hall was a large screen. In the screen, Hatake Tsukumo was talking. He had come out again and returned to his original place, Futures. The ninja world was in turmoil, with prices fluctuating rapidly. It was a good time to make a lot of money with Futures. Konoha sighed, this liar, he's there again, he's even on TV, how come he's not dead yet? Hatake Tsukumo's reputation is extremely loud, especially in the investment community. There is almost no speculator in the futures market who doesn't know him. Familiar white hair. Black mask on his face. Inspiring words. Everything is so familiar. This bastard must be planning to cut our leaks together with a dealer. I heard that the Konoha side also cut a lot of leaks in the Land of Lightning. This time, I won't be fooled again no matter what, a victim said, gritting his teeth. He was a victim of pig iron futures, and he lost most of his fortune that time. It took him several years to make a comeback. Yes, you're right, damn, you really think we are idiots? Another man spat a mouthful of thick phlegm on the ground and spoke viciously, clearly a victim of Hatake. The crowd in the Futures Hall was furious, and they all cursed at Hatake Tsukumo. If it weren't for the security guards watching, they would have wanted to smash the screen in the Futures Hall. So, after my careful analysis, it will definitely rise, at least 5-fold. If the war continues, it may even rise 10-fold. Also, this is supposed to fall. In life, you must seize opportunities to make money. In the ninja world, there are some rumors about me, but I can say it with pride. Some people must have made a fortune by following me. Hatake Tsukumo's show hasn't even ended yet, and some people are already unable to hold back. All in, just by according to what Konoha Side said, idiot, do you want to get cut again? You know shit, this makes others fear my greed. Which project Konoha Side led didn't make money at the beginning. How many chances do we have to change our fate in this life? I don't want to live in such mediocrity anymore. That sounds reasonable, don't be fooled, don't buy it, asshole. What are you planning to do with your money? The futures trading hall erupted in chaos. The bold followed suit. Some hesitated and bought a little. Some refused to buy, mocking them as fools being ripped off. In just a day or two, news of the Konoha Side return spread throughout the investment community. But it wasn't long before those who had originally been determined not to be ripped off again, watching the futures recommended by Hatake Tsukumo rise steadily, could resist the urge, and tentatively jumped on board. This was true for the leaks of the Land of Fire, the Land of Lightning, and the entire ninja world. Furthermore, while some in the ninja world believed this was another elaborate trap set by the Konoha Side, if it was a trap, they'd have to offer some sweeteners to lure them in. Since there was a sweetener, so why can't I just take advantage of the situation and then escape from this trap in time? How many chances do we get to get rich quick? All in is a form of wisdom. Konoha Kokuzu-sama, your move to have Lord Tsukumo on TV was truly brilliant. It's the greatest market manipulation I've ever witnessed in my career. Lord Hatake Tsukumo is renowned. The leaks are taking the bait, and the futures we're manipulating are going through the roof. Don't rush to sell. Give them a little sweet treat. We need to cooperate with Little White Hair. This time, we're going to harvest the leaks bit by bit. Repeatedly, Kakuzu looked excited, his tone filled with joy, even his eyes narrowed to slits. Hatake Tsukumo, exhausted, pushed through the door, having just finished his live broadcast. Little White Hair, you've worked so hard, come and see what a beautiful line this is in today's data. HMPH, I won't watch. Hatake Tsukumo's eyes were dead, his tone irritated. Ever since he appeared on TV, the bounty had gone up again. Futures prices are rising, and so is my own bounty. It's truly a sin. Have you memorized your script? Your turn tomorrow. Hatake Tsukumo casually found a chair and sat down, glancing at the still excited Kakuzu with a worried look. This time, Kakuzu was helping him shoulder the load. Don't worry, I've memorized it a long time ago, but those leaks are always staring at you. Every time I go on stage, my ratings aren't even 1/5 of yours. What a shame. I really wish more leaks would take the bait. I envy you, Kakuzu lamented. He desperately wanted to attract more leaks to the show. But his own popularity was so low. Go to hell, you're still making sarcastic remarks. No way, I'm truly envious of you. Kakuzu acted innocently, but his tone was tinged with teasing. I have a cold, my head is groggy, and my mind is blank. I slept until 5 p.m. and have been writing since then. I wanted to take a leave. Chapter 232. A corner of Konoha Heavenly Palace is revealed, as powerful as a monster, invincible. The weather grew colder, and snowflakes drifted from the sky. The chill wind whipped snowflakes into the face of Kumagakure-Jonin Eli. He wrapped his peeled scarf tightly around him and broke a ration pill in two. Dirt from the raids of the past few days clung to his fingernails, and the rusty taste of it rubbed against his teeth as he chewed. Ugh, damn it, another ration pill. When will this hellish situation ever end? A retching sound echoed from the tent. It was a young Kumagakure-Jonin, Atsu. Eli licked his cracked lips, glancing at Atsu without saying anything. Ration pills only served to keep ninjas from starving. As for the taste, ration pills had been known for their simplicity, ease of use, and unconventional cuisine since their inception. Life in the trenches was truly too harsh. Even Eli, a veteran Jonin, was nearly vomiting. But that was the situation. If he didn't eat the ration pills, he would starve. It's not that the third AI didn't know the importance of logistics, but the Kumo village had suffered a devastating disaster and was constantly under attack. They were lucky to have enough food to keep up with the supply of ration pills. Even the third AI, a cage, ate ration pills, with a couple of oranges at most for a change. Warfare's like that. Extremely arduous. Speaking of which, the savage war in the ninja world has been going on for a year now. Prices are constantly rising. It's as if the merchants in the ninja world have agreed to raise their prices en masse. These guys really dare to do this right in front of the ninja village. No one trades at a loss, but profitable business, it's truly something people risk their lives for. Even if the third AI punched a jerk merchant in the head, it wouldn't stop the reality of rising prices. Suddenly, Atsu caught a whiff of an unpleasant aroma. The moment he opened the curtain, the rich aroma of charred barbecue mixed with the richness of miso soup hid him. The lights of the Konoha camp in the distance shone a warm yellow glow against the snow. Smells so good. Atsuai took a deep breath of the aroma, his eyes flickering with longing. Senior Eli, shall we go get some supplies? Don't stir up trouble now. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. Senior, you've had enough of the ration pills, haven't you? We're just going to get some food, not do anything wicked. Eli's stomach suddenly twitched, and for some reason, he nodded in agreement. The two of them stealthily approached the Konoha camp. The tents at the Konoha camp. Konoha was holding a luncheon. Inside, Konoha's logistics team had set up a small cafeteria. Unlike the dry chill of the Kumagakure tents, the Konoha tents were equipped with large heaters, running at full blast at all times, maintaining a constant temperature of 25 degrees Celsius. Holy crap, Senior, are these Konoha bastards really that rich? Are they all the eldest sons of a family? The food is so good, there's even ice cream. Atsu looked at the various delicacies on the plate, his eyes flashing green, and he couldn't wait to rush in and chow down. Eli swallowed his saliva. Obviously, he hadn't expected the food in Konoha to be so good. It was more like a vacation than a war. Wait a minute, let's find an opportunity to sneak in and take some extra. Someone's invading. Before Eli could finish his words, a Hyuga ninja spotted the two sneaking around. A cry of disbelief caused a huge stir. Dozens of ninjas rushed out and surrounded the two. The Konoha ninja recognized their identities at a glance. These two Kumagakure ninjas are sneaking around the Konoha camp. They must be spies. Don't let them get away, everyone. Join forces. Atsu and Eli looked mortified. They couldn't let Konoha catch them. Separate and run. Oh no, oh no. They're trying to escape. Don't let them escape. Catch them alive. The clamor grew louder. Everyone was shouting that Kumagakure had sent a spy, attracting even more Konoha ninjas. Not only that, even Tsunagakure, Mistagakure, Iwagakure, and even Kumagakure heard the noise from the Konoha camp. The constant cries of "catch the Kumagakure spies" especially excited them. There was something to eat. What's going on? Uchiha Kusunoki heard the commotion and hurried over. By then, the area around the Konoha camp was already filled with onlookers from the other 4 ninja villages. Seeing Uchiha Kusunoki's presence, the Konoha ninjas all made way for him. Hokage-sama, we've caught a Kumagakure spy. They're sneaking around. They definitely have ill intentions towards Konoha. LA, what's wrong with you two? The Sanjay Mei stepped out of the crowd and immediately recognized the Kumagakure Junin, Eli. His already sullen face darkened even further. The 5 shinobi alliance was already fragile at this moment. If Konoha found an excuse to attack them, it would be no joke. No, we mean no harm, we just wanted to get some food, Atsugi shouted, initially too embarrassed to speak up. But damn, this had gotten so big. Even the Konoha Hokage was here. Their own Reikage was here. The Kazakage, the Mizukage, the Tsuchikage, all of them were here. If they didn't tell the truth now, they would probably die miserably. Get some food, you Reikage, don't you even give out food? Mosa, standing nearby, gloated, fanning the flames. The Horigen are truly disgusting. Atsu's voice trailed off. So that's how it is, it's just a misunderstanding, such a huge misunderstanding over a little food. Well, since we're here, let's have a meal in Konoha's cafeteria. Uchiha Kusunoki waved his hand, unconcerned with the food theft. Ever since he came to power, he'd repeatedly emphasized the treatment of ninjas. He knew exactly where his base lay. Improving the ninja army's food supply was a priority. Expecting underfed, hungry ninjas to fight for you? Who would actually think they were cage, forcibly withholding ninja food and expecting them to obey orders? Uchiha Kusunoki didn't believe he had such charisma. Besides, Konoha was already wealthy, 1 foot in industrialization and almost there. They also had the vast granary of the land of rice to provide food security. If Konoha's ninjas were still forced to eat Ryogen with cold water like they used to, it would be absurd. Konoha's title of Father of Kindness wasn't earned for nothing. Any of you still hungry? Konoha's meal tonight is on the bill. The 3rd Hokage, leader of the coalition, declared a treat, and the ninjas from the other 4 villages naturally cheered. They were all starving. While their lives weren't as miserable as those in the Hidden Cloud village, they weren't much better off either. Every day consisted of nothing more than rice balls and miso soup. The supply lines were too long. And those damn profiteers. And no one knew how long this war would last, so they naturally had to economize on supplies wherever possible. And at mealtime, the aroma of food wafted through the Konoha camp. Finally, today was the chance to enjoy Konoha's fare. Let's eat Konoha out of money. A grand banquet began. It's so warm. What's going on in your tent? And such a huge piece of barbecue. Red bean rice, I want red bean rice. Guojio, this is Guojio. Is it called iced cola, ice cream in winter? Exclamations of praise continued, and then a feast of delicacies ensued. Lunch lasted from 11 to 2 in the afternoon, the kitchen constantly delivering dishes, never stopping. Konoha's kitchen wasn't overwhelmed by the ninjas overeating, instead, their stomachs were overwhelmed. It's been a year since I last had a meal of this magnitude. I can't remember. The 3rd generation AI sat in a chair, his stomach bulging, and he went to eat and drink his fill. Cough cough cough. The warm breeze from the nearby ninja tools made him sleepy, his head felt groggy, and he felt unusually lazy. He didn't want to do anything. The 3rd generation AI had been working so hard lately that even a moment of relaxation and satisfaction would sap his spirits. Anoki held a cup of ice cream in his hand, scooped a mouthful with his spoon, and walked over to the Sandame AI. The ice cream was delicious. Reikage, things are looking bad, what's wrong? The Sandame AI, overfed and slow, didn't grasp Inoki's meaning for a moment. This is just a sugar-coated bullet from the Hokage. Inoki frowned, the sweetness of the ice cream fading considerably. During the war, the ninja villages fared similarly. The better ones had rice balls and miso soup, and a little meat every now and then. The worse ones, like the current Kumagakure, relied on a diet of ration pills to save money. The war started by the Rain Ninja was just the beginning. How long it would last was unknown. Perhaps another year, 2 years, 3 or 4, or even 4 or 5. Now they were going to destroy the Sky Village, and in the future they would also destroy the Rain Village. Konoha's shadow was always behind the Rain Village. Defeating the Rain Village won't be easy. War. Damn war. While ninjas value endurance, the worst that can happen is just like the First Shinobi World War, where everyone shares a life of hardship. The Hiryo pills are simply unpalatable. Eating them as food isn't a bad idea, it won't kill you anyway. But now things are different. A corner of Konoha's heaven has been torn apart. Damn it. The ninjas of Konoha are living such a good life. What do the ninjas of the Iwagakure think? Inoki had just inquired in the kitchen. Today's feast was just an ordinary lunch for Konoha. Everyone knew Konoha was powerful, but they had no idea it had become this powerful. Only 6 years had passed since the First Shinobi World War, and the gap had already yawned. This gap was as insurmountable as an insurmountable chasm. We fight on the front lines, eating inedible Hiryo pills. The garbage in your Konoha slop buckets is better than what we eat. And you still want us to fight Konoha? What a ridiculous fight. We might as well just go to Konoha. Konoha's green card system is designed specifically for situations like this. A deep sense of powerlessness washed over Inoki, the pain of being unable to catch up even with all his might. The last time he felt this way was years ago, when he was also facing Konoha and the terrifying ninja, Uchiha Madara, who was like a demon from hell. But now, the situation had changed slightly. Inoki's fear wasn't ninjutsu or Susanoo, but Konoha's lead in every aspect, a significant one. Inoki looked at the third-generation AI and expressed his concerns. HMPH, so, Shorty, what are you going to do? The third-generation AI snorted coldly, his words dripping with sarcasm. Back in the Yun village, the short man had said something similar. He and him had hit it off, forming an alliance. But later, Inoki, for money, had silently thrown himself into the arms of Konoha. The third AI's mere thought swelled with rage, and he longed to punch Inoki in the face. We must curb Konoha's growth. We can't let it continue to expand so freely. If we continue to let it go like this, in a few years, even if Konoha doesn't actively attack us, we won't be able to hold on. People's minds are changing. I'm sure many ninjas and villagers from your Kumo village have already defected to Konoha. Inoki didn't take the third AI's rude words seriously. After all, it was the Iwagakure village that wronged Kumo village first. Reikage, the Iwagakure village will provide all kinds of assistance to Kumo village's reconstruction. Please put aside your previous humility and forget the unpleasantness. Inoki offered sincere assistance, offering real money to Kumo village in the hope of repairing the relationship between the two ninja villages. This was at stake for the future of the ninja villages. No matter how much Inoki felt bad about the money, he had to make a concession. HMPH, if I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have done it in the first place. Before that, I must destroy the Sora village. The third AI snorted coldly, agreeing to this matter. Just when Inoki and the third AI were talking, the third Mizukage Mizuto came over. He was in a very bad mood at the moment. A simple lunch almost made him collapse. The bloodline ninjas in the village looked at Uchiha with disgust. These scums of the village. They didn't restrain themselves in front of him. Especially the ninjas of the Kaguya clan, who chatted directly with the ninjas of the Hyuga clan, and walked into Uchiha tent in a blink of an eye. They didn't even carry people on their backs. Reikage, Tsuchikage, are you two interested in coming out to talk? The third generation AI and Inoki looked at each other, and immediately had a guess in their hearts. They immediately followed the third generation Mizukage out of the tent. Konoha is too powerful, we can't keep fighting like this, Mizuto said with a gloomy face. He knew that Konoha has changed a lot in recent years, and its strength has expanded rapidly. But he didn't expect the gap between the ninja villages to be so big. It's simply unfair. That's right, in order to fight against Konoha, which is as powerful as a monster. The three Kages instinctively came together. Even though there were many dirty things before, they couldn't care less at this time. Chapter 233, we can't drag this on any longer. Konoha's sugar-coated bullets are too powerful. The snow continues to fall. The four major ninja villages dispatched a group of ninja to search for the Sky Village, but they brought back no useful intelligence. Ototo's Black Zetsu has yet to return. Flying, it turns out, is truly remarkable. No one knows how long the Sky Village floated in the sky before landing. Perhaps it's still aloft. The ninja world is vast, and the Sky Village can fly. If the Sky Village is determined to hide, Uchiha Kusunoki will be unable to defeat it for a while. But if I can't defeat the Sky Village, how can I defeat the Sky Country? In the original time and space, after the Sky Village was annihilated by Konoha, only a few remnants remained, hiding in the ninja world. Without the protection of the ninja village, the Sky Country was quickly annexed by neighboring nations. Today, it's just a replay of the past. The conquest of the Sky Country was smooth sailing, without even requiring a large-scale ninja army. What could an army of ordinary people do against a small group of elite ninjas? The land of the sky was like a lamb to the slaughter. The daimyo of the five great nations arranged a meeting, and after days and nights of heated debate over the division of interests at the negotiating table, the deal was settled. The Land of Fire's daimyo took a hardline stance. Though he might appear submissive internally, he struck hard abroad, reaping the greatest benefits. After all, Konoha was a military powerhouse. A powerful force was a comfort. Konoha had no interest in the Land of the Sky's territory. Currently, the Fireland itself was more than enough for Konoha to contend with. Money, of course, was split 30/70. Konoha's 70/70 population was key. The more cheap labor, the better. Konoha was slowly becoming the factory of the entire ninja world, constantly exporting a wide variety of industrial products. Right now, cheap labor was in dire need. However, this offered a promising outlet for the Land of the Sky slaves. Working in a Konoha-affiliated factory would leave one exhausted, but they certainly wouldn't starve to death or be inexplicably murdered by wandering ninja. If one was lucky enough to be assigned to a factory near Konoha, even if their ancestral graves were burned by Amaterasu, blazing with black smoke, they would have the privilege of experiencing the kindness of Konoha's father up close. With foresight and the ruthlessness to spare, they could take out a 30-year loan and buy a house in Konoha. After a decade of hard work, they could obtain a Konoha resident ID card, and their family would be secure for 3 generations. But that wasn't the point. Because of the Soar Ninja Village, the Sky Country's education system took a completely different path from the ninja world, always emphasizing technology, cultivating a vast number of researchers, engineers, teachers, and skilled technicians. This was the kind of wealth Uchiha Kusunoki had always desired. It was a trophy second only to the Soarin Ninja Village's Zero Tail. Senju Tobirama, despite being a superb nuclear-powered donkey, could even be considered a sacred relic, passed down through generations of Konoha. Although Uchiha Kusunoki hadn't yet decided on a candidate for the 4th Hokage, he was still young, arguably in his prime. Another decade or two would be easy. But Uchiha Kusunoki had to pass the mantle of Senju Tobirama, the nuclear-powered donkey, to the next Hokage. The Hokage's job was to constantly shine for Konoha. While Senju Tobirama might disagree, he had plenty of reasons to disagree, and Uchiha Kusunoki wouldn't let him down. If all else failed, Uchiha Kusunoki could resurrect Senju Hashirama through the impure world reincarnation and have the first Hokage help persuade him. If it was for the greater good of Konoha, Hashirama would probably agree. After all, he'd said that he wouldn't let anyone go, whether friends, brothers, or family, if it was for Konoha's benefit. Hashirama had used this very reason to convince himself back then, killing his best friend Uchiha Madara. Now, using it again, sacrificing his beloved Odoi, and joining Uchiha Kusunoki in persuading Senju Tobirama to serve Konoha for generations to come, should be a problem. Now, it seems like we can also add Uchiha Izuna. This guy is a bit difficult to deal with. But with Senju Tobirama and Uchiha Madara here, if I lower my standards a little bit, I'm sure I'll find a way to pull Uchiha Izuna. However, relying solely on the power of these 2 nuclear-powered donkeys is still too dangerous for Konoha. As a qualified Hokage, I always have to think long-term. Uchiha Kusunoki immediately dispatched people to take over the precious treasures of the Sky Country. Konoha admires these talents the most. Come and experience the kindness of Konoha's kind father. It's just a pity for the staff of the Konoha Hokage building. To handle the affairs of the Sky Country, they have to work overtime at the Hokage building even during the New Year holiday, and they can't even take their annual leave. However, as Hokage, Uchiha Kusunoki is not idle at all, and can be said to be working alongside them. Every day, Uchiha Kusunoki would be in the tent, reviewing each letter of intelligence from Konoha, signing his name, and sending it back to Konoha. We probably won't be able to celebrate the New Year in Konoha this year. What a pity. Uchiha finished processing today's documents. Suddenly, he felt that as Hokage, he should prepare some benefits for those ninjas who were stationed outside with him and could not return to the village to celebrate the New Year. To celebrate the New Year, we can hold an open-air party. Uchiha Kusunoki thought so. It wasn't that he wanted to play around. Well, a little bit. But the main thing was to continue to demonstrate Konoha's strength to the other 4 ninja villages. Konoha had recently planted numerous spies in the 4 villages, all of whom had voluntarily surrendered to Konoha. Needless to say, Sand Village had long been infiltrated by Konoha like a sieve, and was extremely dependent on Konoha economically. Konoha's logo was everywhere in Sand Village, and everything from ninja tools and medical supplies to daily necessities was manufactured by Konoha. There was even a culture within Sand Village of not using anything other than Konoha brands. Furthermore, Konoha had opened a number of factories within Sand Village that received special subsidies from Konoha. A large number of Sand Village villagers worked in Konoha's factories, primarily processing the Kazukage's gold and other precious metals. Not only were the wages extremely high, but the benefits were also generous. Workers in Konoha's factories had access to free drinking water. In the desolate desert, this alone was an extremely luxurious indulgence. The factory workers were staunch supporters of Konoha, yearning endlessly for its better life. They unwaveringly believed in everything Konoha promoted and were devoted readers of the Konoha version of Yilin. It was they who spread the rumor that Konoha ninjas washed their shuriken 7 times. We can't help but reflect on whether Konoha's ninjas' invincibility was related to their 7 times washing of their shurikens. But a 7-washed shuriken represents Konoha's meticulous work ethic and the sharpness of metal in its slashing blows. We, the Sand Village, Uchiha Kusunoki didn't know whether Konoha ninjas washed their shuriken 7 times. But if a Sand Village ninja dared to wash their shuriken 7 times with water in the desert, Uchiha Kusunoki would give them a thumbs up. Furthermore, there were infiltration efforts targeting Sand Village's middle and upper echelons, and the exchange student program never ceased. Every batch of exchange students who returned to the Sand Village maintained strong ties with Konoha. Some people have been persuaded to rebel. Some people are wavering, but have already become spiritual Konoha people. They are all in the Sand Village, promoting the beauty of Konoha and speaking for the interests of Konoha in the Sand Village. The Sand Village has long been no longer a concern, so Uchiha did not care about the ninjas who surrendered from the Sand Village. There are also the bloodline families of the Kirigakure village. They really want to kneel down in front of Uchiha and recognize him as their adoptive father. But they are hesitant and can't let go. They still want to take a big gamble, kill the 3rd Mizukage, and completely control the Kirigakure village. The Kaguya clan plans to take advantage of this 5 ninjas alliance to secretly send a few young Kaguya clan members to Konoha, let them hide their identities temporarily, and leave a way out for the Kaguya clan. The Hazuki clan and the Mizunatsuki clan also think so. There are also some ordinary ninjas who choose to surrender, which Uchiha readily accepts. The situations in the Iwagakure village and the Cloud village are similar. Some ninjas yearn for the good life of Konoha and want to become a part of Konoha. Soon news of Uchiha Kusunoki's plan to celebrate the new year with an open-air party spread throughout the Ninja Alliance. The ninjas of the 4 great ninja villages, Sagakure, Mist, Iwagakure, and Kumagakure, cheered, finally enjoying the kindness of Konoha's benefactor once again. The happiest of all were the Kumagakure ninjas. Their lives were truly miserable. Their village had suffered a great disaster, and they had been living on ration pills. Ever since that one experience with Konoha's food, they hadn't forgotten it. But Konoha wasn't a charity, wouldn't a free meal be enough? Ever since that lunch party, Konoha's swill buckets had been frequently stolen. According to the Hyuga ninjas' investigations, Konoha's stolen swill buckets had appeared near the Kumagakure headquarters. This matter could be a big deal or a small one. After all, it was just a small swill bucket, and the Hyuga clan came from a wealthy ninja clan. They were all respectable people. Feeling embarrassed to have gone to Kumagakure over a few slop buckets, they reported it directly to Uchiha Kusunoki. It's just a few slop buckets, lost, so be it. Uchiha Kusunoki didn't care about the slop buckets, they were so embarrassed they just rummaged through them. People should always have a little compassion. Inoki, Mizuto, and the third Hokage. I learned of Konoha's outdoor party and met up again that day. Everyone, the Hokage is being snarky again, people are unsettled. I can't exclude the Iwagakure ninjas from Konoha's New Year's outdoor party, otherwise, there's a risk of mutiny, Inoki said with a scowl. The Iwagakure ninjas have been complaining non-stop for days. Why are our Iwagakure's logistics so much worse than Konoha's? Just rice balls and miso soup? Tell me, Quartermaster, are you corrupt? Faced with the Iwagakure ninjas questioning, the Iwagakure Quartermaster almost wished he'd died. Okay, he'd been a bit greedy. After all, what purchasing agent could resist that? Even the daimyo's chef would find an opportunity to take a little one out shopping. If the chef doesn't steal, the crops won't be harvested. But the Iwagakure Quartermaster, willing to stake his life on it, only took a tiny bit. Those damned merchants were more cunning than the other, with backers behind them. They said they wouldn't lower the price even if they killed him. Inoki's budget was limited, and even if he forced the Quartermaster to death, he wouldn't create anything out of thin air. And even if he spent the entire budget on purchasing supplies, it still wouldn't meet Konoha's food standards. But the Quartermaster had indeed been driven to death. Faced with the enraged Iwagakure ninja, even if Inoki knew the truth, he could only tearfully cut off the Quartermaster's head to appease the Iwagakure ninja's anger. After all, he had been greedy. Inoki replaced his Quartermaster, increased funding, and improved the Iwagakure ninja's rations. While not up to Konoha's standards, they were much better than the miso soup and rice bowls of the past. Yet, but there's nothing we can do about it, said the third generation AI, sweeping the snow off a stone with his large hand and sitting down on it. The situation in Kumagakure was even more dire than in Iwagakure. The Kumagakure ninjas had gone to Konoha to steal the swill buckets. The third generation AI had also eaten. The taste of the Hiruzen, a type of rationing pill, was indescribable. Eating it constantly could make you vomit. Konoha's swill bucket still had plenty of good stuff, leftover steamed buns, rice balls, and even leftover barbecued meat. They gathered what was edible, put it in a pot, added some water, and finally heated it over a fire. It was delicious. All the Kumagakure ninjas who had tried it praised it. It was definitely better than the Hiruzen. We can't go on like this. We must find the empty ninja village as soon as possible, otherwise, morale will be broken, and it'll be hard to lead the team. Mizuto's tone was full of regret. He shouldn't have brought the Kurigakure troops here to eat melons, and in the end he got himself into trouble. That damn bloodline family not only flirted with Konoha, but also spread rumors in the Kurigakure troops to seduce ordinary ninjas who originally supported them. Konoha is so powerful because Konoha's Hokage is a ninja from the bloodline family. The bloodline ninja is the chosen one in the ninja world and is favored by the Six Paths Sage. Only the bloodline family can lead the Kurigakure village to become as powerful as Konoha, and Mizuto has been doing evil over the years, and regards the bloodline family as a thorn in his eyes and a thorn in his flesh. Sooner or later, there will be retribution. Our bloodline family must set things right and take back the bright future of the Kurigakure village from Mizuto's hands. Even such a stupid rumor that couldn't be more stupid, but there really was a ninja who believed it. The dirty water that Mizuto threw on the bloodline family began to backfire. After all, Konoha also has a bloodline family, and the Hokage is also from a bloodline family. But Konoha is not cursed, but is thriving, developing at the speed of a rocket. Of these two completely different rumors, one must be right. Have the ninjas you sent out to search for information about the Soren Ninja Village found anything recently? Mizuto asked Inoki and the Sandame AI. No, still looking, the Sandame AI and Inoki shook their heads. This damn Soren Ninja Village is really good at hiding. The Sandame AI punched a blue stone under his butt, and a fist mark appeared on the blue stone. No one wanted to find the Soren Ninja Village more than him. For a moment, the atmosphere was so oppressive that the three of them couldn't breathe. Chapter 234 Konoha, the beacon of the ninja world. The atmosphere was extremely depressing and Inoki pulled a pack of cigarettes from his pocket. One each, cigarettes, that logo looks so familiar. It's Konoha's again, Inoki nodded with a bitter face. Cigarettes are a man's best antidote to depression. Inoki didn't smoke originally, but since becoming such a kid, Faced with the tedious tasks and increasing pressure, smoking has become a part of his daily routine. Damn it, Konoha really is haunted. Why do I see it everywhere? The Sandaime cursed, took the cigarette from Inoki's hand, and expertly pulled a lighter from his pocket. He lit the cigarette, took a deep drag, and a look of enjoyment crossed his face. Borrow a light, Mizuto felt in his pocket and realized that someone had stolen his lighter. Here you go, Rikage, your lighter seems to be a Konoha brand, too. Mizuto lit his cigarette, looked at the lighter in his hand, and saw the familiar Konoha logo again. For a moment, the atmosphere grew oppressive again. The three men felt a surge of anxiety. They fell silent, their gazes fixed on the horizon. Each of them held a cigarette, the butt flickering in the cold wind, like the wavering thoughts within them. Curls of smoke rose, mingling and dissipating in the air, as if they were carrying their unsettled sorrow. Do you think Konoha's tobacco business is really profitable? A cigarette was nearly finished. Ai Sande, looking at the smoldering butt, took the initiative to speak. It should be profitable, otherwise Konoha wouldn't be promoting Konoha brand cigarettes so vigorously. When Konoha Tobacco Company opened a branch in Iwagakure village, they not only gave me several boxes of good cigarettes, but also asked me to advertise. They were really generous. Inoki finished his cigarette, then took another from the pack and lit it. Ai Sande and Mizuto had almost finished their cigarettes as well, feeling unsatisfied. Konoha brand cigarettes were truly powerful. This cigarette calms the thoughts in my heart, it's so comfortable. They both glanced at Inoki. Brother, another one. Looking at the two freeloaders reaching out, Inoki could only take a few more cigarettes from his box and pass them around. Advertising, you took it. Sande Ai lit another cigarette. The mention of advertising brought back some not-so-pleasant memories. I took it. I spent half a day filming a video, saying a few promotional slogans, and I made a good 7 figures. Why don't you take it? Inoki said lightly, a hint of pride in his tone. Although he didn't reveal the exact figure, his prestige instantly rose. Holy crap, two Sande Ai and Mizuto exclaimed in unison. Is the tobacco business really that profitable? Mizuto began to doubt his life. He suddenly felt like half his life had been wasted. 7 figures? That's the reward for an S-rank mission. An S-rank mission is an extremely dangerous one. Only the Jonin of the village can complete it, and they have to navigate all sorts of dangers along the way. If they're not careful, they could die on the mission. Just spend half a day in a room filming a video and saying a few commercials, and you can earn 7 figures. I have to take this job. Yet, it's just tobacco? Echoed the third-generation AI. Both third-generation AI and Mizuto were Kage, and considered worldly wise. But limited by the limitations of ninja, they only knew the tobacco business could make money, but had no idea of its astronomical profits. But Uchiha Kusunoki knew all about it. In the previous life, Rabbit Country paid 1.5 trillion yen in tobacco taxes annually, while ICBC only paid about 110 billion, a difference of more than a zero. Tobacco taxes directly financed Rabbit Country's military expenditures. In the Naruto world, wars are frequent, and tobacco is a soothing and comforting substance. It enjoys a huge market not only in the Fire Country but across the entire ninja world. The greater the pressure, the more people need to relieve stress. In wartime, tobacco and alcohol were truly hard currency among the common people. Furthermore, the tobacco business required minimal technical skills. All it took to enter the tobacco business was power. As it happened, Konoha had a modicum of power in the Land of Fire. Years earlier, Konoha had established a tobacco company. Uchiha Kusunoki had his protege, Senju Tobirama, personally oversee the upgrade of tobacco production, guaranteeing the quality of Konoha-branded cigarettes. Then came the annexation and expansion. Since they were in the tobacco business, they had to establish a monopoly. Being a warlord was awesome. Konoha could have the monopoly, operating in the tobacco business without even having to pay the Fire Land's share of taxes. And as for the daimyo? Damn the daimyo. How many jonin, how many cage-level rank, did the daimyo command? The Land of Fire originally had over 20 major cigarette brands, along with hundreds of smaller brands, all of which Konoha had forcibly acquired. The merger process was bloody and violent, but Uchiha Kusunoki didn't care. The Hokage of Konoha even personally dispatched a jonin, bearing a fruit basket, to visit the tobacco company's owner. This tobacco company owner refused to sign the merger agreement and then just take the money and leave. That only proved he was no ordinary tobacco company owner. If you don't eat loyalty, you'll have to eat the purple egg. Konoha's air force was ready to dispatch them to meet the Sage of Six Paths. Facts proved those tobacco company owners truly couldn't bear to part with a lucrative tobacco business. The tobacco business in the Land of Fire was truly treacherous. Konoha had been fighting for over a month, until the daimyo, unable to withstand the pressure from the forces behind the Fireland tobacco business, personally came to Konoha to plead for mercy. Konoha already controlled half of the tobacco business. Hokage-sama. Konoha had profited enough. Konoha eats the meat, but we won't let others eat the bones. We'll at least let others drink the broth. So, relinquish your magical powers. But Uchiha Kusunoki was adamant. Even if it was just a broth, Konoha would drink it all. In the tobacco business, it's either quit or go all the way. Monopoly brings excess profits. The daimyo returned with a cold shoulder. Konoha finally fought for over half a month, slaughtering countless people in the Fire Nation before finally unifying all of the Fire Nation's tobacco companies. Konoha was the only remaining tobacco brand in the Fire Nation. Konoha had forcibly opened up the tobacco industry, previously eroded by the Fire Nation's powerful elite, consolidating all tobacco brands and integrating them into one. The lucrative nature of the Fire Nation's tobacco business was truly apparent. Konoha's top brass saw the terrifying statistics. The boxing match alone lasted 2 days and 1 night. Yet they still couldn't agree on a distribution ratio. Ultimately, it took Uchiha Kusunoki himself, as Hokage, to personally divide the profits, and the matter was finally settled. Who knows, the Konoha Hokage certainly wouldn't do business at a loss. It should be very profitable. Inoki spread his hands, his tone somewhat helpless. He was a ninja, not a businessman. How could he know the true profits in the tobacco business? Do you think we should give it a try? The third AI said eagerly, puffing on a cigarette. The current plight of the Kumagakure village is dire. First, they were ripped off by a Ponzi scheme, then they led the Kumagakure forces and risked their lives to attack the Iwagakure village, finally forcing the daimyo of the Land of Earth and the Land of Lightning to splurge on Kumagakure. But before they could even warm their wallets, their home was bombed to ruins by the Air Ninja village. Rebuilding the village would be an astronomical expense, and the ninja and villagers who perished in the air raid would also require a significant sum to cover their afterlife. The small sums they had previously recovered wouldn't even fill such a huge hole. Even if all the ninja in Kumagakure worked tirelessly on missions, they wouldn't be able to earn back that much money. Therefore, the Kumagakure village alone is hopeless. Furthermore, ninjas and clans joined the ninja village to support each other, to make a better living, and to help their families prosper, not to endure hardship and become slaves. The Hidden Cloud village hasn't disbanded yet, purely out of hatred. Once the Sky village is destroyed, who knows what will happen next? Who knows how many ninjas will defect and flee to Konoha? But the third Kami AI will never allow the Hidden Cloud village to crumble. How could he face his father after his death? I'll definitely have to ask the daimyo for money again. Even a penny can stump a man. Furthermore, the cost of rebuilding the Hidden Cloud village will surely be astronomical. Without money, there's no dignity. The daimyo of the Land of Lightning will surely be willing to contribute for the Land of Lightning's sake, but there will undoubtedly be challenges along the way. And there will be a multitude of additional conditions. I'll also be scolded by the daimyo of the Land of Lightning, forced to put on a polite front for the sake of the village, and grovel at the table. Money, money, the Hidden Cloud village has always been short of money. If it weren't so desperate, why would I have been so eager for quick success and fallen for the scam of Blue Sky Project Company, Limited? I think we could give it a try, Inoki nodded. He had always wanted to emulate Konoha and start a business. But the problems with the trench kept coming one after another. There was considerable resistance within the village, with a group of die-hard, conservative uncles leading the charge against Inoki. Business? That's not the way to progress. A ninja's job was to train, grow stronger, then take on missions. During these missions, they fought enemies, constantly honing their skills, becoming stronger, and then taking on higher-level missions to continue growing stronger. As for the rest, let alone doing it, even thinking about it was a crime. The resistance from his uncles, the tedious village affairs, and the pressure from all sides had prevented Inoki from making up his mind to transform and reform Iwagakure. But now, Inoki was ready to give it a go. To hell with those obstructive uncles. If they kept dithering and hesitating, in a few years, Iwagakure wouldn't even be Konoha anymore. He should have been more decisive. If Konoha can do it, there's no reason my Kurigakure can't do it. Mizuto's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. The weak would retreat in fear when faced with setbacks, screaming and running away, but the strong would only become more excited. Mizuto himself, born into a common family without a bloodline, persevered, relying on his unwavering resilience to overcome obstacles and ultimately become the third Mizukage of the Kurigakure. Konoha was powerful, but the Kurigakure was not without its own strength. At least the Kurigakure was far away, separated by an ocean. As long as one could survive, as long as one could hold on, there was hope. Before the Six-Path Sage appeared and channeled chakra across the land, humanity had never imagined they could possess such immense power. Samurai controlled everything, but the ninjas took their place. The world doesn't favor one person or one nation. As long as one can survive, there will always be a belated gift. But Konoha was truly blessed. The emergence of Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha, two of the ninja world's greatest, instantly dominated an era, overwhelming the other four ninja villages. Only with the deaths of Madara Uchiha and Hashirama Senju did the situation improve. The four ninja villages seized the opportunity presented by their deaths, giving Konoha no time to recover and impatiently launching the First Ninja World War. The war raged for years, leaving Konoha exhausted and burdened with debt. Konoha was forced to win a grueling 1-on-4 victory. Finally, the four ninja villages managed to bring Konoha to a similar level. According to the original scenario, the four ninja villages would recuperate for a few years, recover their strength, and then join forces to continue their attack on Konoha, ultimately defeating it. But now, a new Uchiha has emerged from Konoha. In just a few years, he has brought Konoha to the top of the ninja world once again. Damn it! It was all for nothing. Mizuto harbored deep envy and resentment towards Konoha. But as a strong man, he has his own pride, and he finally became the third Mizukage after going through countless hardships. Mizuto would definitely not give up so easily. It's not just the tobacco company. What we need to learn is Konoha's thinking logic and way of doing things. I've been studying Konoha and its third Hokage these days. That Hokage is very ambitious. I'm 100% sure that he is the mastermind behind the Rain Village incident, and Hanzo is just a pawn pushed out by him. He wants the ninja class to officially become the ruler of the world. He wants ninjutsu to penetrate thousands of households. He will use ninjutsu originally used to kill people to develop productivity. I can feel Uchiha-nan's ambition, and the facts are also proving that he is moving towards success step by step. Inoki spoke wildly, saying something that he had suppressed in his heart and could not say in public. The third-generation AI and Mizuto frowned, but did not refute, just listened to Inoki quietly. The daimyo's network of relationships is intricate, and he maintains close ties with the powerful families in the ninja village. He is also the super financial sponsor of the ninja village. There are also the rules of the ninja world that bind the ninja village in the shadow. Some things can only be thought about in the heart. But now, facing the Konoha that is as powerful as a monster, those thoughts that were originally buried in the heart and could never see the light of day began to emerge. Chapter 235, The ideological enlightenment initiated by Konoha flourished in the ninja world. Inoki had read Uchiha Kusunoki's new version of the Will of Fire. He'd read it several times. The theory was sound, but execution was quite difficult. First, there was the idea of ideological imprinting. This idea of ideological imprinting was truly mysterious and inexplicable. Kings, princes, generals, and ministers are all of a kind. This saying had been uttered throughout Rabbit Country for over 2,000 years. The spirit of resistance, like this saying, had been ingrained in the people of Rabbit Country for 2,000 years. Damn it! If I can't survive, I'll kill you. So what if I'm the emperor? A chop off my head, and I'll still die. However, such theories were still too abstruse for the ninja world. Even Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha were the same. They possessed the power to transform the ninja world, but they chose to cooperate with the daimyo and the nobles. Then, out of thin air, they came up with the incredibly distorted system of one country, one village. Ninja villages belonged to the villages, and nations belonged to the nations. What a genius idea. A violent organization with supreme military power, independent of the state, can't sleep peacefully for the daimyo, nor can the cage. Well, Hashirama Senju should be sleeping soundly. He messed things up, but he was the ninja world's most powerful, and he had Tobirama Senju to clean up after him. Now there's Uchiha Kusunoki to clean up after him. The current situation, even Uchiha Kusunoki is troubled, so much so that he's abandoned the village's old-school ninja and placed all his energy and hopes on Konoha's new generation. As for other ninja villages, the situation is even worse. Inoki can barely convince his uncles to learn business, let alone convince them to join in the rebellion. Furthermore, large ninja villages like Iwagakure have enormous daily expenses. Traditional ninja villages have limited funding sources. Without state support and a massive workload, Iwagakure's sheer size would quickly bring them to ruin. Not every ninja village can be as self-sufficient as Konoha, thriving without the financial support of the daimyo. Once the daimyo's economic sanctions hit, no matter how powerful your tactics, a village without money will collapse in a matter of minutes. Just like the Rain village. The daimyo's economic blockade was enough to cause the internal collapse of the Rain country. Had Konoha not continuously supported it, the Rain country would have collapsed. Most of the ninjas who followed Hanzo's rebellion were impulsive, goaded into action with a few words and then lost control. If the situation deteriorated, they would become the reserve of traitors, ready to stab Hanzo at any time and trade his head for wealth. You want to be tough, not kneel before the daimyo, but there are plenty of traitors in the village who want to kneel before the daimyo. Life is all about these things: money, women, power. To the daimyo, these things are nothing more than dirt. If you can kill Hanzo, the daimyo will give you endless money and the most beautiful women in the ninja world. Even the daimyo's own women, he will give them away. As for titles, they're on par with General Wang Shian's, even the great sage equaling heaven. Any title you desire, the daimyo will find it in ancient texts. Previously, no matter how much the daimyo and the great ninja villages hated each other, they endured it and managed to get by. The daimyo never resorted to economic sanctions. And the ninja villages never rebelled against the daimyo. But now, the window has been broken. The Rain village has launched the most complete rebellion against the daimyo. Konoha has thrived without relying on the daimyo. The path forward has been paved by Konoha, now all they need to do is copy Konoha. Who would want to live under someone else's control if they weren't forced to? Konoha's homework gets 100 points, but the rest of the ninja villages, big and small, can get just over 60 just by copying. Who can't butcher a pig? Can warlords really lose money in business? The ninja world also has the great advantage of low human rights. Uchiha Kusunoki had done so much to make those idiot ninjas in the ninja world understand that ninjutsu isn't just for killing, it can also be used for production. Whatever a daimyo can do, a ninja can do too. Even without initial capital, you can follow him and slaughter pigs for food, easily earning your first pot of gold. So, quickly awaken. Follow Konoha and consign the insects to the dustbin of history. Only ninjas can make this world a better, more advanced place. Uchiha Kusunoki wasn't afraid of them becoming even more powerful after awakening, because it would be too late. Konoha was already a formidable force. It possessed the largest population in the Land of Fire, the most advanced technology in the ninja world, the most active capital market, and the strongest military. In the next 10 or 20 years, Konoha would be like a black hole, siphoning everything from the entire ninja world: elite ninja, scientific researchers, various industrial raw materials, and everything else. The gap would only widen. Even now, Konoha could launch a war to unify the ninja world. Uchiha Kusunoki was confident that Konoha could ultimately win, but the cost would be too high. The longer it takes, the lower the cost for Konoha to unify the ninja world. So why rush? Konoha is behind the Omega Cure, but the daimyo has given us a death order to annihilate the Omega Cure. In the future, we will inevitably clash with Konoha because of the Omega Cure, even go to war with Konoha, should our village, for the daimyo, stop the Hokage and what Konoha is about to do. Inoki's tone was heavy. He held a cigarette between his fingers and took a deep breath. The smoke lingered in his lungs for a moment before slowly exhaling from his nose and mouth, transforming into wisps of light green smoke that slowly dissipated in the air. Stopping Konoha and going to war with it? What a terrifying prospect. The Sandai and Mizuto were speechless at Inoki's question, their minds instantly racing back to Konoha's formidable logistical capabilities. And that was just the tip of the iceberg. Neither of them knew how strong Konoha truly was right now, nor did they want to attempt to gauge its strength. Because maybe a try would just turn into passing away. So, maybe it's time for us to make a decision. Times have changed. If we keep clinging to the old ways, Iwagakure will be doomed, So after resolving the issues with the aerial village, I'll follow Konoha's lead and reform Iwagakure. As for the Omegakure, you can do whatever you want. Iwagakure will stay out of it. Inoki no longer wanted to deal with the mess in Omegakure and planned to station a portion of the ninja army on the border of the Land of Rain, just to put on a show. The battle lines don't lie, but battle reports can. He can also defraud the daimyo of military funds, with a sinister smile. He's a master of this little trick of nurturing the enemy for personal gain. So, let's do it this way. After destroying the aerial village, for me, the most important thing is the reconstruction of the Kumagakure. I want to focus on the village too. Even if I want to destroy the Omegakure, I have to wait until the Kumagakure is rebuilt, the third AI said. His own Kumagakure is the most important thing. The hard work of his ancestors must not be destroyed in his own hands. He had no intention of destroying the Omegakure village right now. However, while the third AI had no intention of annihilating the Omegakure village, he did have the idea of using it as a pretext to make money. And his intentions were quite ambitious. He would use the destruction of the Omegakure village as leverage to sign a deal with the daimyo, first obtaining the initial funds for rebuilding the Kumo village, and then using this excuse to extort gold coins from the daimyo. His methods were a bit dirty, but there was no other way. He was doing this for the Kumo village. Since you two have said so, then the Mist village won't spoil the fun either. I actually have no interest in the Omegakure village. You all know that the distance between the Omegakure village and mine is too great, so, from now on, regarding the Omegakure village, we must cooperate sincerely, work together, and put on a good show for the daimyo. Mizuto was not unaware of some of this. But as the Mizukage, he had his work cut out for him. He had never wanted to go to war with the Omegakure village in the first place. After all, who would want to fight across an ocean? It was all the water country daimyo who forced him to do this. Now the situation was clear. Konoha was the powerful force of the Rain village. The Iwagakure and Kumagakure were trying to feign obedience to the daimyo, but secretly disobeyed him. How could the Mist village fall behind? Sure, no problem, the three quickly reached a consensus. They would all join in the fun and defraud the daimyo's gold coins. In that case, what about the Sand village? Mizuto mentioned the Sand village. Whether it was against the Rain village or Konoha, it would be best if the four major ninja villages acted together. The relationship between the Sand village and Konoha is extraordinary. I've discussed this privately with the Kazakage before, and he's still reluctant to give up Konoha's aid, Inoki said calmly. The connection between Konoha and the Sand village has grown stronger over the years. It's no exaggeration to say they were inseparable. We didn't intend for the Sand village to become Konoha's enemy right now. I don't believe the Kazakage isn't afraid of Konoha. Then let's try again. I think so. This time, we'll go together, in a hidden valley somewhere in the ninja world. The leader of the Sky Ninja Village floated in the sky with the Angkor Fortress for a long time, only to land in a hidden valley a few days ago. The land of the sky was destroyed. Damn those 5 great ninja villages. After finding his base, the leader of the Sky Ninja Village immediately dispatched the Sky Ninja to gather intelligence from the ninja world, specifically regarding the land of the sky. The shocking news sent the Sky Ninja leader spiraling out of control, and he roared furiously in his office. He hadn't expected the evil 5 great ninja villages to act so swiftly and ruthlessly. If they couldn't find the Sky Ninja Village, they'd target the land of the sky. The Sky Ninja Village had always been focused on technological research and development, and every step forward required massive financial support. Uchiha Kusunoki understood this best. Every time he saw the Ministry of Science and Technology's horrifically exaggerated budget expenditures, his breath quickened, his heart raced, and he even wanted a quick-acting heart pill. Of course, Senju Tobirama understood that given a choice, he wouldn't resort to corruption and secretly embezzle Konoha funds for scientific research. Now that the land of the sky had been destroyed, the Sora Ninja Village had become a rootless weed. Without financial support from the land of the sky, many of their research projects would be suspended, and the Sora Ninja Village's researchers would surely revolt. Researchers, after all, were incredibly mad. They could do truly insane things for the sake of their research. And the Sora Ninja Village was now wanted by the entire ninja world, becoming a pariah. If even the slightest bit of information leaked out to any of the 5 great ninja villages, it would bring devastating disaster to the Sora Ninja Village. This is truly a crisis both internally and externally. How could this happen? The Sora Ninja Village leader vented, his mouth dry and his heart burning with anger. My mouth is so dry. My thirst is so great. Where's my honey water? Where's my honey water? The Sky Ninja leader yelled. He loved honey water, but there was no more in his canteen. Sir, there's no more honey water left yesterday. You drank it all, damn it. There's not even any honey water left. The Sky Ninja leader's face, which had turned pale from venting his anger, turned a fiery red again. He delivered another round of foul-mouthed rants. The Sky Ninja station nearby heard the noise coming from the Sky Ninja leader's room and couldn't help but show a hint of sympathy in their eyes. To serve the king is like serving a tiger. That's so true. Time, please hurry up. Hurry up and get the guys on duty to cover for me. Wow, the Sky Ninja village can really fly. They can really hide. Yes, yes. Bald White Zetsu and Horned White Zetsu poked their heads out of the bushes and surveyed the area. The two brothers had left special spores on Angkor Fortress that could emit a signal. The spores followed Angkor Fortress through the sky, while they ran across the land. The spores' sensitivity was spotty due to distance. For days, White Zetsu and his companions had been tracking the spores, following the signal across the ninja world. Today, they finally found Angkor Fortress. Shut up, you two idiots. Who told you to take out the camera? It's so big, aren't you afraid of being discovered? Keep some as a souvenir? Yeah, we haven't been this embarrassed in ages. I'm running myself crazy. Black Zetsu, nearly speechless, stared at the two idiots. He slammed the White Zetsu heads. Bang x2. Two good heads. The sound was loud. Don't follow me next time. Black Zetsu decided not to bring the White Zetsu with him anymore. Really? Then can we both go work at Konoha TV? Great, we can be on TV. The two White Zetsu happily high-fived. Bang x2, two more crisp sounds. That's enough. Mark this place. One of you stay here. And one of you come back with me to find Brother Sama, Black Zetsu said coldly. Who stays here? Rock, paper, scissors. Okay, rock, one more, scissors, one more, paper, repeat. That's enough, you two. Black Zetsu couldn't take it anymore, so he grabbed the bald White Zetsu and shoved him into the ground. Chapter 236. I really want to bathe in the kindness of Konoha's loving father and feel the blessings of Konoha. The night was as dark as ink, dotted with stars. The weather was beautiful tonight. The snow had stopped. Blazing bonfires dotted the open space, dispelling the chill. Turn up the music. You came from Dandong. Give me back my white clothes. I want Cantonese food. Breaking tears, not afraid of the sea. Change the song. Change it to something more fitting. Quick, can you hear the brightest star in the night sky? The loneliness and sighs of those who look up. I'd rather have it all. This one will do. Uchiha, standing on the raised platform, twitched his lips and quickly ordered the song to be changed, a more fitting tune. While he couldn't forget the favor and had to repay it with interest, there was no need to use this song as the background music for an open-air party. 3, 2, 1, fire the fireworks, Uchiha gave the order. The first firework streaked across the night sky, like a shooting star streaking across the silent sky, instantly exploding into a giant golden chrysanthemum. The golden petals shone with dazzling light, like a flame blooming in the night sky, instantly dispelling the surrounding darkness. Immediately afterwards, more fireworks rushed into the sky. The New Year's open-air party had begun. The ninjas gazed up at the night sky, their eyes gleaming, their emotions still mixed. Another year had ended. With a low hum, a row of food carts slowly rolled out of the tent. The wheels of the carts rolled gently on the ground, making a slight grinding sound, and the lids of the carts were peeled off one by one. Instantly, a rich aroma filled the air, rapidly spreading through the air. This aroma, like an invisible force, instantly attracted the attention of everyone around. The charcoal flames danced under the grill, crackling, and the meat rolled on the grill, the fat dripping, sizzling, and emitting an enticing charred aroma. Next to them, plates of chopped vegetables, green peppers, onions, and bell peppers, were grilled until tender and juicy, emitting a refreshingly sweet aroma. On another cart, fresh shrimp, crab, and shellfish were neatly arranged on ice, simply steamed or grilled, exuding the freshness of the ocean. The shrimp's shells were roasted to a bright red, the crab meat was tender, and the aroma of the shellfish was tinged with the salty flavor of the sea. In the main food area, steaming rice, noodles, and bread were neatly arranged in insulated containers. The aroma of the rice carried a hint of sweetness from the grains, while the fragrance of the noodles was mingled with the richness of the sauce. Loyalty and integrity ultimately require begging for food, while cunning and treacherous individuals are forced to eat at dawn and cook at night. Of all things, eating and drinking are paramount. The ninja's most anticipated moment had arrived. Even the faces of Konoha's ninjas were beaming with anticipation. Today's banquet was set to a higher standard than usual. The eyes of the ninjas from the other 4 villages were glowing, even appearing green in the darkness. Go get some ration pills. Go get some slop buckets. Finally, they can get some free food from Konoha again. Uchiha had underestimated the appeal of delicious food to the hungry wolves. A large group of ninjas were already eager to try and were about to rush to the food cart at the speed of a 100-meter sprint to grab the food. Don't rush, watch out for the line. There's no limit on food today. The loudspeaker sounded very loud. After hearing the voice of the Konoha Hokage, the group of hungry wolf ninjas began to line up obediently. However, while queuing, they were still urging the people in front to hurry up. The gluttons gathered in groups of 3 or 5 around the bonfire, eating frantically while looking at the stage. On the simple stage, a program celebrating the new year was being performed. The 5 major ninja villages each had several programs, and there were many hidden dragons and crouching tigers among the ninjas, who mastered skills that were enough to perform on the overpass. Soon everyone opened up. If I were a ninja from Konoha, how great would it be? Hey, you think you are bought off by this little bit of delicious food? You are so useless. Before you condemn me, can you swallow the food in your mouth before you speak well? Konoha ninjas are really lucky. I'm so envious. I heard that you need to get a green card to join Konoha. It's very difficult. There is a way. Marrying a Konoha ninja seems like it can work. Whispers rang out in the open space. Occasionally, there are outrageous words. Well, not occasionally. There are more and more such voices. The gap is there. The Hokage personally gave you a Konoha green card, and you still can refuse? Wei Junji, a man who knows the times. We have long wanted to join Konoha, feel the kindness of Konoha's kind father, and enjoy the blessings of Konoha. Sand Village was infiltrated the most, had the most spiritual Konoha people, and had the best relationship with Konoha, so it spoke first. Kumagakure immediately followed. Damn the food pills. And the slop bucket. Kumagakure is so miserable. The home is still in ruins. Mist Village followed closely behind. The Bloodline Ninja clan showed their envy of Konoha without any concealment. Damn it. The Bloodline Ninja still has to rule the Kurigakure. Damn Mizuto, he's ruining everyone's future. We must overthrow him. The Iwagakure ninjas hadn't wanted to say anything, but since comparisons are crucial, and the gap between Iwagakure and Konoha was too vast, they slammed the table and joined in. Everyone felt that speaking up now wouldn't be a problem. As for snitching, who would dare snitch at a time like this? Everyone was enjoying delicious food, drinking wine, and bragging together. What was wrong? The Konoha ninjas listened to the whispers, their backs straightening, their lips curling, and they even snorted softly. Envy? That's fate. Uchiha Kusunoki was laughing. He was laughing heartily. Of course, there were those who were unhappy. For example, the 4th Kage. The 3rd Kage, his already dark complexion, became even uglier. But there was nothing he could do. Ultimately, he was responsible for the terrible state of Kumagakure. The very beginning. The origin of everything. It all started with that damn Ponzi scheme. Damn Ponzi. Oh, no, it seems Konoha Side will eventually kill him. While it was a deliberate plot to harm the Hidden Cloud Village, the 3rd Kage was the Raikage of the Hidden Cloud Village. He should have had the ability and the responsibility to see through this scam, but he foolishly trusted Hatake Tsukumo, leading to the entire Hidden Cloud Village being deceived. The Ponzi scheme's exposure set off a chain reaction. He led a large, elite force out to seek revenge, leaving the rear empty, giving the Sky Ninja Village a huge advantage. Sigh. The 3rd Kage sighed repeatedly. And Mizuto, suppressing his inner rage. Those Bloodline ninjas were sowing their influence again. They were truly going too far. We couldn't let them go on like this any longer. We had to. Anoki's face was drooping, speechless, as he chain smoked. Mosa felt bitter, depressed, and drank several glasses of wine. He dedicated himself diligently to the Sand Village, working day and night as a gold miner in the desert. After years of tireless effort, he finally improved the village's situation. The village's once scarce resources became increasingly abundant. He built houses made of new materials, brought electricity, repaired roads, and installed electric lights. The villagers' employment rate soared, turning the fiscal deficit into profit. He also trained a large number of new ninja. I, Masa, am the third Kazekage, the hero of the Sand Village. But Konoha. Konoha. The ninjas of the village all sang Konoha's praises, as if everything the Sand Village had achieved was its credit. Their efforts were ignored. Masa was already busy with his ever-increasing workload, juggling his increasingly demanding official duties, working as a gold miner in the desert, finding time for training, and training disciples. And his family was a mess, clamoring for their taxes. He had no time to attend to the village gossip. He believed the ninjas of Sand Village and the villagers were discerning and would admire him, the Kazekage. But unfortunately, the masses are always ignorant, and I'm referring to Sand Village, of course. Especially under the guidance of journalists, Masa's achievements have been obscured, while Konoha's contributions have been greatly exaggerated. Why can't they see my contribution? Masa heard the whispers of the Sand Village ninjas. They were dismissive of his own efforts, their words constantly disparaging Sand Village and praising Konoha endlessly. Masa even saw the Sand Village kunoichi talking to the Konoha ninjas. After a few sips of wine, a burning sensation spread through his throat, but Masa's heart chilled. The four frustrated cages, like magnets, involuntarily clung to each other. Kazekage, this must be tough. Konoha's aid isn't so easy to come by. The Hokage wouldn't do anything that would lose money. Inoki puffed on his cigarette, his voice low, but without any gloating. We're all just like this, all wanderers. Inoki, have won, me too. Before the Kazekage could say anything, the third daimyo Ai and Mizuto, acting like freeloaders, reached out to Inoki for cigarettes. Really, can't you just buy them yourself? With the situation in Kumagakure, we need to save whenever possible. Free cigarettes taste better. Inoki rolled his eyes, pulled a pack from his pocket, and scattered the smoke around. What do you think I want? The land of wind is truly too impoverished. Sigh, a man who eats is not grateful, and a man who receives is not obligated. Masa sighed. While his status as a ninja limited his thinking, he was, after all, the Kazekage, possessing abilities beyond the ordinary. So, no matter how righteous and upright Uchiha Kusunoki acted, or how loud his slogans were, Masa never let down his guard against Konoha. He firmly believed that Konoha had some plans for the Sand Village. But Uchiha Kusunoki was using an overt scheme. To accept aid meant being infiltrated by Konoha. Uchiha Kusunoki knew it. And so did Masa. However, Konoha's methods of infiltration were numerous and varied, instilling influence bit by bit and gradually. Masa only just realized how immense Konoha's influence on the Sand Village was. However, the Sand Village had been in such dire straits back then, and Konoha's assistance was like a drowning man grasping at a straw. Once grasped, they couldn't let go. Nothing could be done now. So, we can't sit idly by and wait for death. If Konoha continues like this, our ninja village will eventually. Kazekage, you rejected me last time in the land of birds. What about this time? Inoki took a deep drag on his cigarette and slowly exhaled, the smoke lingering in the air. Meanwhile, Inoki, the third daimyo, and Mizuto involuntarily scooted closer together, their eyes simultaneously fixed on Masa. It seems, you three have already discussed this. Masa looked at the three standing together with a wry smile on his face. It was truly a difficult decision. Although Masa complained, but his favorability towards Konoha is still very high, at least above the passing line. After all, Konoha has been providing real financial support to the Sand Village over the years, and the relationship between Masa and Uchiha Kusunoki has always been very good. They would greet each other and give each other gifts during the new year. The connection between the two villages has become increasingly close. Konoha has not wronged the Sand Village. On the contrary, it has done a great favor to the Sand Village. Should he be as capricious as Inoki and be a backstabbing villain? However, Konoha is too powerful, so powerful that even allies of Konoha would be terrified. Moreover, the favorability of the ninjas in the village towards Konoha is too high. Konoha's influence in the Sand Village must be weakened. After all, it is really a headache to pay for it. Kazekage, you have to think carefully. We just want to stick together and keep Konoha from becoming too powerful to destroy us. If we don't work together at this time, Konoha will only become stronger. We don't want to go to war with Konoha. It's just, a single dominant power won't benefit us either. The third Kage Ai and Mizuto joined in the persuasion. Okay, Konoha is indeed too powerful and needs to be curbed. I can cooperate with you, But the Sand Village won't stand on your side openly, they'll only cooperate with you in secret. Masa was still reluctant to give up Konoha's aid. If Konoha fell out with him and withdrew its aid, Masa dreaded the prospect of Sand Village returning to its former glory. It might even return to its former glory. And if he wanted to make Konoha his enemy, or even go to war, the first people to disagree would be the Sand Village residents. So, Masa planned to have his cake and eat it too. No problem, happy cooperation. Inoki extended his hand. He didn't even expect to convince Masa to become an enemy of Konoha, he just wanted her to side with him on certain grounds. Happy cooperation. Masa shook hands with Inoki first, then with the Sandai and Mizuto in turn. Tell me about your plan. First of all, we can't waste any more time on meaningless wars, for example, the Rain Village. The Kazakage, you must know that Konoha has always supported the Rain Village. What about the daimyo? Konoha stands with the Rain Village. We, the 4 major ninja villages, stand together. The daimyo, we should emulate Konoha. I've been studying Konoha again recently. The nobles in the Land of Fire have been slaughtered over and over again by Konoha. Damn, are you guys going to do something so big? Time waits for no one. That's what Konoha does. Just copy it, but we can start with a small step. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 237. As everyone knows, Uchiha never keeps his promise to Senju Tobirama. The New Year's outdoor party is over. Life has returned to its usual mundane and dull state. Konoha and the 4 major ninja villages are still searching the world for traces of the Soren ninja village. The ninjas are running themselves ragged. The 5 bosses sit in a tent for their daily meeting to report progress, drink tea, and exchange experiences as Kage. Well, the current progress is 0. The Soren ninja village is hiding too well, so all that's left is tea, boasting, and exchanging experiences. However, Uchiha Kusunoki is in a good mood. The other 4 Kage are in a bad mood. An outdoor party has fostered communication between the 5 major ninja villages. The ninjas from the 4 villages chat with the Konoha ninjas with envy. As they chat, an unprecedented reconciliation begins. The ninjas from the 4 villages are curious about how the Konoha ninjas are treated. What? Can the various expenses you incur on missions be reimbursed? Yes, we in Konoha have our own military factories. After review, up to half can be reimbursed. We are completely self-sufficient. Are there subsidies for missions? Jinan get them. Favor bonuses are given on holidays. What favor? The favor of Hokage-sama, triple for Chinese New Year. Hiss. Why do you have more than 3 times in your hand? Hokage-sama distributed favor red envelopes yesterday, and every ninja stationed there got a share. Is your Kage so stingy that he didn't even send a New Year's red envelope for a business trip during the Chinese New Year? Well, maybe he forgot. You also disclosed some A-level ninjutsu, and those that don't require hand seals. Can you disclose all of this, change jobs to become a medical ninjutsu, and learn medical ninjutsu for free? Of course it's not that simple. This is a special grant. You have to sign a contract. After you finish your studies, you have to work for Konoha Hospital. The big account reconciliation after the open-air party broke the defense of the ninjas from the 4 major ninja villages. The ninjas' loyalty to their village plummeted, a truly disheartening decline. They were envious of the Konoha ninjas, their eyes brimming with envy. Especially since Konoha had a special green card system to receive these defectors. This wasn't just a sugar-coated bullet, it was a sugar-coated nuclear bomb. If it weren't for the village's brutal treatment of defectors, a significant number of ninjas would have removed their HUD badges and carved a scar on the very day of the reconciliation. They would fight tooth and nail to obtain Konoha's green card and wear its dog tags. However, obtaining a Konoha green card wasn't easy. It required a pledge of allegiance, perhaps intelligence, ninjutsu, or something else, like making significant contributions to Konoha. Hard times weren't to be feared. A ninja was supposed to endure hardship. But even the most patient ninja couldn't be expected to endure forever. It wasn't like he was going undercover, 3 years after 3 years. When would this hardship end? The 4 Kages had no answer to this question. The lower and mid-level ninjas were apprehensive, believing they had no future in their own shabby village. Even the higher-ranking ninjas, like the Jonin, were wavering, realizing they held something real. The 4Hokage, worried about their ninja being affected by Konoha's sugar-coated nuclear bomb, were sending more and more of their ninjas out. Hurry, everyone. Find the empty ninja village, we can't give them another chance to settle accounts. If this continues, the 4Hokage fear a massive defection. However, no matter how dire the situation, the Cage had to force themselves to attend the meeting, at least not to show any signs of unease in front of Uchiha Kusunoki. Masa, Inoki, and Mizuto all put on fake smiles, but the third AI wore a scowl. In the spirit of a playful person, Uchiha Kusunoki decided to console and show off his superiority. The third AI. Hokage, why are you so down? Still worried about things at home? Thank you, Hokage, for your concern. I received another letter from Kumagakure yesterday. She was once a noble woman, now the widow of a Jonin. I had a close personal relationship with her husband. In the attack by the air ninjas, she lost nearly all her family, including her husband, eldest son, and eldest daughter. Now, only her youngest son, less than a year old, is left. She herself was seriously injured in the attack. The poisonous gas in the air also caused secondary damage to her, and she fell into deep coma. After a lot of rescue efforts, she finally woke up. It's just that because of her coma, her son, less than a year old, had no one to take care of him, so he had to be temporarily placed in a nearby orphanage. But the orphanage has always been short of funds, and now the village can't provide more. Too many orphans are already malnourished. Sande Mei's voice was tearful, and Uchiha Non couldn't smile at this moment. This was indeed a bit of hell. The Sky Ninja Village is completely devoid of conscience. They must be eliminated. I agree, the Hokage is right. Uchiha Kusunoki glanced at Inoki and Masa, who were chiming in. Don't just shout. Show some real action. You made a lot of money back when the three of us were together taking advantage of those dark-skinned guys. Disgusting, disgusting. Hokage, I have every sympathy for your village's plight. In the spirit of humanitarianism, Konoha will aid the Hidden Cloud Village, both financially and physically. As soon as Uchiha Kusunoki finished speaking, Masa and Mizuto looked incredulous. No, buddy, are you serious? Konoha will send a rescue team to Kumo Village to treat the wounded and provide you with emergency supplies, including food and medical supplies. We will also send Konoha reporters to broadcast live, exposing the crimes of the Soren Ninja Village. We can take this opportunity to establish the Ninja Red Cross and raise funds throughout the ninja world, encouraging kind-hearted people to contribute. This organization will exist for a long time and contribute to peace in the ninja world. Uchiha Non finished his words word by word, and the third AI's eyes moistened. He hadn't expected Uchiha Non to lend a hand at this time, contributing both money and effort, and to establish an organization in the ninja world. What a nice name. For peace in the ninja world. Hokage-sama, on behalf of all the people of Kumo Village, I express my most sincere gratitude to you. The third AI's heartfelt words flowed, subconsciously forgetting the fact that Konoha had exploited him. Of course, Uchiha Non nodded repeatedly. It's quite worthwhile for Konoha to spend a small amount of money to gain a good reputation in the ninja world. As for the Ninja Red Cross, it was Uchiha Kusunoki's impromptu idea, perfectly positioned to leverage the 5 great ninja villages' reputation. It's all for the sake of peace in the ninja world. What a catchy slogan. The 5 great ninja villages contribute. How could the daimyo of the 5 great ninja villages not contribute? If the daimyo of the 5 great ninja villages contribute, how could the daimyo of the small ninja kingdoms not contribute? If the daimyo of the 5 great ninja villages contribute, how could the nobles and merchants not contribute? If the nobles and merchants contribute, how could the nobles and merchants not contribute? If the nobles and merchants contribute, how could Konoha manage such a large philanthropic organization? It's reasonable to charge a management fee for Konoha, considering they have to send people to go through the time-consuming and laborious process of procuring all sorts of supplies. What? The detailed account books? That's an internal secret, so of course they won't be made public. Ahem. That's a bit too much? Forget it, let's make it public. Uchiha Kusunoki felt his moral integrity couldn't be lowered so quickly. A charity without public accounts. Tisk, tisk, tisk. He still wanted to be a good person in the secular sense, doing a little good for the ninja world. But there's still a management fee, even if it's 5%, with so many people in the ninja world, it's a huge sum. And this isn't a one-time deal, it can be a long-term investment. Using other people's money, I can build my own reputation, and still make some money. So cool. How could I be so clever, coming up with such a brilliant idea in just a split second? Uchiha Kusunoki mentally praised his own wit as he dealt with the third Hokage. Since the Hokage has spoken, I can't stand idly by. The Sand Village has always loved peace, and that can't be tolerated. Well, the Kurigakure naturally wants peace in the ninja world, too. The Konoha Hokage had spoken. Inoki, Masa, and Mizuto, who had been watching from the sidelines, had no choice but to follow suit. After all, they had just recently agreed with the third Hokage to join forces against Konoha. Now, Konoha, the village most at odds with Ikumo village, had extended a helping hand. If they continued to dither and feign silence, wouldn't their alliance become a joke? Inoki was fine. Iwagakure was already planning to give Kumagakure a helping hand. But Masa and Mizuto, while smiling on the surface, were secretly cursing. Damn it. If I had known, I wouldn't be sitting here drinking tea and bragging. What a loss. Hokage-sama, you are truly a great benefactor of the ninja world, the conscience of the ninja world. Mizuto gritted his teeth, his words tinged with sarcasm. Thank you, Uchiha Kusunoki said perfunctorily, his mind unfocused on Mizuto, his thoughts deep in thought. Of the 5 great ninja villages, Sand Village and Iwagakure both had a large number of Konoha merchants doing business there. Kumagakure was the only one left on the continent, and Konoha merchants hadn't yet arrived in large numbers. He had to seize this opportunity to pave a new path for Konoha's merchants. Reikage, regarding the reconstruction of Kumagakure village, Konoha's engineering team has the most advanced construction experience in building materials. Uchiha Kusunoki expertly pitched his services, aiming to secure a large contract for Konoha's construction workers. They'd lucked into golden age, riding the wave of opportunity. These days, it's a golden age for construction workers. When they're constantly working on plastering and drift off to sleep to the sound of pile drivers. Both Iwagakure and Sunagakure were clients of theirs, and the houses they built were praised by their clients. Kazakage, Tsuchikage, isn't that right? Uchiha Kusunoki glanced at Inoki and Masa. Konoha's construction team had secured several large contracts in their villages. Indeed, thank you very much, Hokage, the third AI nodded. As long as Konoha's price was right, outsourcing the village's reconstruction to Konoha's construction team wouldn't be a problem. Konoha's businesses are quite extensive, such as the power grid and chakra trading. Konoha merchants are happy to do business in Kumagakure. They are honest and law-abiding businessmen, Uchiha Kusunoki continued, addressing the third AI. As he spoke, he waved and called over his Nara clan members, drafting several business cooperation agreements on the spot. Extreme efficiency. That's what we need to learn. Inoki and the others watched in amazement. No wonder Konoha was so profitable. From the Hokage to his ninjas, every one of them was a master of commerce. Hokage-sama, you are truly a genius at business, and you have such capable subordinates. We in Iwagakure should learn from Konoha. 1 + 1, me too, well said. As Inoki opened his mouth, a stream of flattery followed, and Uchiha Kusunoki was deeply impressed. Who doesn't like flattery? And the one saying it was from a Kage of his own rank. Hokage, are you interested in giving us some advice on business? The Mizukage suddenly spoke, looking at Uchiha Kusunoki. He'd been ripped off by Konoha while sipping tea, and he couldn't let it go to waste. He had to seize this opportunity to learn something real from the Hokage. It's simple, if we're going to do business, we have to do it big. Konoha has never been about taking money from the poor. Then whose money should we take? Whoever has money, and we have to make it while we're still standing. Uchiha Kusunoki felt he'd made his point perfectly clear. If the 4 people before him didn't catch on, they deserved a lifetime of hardship and poverty. Hokage, one word from you is worth 10 years of reading. Inoki, understanding, blinked and praised. Hi, Masa gave a thumbs up. Hard, Mizuto followed suit. Really, Hokage-sama, high and hard, you're so kind, so kind. Uchiha Kusunoki waved his hand. Could it be that you, a bunch of blockheads, have finally come to your senses? Then, the third AI accepted several business contracts, intending to take them back and study them. He didn't dare sign them rashly, not because he wasn't confident in Konoha. Well, the third AI simply wasn't confident in Konoha. After all, the previous pitfall was a massive one. Moreover, compared to these business contracts, the third AI was more concerned about when the aid Uchiha had mentioned would be delivered. After all, they had to get through this winter first. Winters in the ninja world are notoriously harsh. Hokage-sama, when will the aid you mentioned be delivered? The third AI asked about the aid. Only if Uchiha provided the financial assistance would the other 3 ninja villages be willing to follow suit. Reikage, you'll see Konoha's aid appear in Kumagakure within a week, Uchiha confidently stated. He understood the principle of giving before taking. He never reneged on a promise he made. Except, of course, for his promise to Tobirama Senju. Everyone knows it. Uchiha is an Uchiha, and Uchiha never keeps their promises to Senju Tobirama. Chapter 238, a little work done by the Konoha Hokage in the Hidden Cloud Village. Time slipped by. After finishing their tea, the 4 Kage left Uchiha Kusunoki's tent and returned to their respective ninja villages. The third AI returned jubilantly, clutching a stack of agreements. He planned to discuss with the leaders of Kumagakure village whether to accept Konoha's offer of cooperation. People can't teach people, but things can teach people. When Blue Sky Project Company, Limited was promoting this scam, the third AI initially consulted with the Kumagakure leaders, but later he almost made all the decisions on his own. That night, Narashikado, far away in Konoha, received an urgent letter from Uchiha Kusunoki. In the spirit of humanitarianism, Konoha will dispatch a rescue team to the Hidden Cloud Village and allocate a batch of supplies. You will be responsible for arranging the personnel, also. Konoha will initiate a series of cooperation projects with the Hidden Cloud Village, primarily in areas such as XXX. Implement the specific cooperation plans as soon as possible. Not only that, Konoha will establish an organization called the Ninja Red Cross, primarily to solicit donations from shinobi daimyos, wealthy merchants, and ordinary people. This will be used to. The letter contained little in the form of shaky handwriting, with the words for Konoha written in large letters. Narashikao's head sank as he read it. Between the lines, he could discern the gist of the letter. It contained 2 words, overtime. The moment he finished reading, Narashikao nearly fainted. Only his colleagues could help him. Narashikao hadn't slept in 2 days. Even for a ninja, such a long period without rest inevitably left him with noticeable dark circles under his eyes. No one liked working overtime, especially during holidays or the Lunar New Year holiday. But because of the whole matter of the Sky Country, not only did they have to count all the money that they had taken from the Sky Country, but also a lot of gold, silver, jewelry, antiques, calligraphy and paintings. Finally, they had to register and store them. This was an extremely tedious process. Kakuzu was so happy that he couldn't sleep all night and sent several clones to help, while his original body was still struggling in the future's business. In addition to money, there were also scientific researchers, engineers, teachers, and outstanding technicians from the Sky Country. These people were all the focus of Uchiha, and they all had to be brought to Konoha to make a difference. When the Hokage gave the order, someone had to work hard behind the scenes. Narashikado and his team had not left the Hokage building for a month, and they had to eat, drink, defecate and urinate there. Now, thanks to Uchiha-nan's sudden inspiration, the Hokage building's hard-working staff have been burdened with a massive workload. They're forced to work tirelessly, preparing documents, processing data, and arranging personnel. Master Shikado, what on earth is going on? Narashikado's colleagues all had dark circles under their eyes, their expressions revealing an unmistakable exhaustion. What could have been in the Hokage's letter? What could have frightened Master Shikado so much? Our scheduled vacation is cancelled, so we have to work overtime again. What? Why do we have to work overtime again? The colleagues around them were confused. They only knew they had to work overtime again, their eyes darkening and they almost fainted. Fortunately, the medical ninja was on call and rushed in just in time. With one hand pinching their philtrum, the other hand emitted a green light, performing a medical ninjutsu. This gave them a break. Our annual leave has been used up. Didn't we say we could take a few days off after this busy period? Why do we have to work overtime again? Have we been working overtime for 3 months straight? Yes. How long will this shift last? We're not beasts of burden, we're human beings. The colleagues were buzzing with discussion. But Narashikaon, Uchiha-nan's confidant, stood up in time, even though he felt frustrated. Ninjas are patient people. We're doing this for Konoha. Didn't the Hokage pay you overtime? So many people who want to work overtime don't even have the means. Narashikaon's words were harsh, and the room fell silent for a while. Yes, Konoha is so big, there is no shortage of cattle and horses. If you don't do it, There are plenty of people who want to do it. Not only do they work more than you, but they can also stay up late more than you. You can also take the initiative to apply for a reduction in salary. Sir Shikayan, we will just work overtime. Yes, boss, you give the order. How long will it take this time? 3 months, maybe half a year. That night, the Hokage building of Konoha was brightly lit, and the lights were on from late at night today. The blessings of Lord Hokage are inexhaustible. The Hidden Cloud Tent. We have been discussing this for so long. Do you think our Hidden Cloud Village can sign these agreements? A long table filled with the Hidden Cloud Village's top leaders sat around it. The third generation AI looked at them and spoke slowly. The agreement finalized every aspect of the business. Konoha would provide the capital, technology, and the majority of the shares, while the Hidden Cloud Village would provide the manpower and physical strength. If they made money, everyone would be happy. Uchiha Kusunoki had originally wanted them to grow cotton. But it was a pity that cotton wasn't grown in the Land of Lightning. However, the Land of Lightning was rich in minerals, especially iron ore, and the quality of the local iron ore was no less than that of the Iron Country. Industrialization was fundamentally dependent on steel. The current steel production in the ninja world was insufficient, and it would likely take decades before saturation was reached. Therefore, establishing a steel mill was a lucrative business. Konoha had the money and technology, and all the production tools, marketing personnel, and even workers could be put in place in a short period of time. However, there was one difficult issue: where to obtain cheap, high-quality iron ore. The Hidden Cloud Village didn't own any iron ore. The big miners aren't fools. They can make that money themselves, so why would they take Kumagakure with them? Konoha slaughtered countless people in the Land of Fire to acquire so much iron ore at such a low price. No matter how arrogant Uchiha Kusunoki is, he wouldn't send Konoha ninjas to the Land of Lightning to kill nobles. So Kumagakure has to handle this task themselves. Konoha is what it is today because Uchiha Kusunoki led a group of men to take up arms, smash the disgusting, filthy ninja world, and started doing something respectable. Ninjas can't continue in this muddled state. Of course, the Rain Village's approach isn't working either. It's too far-fetched. Sweeping everyone under the carpet. Order is always better than no order. The Rain Country's leadership remains chaotic, the political situation volatile, and public sentiment unsettled. Uchiha Kusunoki hopes to rally more people to his side through his own methods. Weakening Kumagakure and awakening the ninja are two different things. Uchiha Kusunoki's ambition has never been to dominate the ninja world. He already has that. Now, we have to pursue something spiritual. I think so. Forget it. Konoha can't be so kind. It might just be another trap. This time, Konoha's throwing all that dirty work at us. If we fall out with the daimyo and the nobles, do you know what that means? How bad can the situation get? We in Kumo Village are already in this state. Let's burn our boats. Lord Raikage, what do you think? We'll do as you say. Yes, we'll do as you say. The ball was kicked back. Before the air ninja attacked Kumo Village, these high-ranking officials were still debating whether to replace the Raikage. But now, they have no such thoughts. Kumo Village is no longer just being exploited. It's their hometown bombed into ruins. The third generation has retired. Who will take the blame? Who can shoulder this huge mess? Let's just make do with our lives. Then I'll make the decision on this matter. Regarding the cooperation with Konoha, I think we can give it a try. The third AI decided to take a gamble, trusting Konoha once and for all. That day, sighing, the third AI could only trudge on the arduous road to Uchiha Kusunoki's tent, intending to sign a comprehensive agreement with Konoha. Raikage, you won't regret your decision today. Once we've resolved the issue with the Sky Ninja Village, we'll get started. That damned Senju Tobirama, was the second Hokage, and he left me with a mountain of debt. And yet, Konoha is still thriving. Let's grow stronger together and achieve greater glory. Uchiha Kusunoki expertly fed the third AI a mouthful of chicken soup, and the third AI echoed him. As they chatted, they brought up an old story. During the First Shinobi World War, Konoha lost its second Hokage, and the Hidden Cloud Village also lost its second Raikage. We in Konoha won't mention the past, and neither should you. The Kumagakure, to count the heroes of the present, we must look to the present. As long as the Nidaime is alive, we'll never rise to prominence. Believe me, failure is bitter, but as time goes by, things change. As long as Konoha and the Kumagakure work together, we can. Uchiha Non waved his hand. He was deeply grateful to the Kumagakure, to Kinkaku and Jinkaku. Even in the Ponzi scheme, at the beginning, Uchiha not only wanted to profit from those nobles. The Kumagakure was just a sideline, not a profit. Who knew Kakuzu? So, Hokage-sama, where do you plan to start? The third AI felt uneasy listening to the chicken soup. He had a feeling the Hokage before him was going to do something extraordinary in the land of lightning. Reikage, you have to understand that business competition is brutal, rife with zero-sum games, winner-takes-all dynamics. It's no less intense than the life and death struggles between ninjas, only the locations where they erupt are more secretive and intense. So our goal from the start was to be the industry leader. Only by becoming the boss and monopolizing an industry can we make money. The first step is to send fruit baskets to those big miners and landowners, then, while we're at it, negotiate the transfer of their land and minerals. Send fruit baskets. Will sending them fruit baskets make them sell their land and minerals twice cheaper? Add a bucket of peanut oil to that. The second step is to send all those who disagree to the transfer to the six-path sage. Hiss, all of them. The third AI knew Konoha had killed many people in the land of fire, but he hadn't expected the Hokage to make such a casual statement about killing nobles. What about the daimyo? That's easy. Send a ninja tonight with a shuriken and place it by his bed. Isn't that rebellion? The third generation AI still couldn't keep up with Uchiha Nan's train of thought. He was still a conservative a few days ago, but he was forced to take risks. If he didn't make a few big cuts, when would the Hidden Cloud Village be able to stand up? But the third generation AI never thought of rebelling against the daimyo. The daimyo of the Land of Lightning was quite good to the Hidden Cloud Village, and he was never vague when it came to paying money. People can't always repay kindness with enmity. It's a rebellion. Isn't what I said clear enough? The daimyo of the Land of Lightning is very good to the Hidden Cloud Village. He and I are distant relatives, so we are related. Uchiha Kusunoki nodded. This is not surprising. The daimyo and the ninja family have always maintained a good relationship. Due to blood inheritance, secret teachings and various other reasons, ninja girls rarely marry out of the family, but it is a basic practice for the daimyo to marry his daughter out. The daimyo of the Land of Fire has always wanted to be Uchiha Kusunoki's father-in-law and stuffed a daughter into his side. Okay, I have another way, but it's more troublesome and will waste some time. Those nobles have a lot of black material under their buttocks. Gathering intelligence is the basic skill of us ninjas. Let's collect all the black material and then blackmail them. If they don't transfer the iron ore at a low price, we will expose it. To put it simply, the Hidden Cloud Village will prepare a biography of all officials of the Land of Lightning. According to tradition, ninjas cannot interfere in state affairs. It is a taboo for ninjas to interfere in politics. Now is the biggest change in the ninja world that has not happened in 1,000 years. The past traditions must be smashed. If you want to accomplish extraordinary things, you must use extraordinary means, Uchiha Nan said righteously. He is the Reikage. He conspired with the Hokage of Konoha to find out the black material of the nobles of the Land of Lightning, and then took the opportunity with Konoha to embezzle various assets of the Land of Lightning. It seems like he is selling out his country. Reikage, we are ninjas. We have the most powerful military force and the most advanced technology. We must develop productivity to make everyone's life better. Combining ninjutsu and technology is what we ninjas should do. The so-called Ninja World War, all for the sake of a small share of missions and a small profit, is, in my opinion, the stupidest thing in the world. Life after life, which could have changed the world, has now died meaninglessly on the battlefield. Ninjas and nobles are two different classes. Perhaps some nobles are related to you and treat you very well. But there are only individuals who betray their class, not classes that betray their class. We ninjas should be comrades on the same front. Seeing that the third generation AI was still hesitant, Uchiha Nan immediately gave him another swig of chicken soup. Finally, he added, Lord Reikage, you don't want the Hidden Cloud Village to continue to decline, do you? After hearing this, the third generation AI made up his mind and took a big gamble. Chapter 239 The Orthodox Ninja World is in Konoha. The third Hokage returned home having signed a host of humiliating treaties. The company was jointly owned by Konoha and Kumagakure, so to safeguard the core interests of both, Uchiha Nan had added several strange conditions that the third Hokage couldn't quite grasp. These primarily involved resource plunder, tariff autonomy, debt control, and a host of other economic privileges for the company. Even Lord Lee would have spent days and nights contemplating these conditions before signing. This was an agreement the daimyo of the Land of Lightning would never sign. But thankfully, the ninja world had its own unique one country one village system. A tribute to the first Hokage. Return, Hoshirama Hokage, my most proud and devoted believer. The vivid image of wood release makes tears flow. I vaguely remember Rashomon, and the powerful Meichui hand, driving back the enemy and slaying all the rebellious ninja. Thanks to this bizarre and illogical one country, one village system, the ninja villages belong to the villages, and the nation to the nation. While the ninja villages and the nation are closely connected, they are ultimately two separate entities. Furthermore, even when the daimyo allocates funds to the ninja villages, it's conditional. The village ninjas must perform various missions for the daimyo and the nobles. Now, the third generation AI is selling the land of lightning, not the hidden cloud village. Make the hidden cloud village great again, MAGA. Uchiha impromptu speech stirred the third generation AI's spirits. Most importantly, these agreements can truly help the hidden cloud village resolve its current problems. The land of lightning is a vast nation, and while not as wealthy as the land of fire, it's not far behind. Yet, the entire pie of the land of lightning has been devoured by its insects, leaving only a tiny sliver of the cream for the hidden cloud village. This is simply outrageous. Uchiha Kusunoki wasn't Konoha's first Hokage. He was a serious university student who had endured 9 years of compulsory education, a steely, tough man who had fought his way through the First Ninja World War. Now, Uchiha Kusunoki was going to take the Kumaga cure to the table, cut a massive slice of cake, and then devour it. Both Konoha and Kumaga cure were going to feast heartily in the land of lightning. Despite his apprehension at Uchiha Kusunoki's pep talk, the third Hokage ultimately signed his name. The next day, Uchiha Kusunoki, along with the third Hokage and a group of Kumaga cure senior officials, met several prominent bankers in the land of fire. These men were leaders in the financial industry, immensely powerful, and each one a formidable tycoon. However, these men were powerless against force. The Hokage could kill your entire family with a single command. Of course, Uchiha Kusunoki wasn't so unreasonable. Business thrived on harmony. Uchiha Kusunoki still preferred to abide by some rules. He himself disliked causing chaos. After all, without rules, there's no order. And while these bankers might appear respectable and aloof, they often held the true masters above them. Despite their vast wealth, when it came time to slaughter the pigs, those entrenched in blood ties were ruthless. They saw a greater future in Konoha, so it was only natural for them to join it, becoming its minions and its white gloves. Upon hearing the Hokage's summons, the group immediately arrived near the camp. Uchiha Kusunoki led the group to meet with the third-generation AI and the Kumaga cure high-ranking officials. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the two sides immediately convened for a brief meeting. The discussion was quite simple. Uchiha Kusunoki revealed a figure that nearly made the third-generation AI and the Kumaga cure high-ranking officials faint. Hokage-sama, truly powerful and tough. Then, these minions began filling out forms and preparing to issue loans. Of course, to be on the safe side, they layered the funds on top of each other, ensuring Konoha maintained control of the company and decision-making power. All you, Kumaga cure, need to do is kill people and wait for the money to come in. The third-generation AI and the Kumaga cure high-ranking officials watched the massive amount of money flowing out of their accounts, their hearts agitated, even trembling. But it felt quite good. Shinobi had always been the underdog, but now they were the underdog. It felt amazing. Being a ninja meant being the underdog for life. Next came the arduous procurement process. Just like starting a company or a factory, you had to prepare the site, the building, the machinery, the equipment, the manpower, and so on. The land of lightning had always had no shortage of manpower. As long as the wages were a little more humane, there was no shortage of them. As for production equipment, Konoha could produce it all on its own. It was a piece of cake. Uchiha Kusunoki could solve the problem with just a few words. The only thing left to be solved was the raw materials. Spending exorbitant sums on them was out of the question. That would be a rip-off. Warlords shouldn't be controlled by others in business. This was the task the Kumo village needed to accomplish. With ample funds to smooth the way, things progressed smoothly for a while. Uchiha Kusunoki had already completed everything he needed to do, burning through a vast sum of money in just a few days. However, this deal was a significant bargain, even a steal. This investment would reap hundreds, even thousands, of times the returns for Konoha in the future. The Kumo village would gradually become more closely tied to Konoha. Reikage, the rest is up to you, the Kumo village. Yes, Hokage-sama, rest assured. The rest is up to the Kumo village. Before the third AI could reply, the Kumo village leaders behind him spoke in unison. The Kumo village was now rotten to the ground, and the prestige of the third AI, the Reikage, had plummeted to the bottom. He simply couldn't control it as he once did. Once the matter of the Sky Village is resolved, if the third AI can maintain the Hidden Cloud Village and prevent civil unrest, he'll be considered a master. Many are probably already thinking about how to benefit, and benefiting Konoha is naturally the best option. Now Konoha is willing to bring the Hidden Cloud Village along for the ride, even with real money, though some of that money was originally theirs. Ahem. All the Hidden Cloud Village needs to do is perform a bit of insignificant intelligence work as usual, kill a few people, and they'll become the mastermind behind this massive business. Thank you, Konoha Hokage. There's always someone who votes with their feet. Konoha is rich and powerful, and there's a real tournament going on, so there's nothing wrong with joining Konoha. And the ninjas aren't fools. The Rain Village incident and Konoha's rise to power have made them realize that times have truly changed. It's a sign that long-standing divisions will eventually unite. The ninjas trace their ancestral roots back to the Six Paths Sage. They all descend from the ninja clan. The authentic ninja clan is in Konoha. The Uchiha clan, the legitimate heir to the Senju clan's ninja clan. Since continuing to confront Konoha head-on is pointless, it's better to conserve our strength, using it as a stepping stone to greater advancement and greater benefits. Hard times must finally come to an end. That damned Hiryoku Maru, they devoured it without a murmur. Slop bucket, it tastes really good, cough cough cough. Besides, the Hidden Cloud Village is indeed no different from Konoha. Capital, this super monster, unleashed a power no less powerful than the Ten Tails, enough to unite the third Kai and all the high-ranking officials of the Hidden Cloud Village under the command of Konoha's benevolent father. The third Kai followed suit, nodding in agreement. Although he felt immense confusion, the Hokage seemed to be playing a grand game. The Hidden Cloud Village would gain much, but also lose something. However, the Hidden Cloud Village had no choice. Even if cooperating with Konoha was courting disaster, he had to bite the bullet. The third AI had truly wrecked the Hidden Cloud Village, damaging the interests of many. Even the daimyo of the Land of Lightning and the Land of Earth disapproved of him. This was definitely not something that could be dismissed with a simple act of self-discipline. Logically, either seppuku or retirement would have appeased the victim's wrath. However, the situation shifted rapidly, and no one in the Hidden Cloud Village could stabilize the mess except the third AI. Everyone tacitly accepted that the third AI would remain the Reikage. They would wait until the situation in the Hidden Cloud Village improved, and then settle their scores. Perhaps the future of the ninja world has already been decided, but there are some things I must do. Even if I ultimately bow to Konoha, a relatively intact Hidden Cloud Village holds far greater power than one torn apart by Uchiha Kusunoki. Be patient, the third AI silently encouraged himself. Late in the evening, snow fell again. Light flakes fell, slowly covering the wilderness before him. Uchiha bid farewell to the third AI and returned to the door of his tent. He held out his fair palm and caught a small, glistening snowflake, but it quickly melted into tiny drops of water under his body heat. Another great ninja village to conquer. I've been so lucky lately. A year again, snow. Will you still be this color next year? Uchiha muttered to himself with joy, his artistic demeanor radiating. If only things could continue to go smoothly like this. Uchiha sighed inwardly. He didn't know why. Things had been going smoothly according to Uchiha plan. Yet, he felt as if there was a massive bomb buried within his family, ready to blow him to the ground. Uchiha Madara was a possibility. Who else? Could it be Senju Tobirama? Thinking carefully, since crossing over, his life had been extremely difficult, except for the time when Senju Tobirama was the head of Konoha. Not only had he had to be cautious in Konoha, but he also had to face life or death battles on the battlefield at such a young age. But ever since Senju Tobirama's death, Uchiha Kusunoki has been on a tear, unstoppable. While things occasionally seem out of his control, like Kakuzu's careless actions that left the Hidden Cloud Village bleeding and forced him to adjust his plans, these things are always unexpected. How could they always be so outrageous? Kakuzu couldn't possibly surprise him again. He was overthinking. This inexplicable sense of crisis probably stemmed from Senju Tobirama. This guy had always been dishonest. He was probably still working in the lab, cursing at him, and perhaps even making a puppet for him, requiring him to prick his pricks several times a day. Uchiha Kusunoki watched the falling snowflakes, lost in thought for a moment. Hokage-sama, of course, the color of snow never changes, snow is always white, just like my skin color, pure and flawless. If I were a human woman, Hokage-sama, you would be head over heels in love with me. Uchiha-nan heard the voice and realized no one was around. He instinctively glanced down at the ground, only to see a bald white Zetsu, half of his body etched in black. Shut up. Don't insult my dearest brother. Black Zetsu, controlling half of his arm, slapped White Zetsu. A mere tool, White Zetsu. Who do you think you are? You're so arrogant. You're trying to cling to my brother and touch his peeled egg face. Are you worthy enough? Ahem, ow. Show some care for mentally retarded children, don't be so idiotic. Uchiha-nan's face lit up with joy. He had been waiting so long for his Sam to finally arrive. This desolate wilderness was meaningless. There was no soft, big bed, no sweet-smelling girl to cuddle with when I slept. Now that is here, the location for the Sky Ninja Village is secured. Uchiha-nan casually waved his hand, unconcerned with White Zetsu's words. Who would argue with a mentally retarded White Zetsu? Hokage-sama, that's too much? I'm not mentally retarded, I'm just a bit retarded. By the way, Hokage-sama, Black Zetsu-sama won't let my partner and I continue to follow him, so can we both work at Konoha's TV station? I've got a lot of shows in mind. White Zetsu looked aggrieved. But he was mentally retarded, after all. He'd veered off topic, talking about working at the TV station, dancing with excitement. But before he could finish, Black Zetsu slapped him again, and he completely quieted down, sinking into a state of isolation. Don't be angry, ow. Since White Zetsu truly wants to debut, let him go. You have 2 White Zetsu under your command anyway. Uchiha-nan saw that the bald White Zetsu was obsessed with appearing on TV, so he thankfully obliged. This guy would be a fantastic show host. Even little Agiano could get a Mercedes-Benz online by acting crazy, so the White Zetsu before him couldn't be any worse. White Zetsu's tongue was full of dirty tricks. And anyway, he didn't have to pay White Zetsu a salary. Since Big Brother says so, great. Upon hearing Black Zetsu's agreement, bald White Zetsu wanted to pop a bottle of champagne and celebrate right there. He'd be a huge star in the ninja world from now on. Shut up, you're so noisy. Black Zetsu looked at White Zetsu, who was starting to act crazy again, and used half of his body to slap him. Then White Zetsu calmed down. Alright, Dao, you're finally back. I've been waiting for you for a long time. As usual, Uchiha-nan saw Black Zetsu dismount from White Zetsu's body and touched his smooth head. It felt really good. Chapter 240 Uchiha-nan, Tobirama, your workload is still not saturated, please add a little more. Uchiha Kusunoki, as he'd hoped, obtained intelligence on the Soren Ninja Village from Black Zetsu. As long as he found its exact location, the rest would be easy. Soren Ninja Village, you deserved your death. The next day, Uchiha Kusunoki summoned the 4-Kage to his operations meeting room. He crossed his fingers, donning the black-rimmed glasses he'd prepared for this time, striking a commanding pose that couldn't be more classic. Everyone, we've finally found the Soren Ninja Village. It's in the ninja world. Kill them all, leave no one alive. Before Uchiha Kusunoki could finish his words, the 3rd Kage AI spoke impatiently. Anoki of Iwagakure, agreed. Mizuto of Mist, that's right. Masa of Sand Village, we must end this swiftly. The other 3 Kage immediately echoed the 3rd Kage AI's lead. Damn Soren Ninja Village. It's all your fault. Originally, the villagers were unaware of the treatment of Konoha's ninjas. Now everyone knows. People are unsettled, and it's hard to lead the team. If they continue to reconcile accounts like this, the village's roof will collapse. The morale of the troops is high. Uchiha Kusunoki, the supreme commander of the 5 ninja coalition, nodded with satisfaction and issued the highest battle order. Since everyone's stance is clear, let's completely annihilate the Sky Village. The Sky Village's hiding place is near a valley in the primeval forest. Everyone, organize the ninja army to surround this area. All forces will attack directly. Don't give them any chance to hide or escape, okay? The 4-Kage responded in unison. A few days later. Ambition is unfulfilled, and the sky is filled with sorrow. The dignified Sky Ninja leader, can't even drink honey water now. The Sky Ninja leader sat blankly in his office chair, sighing deeply. He had always concealed a great ambition, that is, to rule the world. First, to gain the title of the 6th largest ninja village, then to strengthen the Sky Country, and finally to destroy the other 4 ninja villages one by one. Without this absolute ambition, he wouldn't have been able to persevere until now. Not everyone can spend so many years treading a path unknown to the world, pursuing seemingly endless research. But reality is cruel. Brother, you must continue to practice. The Sky Ninja leader's ambitions had barely borne fruit, barely taken root, when Konoha abruptly cut them short. He'd planned everything, but he hadn't anticipated Konoha would actually stand up for Kumagakure and form a coalition of 5 ninjas to attack the Sky Ninja. The 5 ninjas were too formidable a force for the Sky Ninja, so the Sky Ninja leader chose to temporarily avoid the attack. Hiding from place to place would have been fine, but now the Sky Country had been destroyed. The Sky Ninja village was like a rootless duckweed. What should I do now? The Sky Ninja leader was racked with anxiety. He'd promised his ninja village so many great things, that the Sky Ninja village's path was right, that as long as they kept moving forward, they would surely rise to prominence and become the 6th largest ninja village in the ninja world. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to contain these scattered Sky Ninjas for so many years, forcing them to continuously develop technology under such difficult circumstances. They'd finally established an air force and invented the Zero Tail, yet they were forced to hide in the mountains, continue to play the fool. And even their own country was destroyed. The Sky Ninja leader immediately suppressed this news. Otherwise, he couldn't imagine the kind of civil unrest that would have erupted within the Sky Ninja village. But truth inevitably comes to light. First, the food stored in Angkor Fortress won't last much longer, and they'll have to send out to procure food and other supplies. Second, they have a group of major scientific researchers to support, and they can't afford to neglect them. Without research funding and resources, these researchers would be furious. But these people are the future of the Sky Ninjas, and funding must be secured. But now, the 5 ninjas are searching the world for the Sky Ninja village. Whether it's to restock supplies or gather funds, they inevitably have to interact with the outside world. Sooner or later, the Sky Ninjas will learn of the Sky Country's destruction. Moreover, once contact with the outside world occurred, hiding the Sky Village from the 5 ninjas would be impossible. The ensuing problems kept the Sky Ninja leader awake all night. He couldn't eat or sleep well, and his honey water ran out. He felt like he was underwater, sinking slowly, drowning and suffocating. It was truly devastating. Oh no, Chief! A Sky Ninja rushed into the leader's office, his face filled with fear. What's wrong? What happened? The Sky Ninja leader jerked his head up, a flicker of impatience in his eyes, but quickly regained his composure. Suppressing his inner anxiety, he asked in a deep voice, Chief, the 5 ninjas have discovered our tracks. They're heading this way. The Sky Ninja gasped, his voice trembling. We seem to be surrounded. Surrounded? Impossible. This is impossible. East is Konoha. West, Iwagakure and Kumagakure. South, Mist and Sanjakure. What about the north? Chief, there's a valley to the north, and mountains behind it. The aerial ninja leader suddenly jumped up from his chair, a flicker of panic in his eyes. He asked questions in succession, trying to locate the enemy in every direction. He had hidden so well, yet the 5 ninjas had discovered him, and even surrounded the aerial ninja village silently. Quick, notify everyone and prepare to evacuate. Research personnel, prioritize evacuation. All important data and research results must be taken away. The aerial ninja leader quickly calmed down and began giving orders. But, Chief, where do we flee to? The aerial ninja asked after a moment's hesitation. The aerial ninja leader was silent for a moment, a flicker of helplessness in his eyes. The aerial ninja village had been forced into this state. Deep down, he had known this day would come, but he hadn't expected it to happen so soon. He took a deep breath and said, Everyone, retreat to Angkor Fortress. It's our last hope of escape. Inform everyone to follow the predetermined plan and don't panic. Yes, the Sky Ninja immediately turned and left to convey the leader's orders. Could it be that my ambition is truly nothing more than a dream? The Sky Ninja leader muttered to himself, a trace of sadness in his eyes. But now was clearly not the time for sentimentality. He still had to activate Angkor Fortress, which would take some time. And it was clearly too late to assemble all the air forces now. However, just as he was about to leave the office and head to the activation center at Angkor Fortress, the Zero Tail, which he had been hiding in his sleeve, suddenly screamed. It was as if Something incredibly deadly was approaching from here. And not just one. It seemed like 5. The Sky Ninja leader, alerted, rushed out of the room, but Alice, it was too late. Boom. The third AI's body emanated powerful chakra, and lightning flashed from his body. With one punch, he pierced the body of the Aura Ninja in front of him, sending blood splattering. After dispatching one of the soldiers, the third AI turned to the Aura Ninja leader with a sinister smile. Raikage, you're running too fast. Yes, it's human nature. Well, Uchiha Kusunoki and the other 3 Kage arrived late, still complaining. This was a decapitation operation. The 5 Kage had assembled. Not even the first Shinobi World War had seen such a magnificent lineup. And the third AI, driven by vengeance, must personally slay the Aura Ninja leader. Ever since the 5 of them stormed into the Aura Ninja, the third AI had maintained breakneck speed, charging forward at top speed. With Tobirama Senju already dead, it was no exaggeration to say that the third AI was the fastest ninja in the world. Uchiha Kusunoki and the other 3 Kage kept chasing, dispatching the Aura Ninja soldiers who appeared ahead with a single blow from the third AI. The aerial ninja leader's mind went blank, but it was clear that the third AI wasn't going to give him a chance to speak. The third AI roared, charging forward. His body was like a flash of lightning, leaving a trail of afterimages in the air. Simultaneously, he unleashed a punch at the aerial ninja leader, a punch imbued with powerful lightning-released chakra. The aerial ninja leader, struck by the blow, flew backward like a kite with its string cut, then crashed through several buildings. As the smoke cleared, the aerial ninja leader stumbled to his feet from the rubble, his body covered in massive wounds that exposed his bones and internal organs. Those present were experts, and they all knew the severity of such injuries. He was probably doomed. Damn it. You forced me to do this. Facing the 5 Kage's encirclement, the aerial ninja leader, knowing his fate was uncertain, chose to fuse directly with a zero tail. Let me show you the true power of the zero tail. After a few breaths, the Aura Ninja leader had recovered to his full form, even surpassing it. After fusing with a zero tail, the Aura Ninja leader's body grew taller and stronger, like a Super Saiyan who had achieved a complete ki. The gray hair that had once appeared on his temples due to the passage of time and aging had now completely transformed into a stronger, more powerful black. Aura Ninja leader Zhou Shen was brimming with powerful chakra, his muscular body bulging with strength. The third generation AI's eyes immediately grew serious. What kind of jutsu is this? I've never seen it before. Could it be that zero tail? After forcibly fusing with a zero tail, the Aura Ninja leader felt the surge of chakra within his body, his confidence soaring. He felt he could now defeat 10 Raikages. Facing the third generation AI in front of him, and with Uchiha Kusunoki, Inoki, Mizuto, and Masa behind him, he not only did not flee, but instead charged forward, intending to engage the third generation AI in hand-to-hand combat. Let's fight, the Sky Ninja leader roared, charging towards the third AI. But this was another pathetic wretch, blinded by his sudden surge of power. In close combat, the third AI stood at the pinnacle of the ninja world. Not only was he tough, but he was also incredibly fast, and his attack was incredibly powerful. In Naruto, the third AI's physique was so formidable that he could withstand Naruto's wind-style Rasen Shuriken at close range and even strike back. That was a wind-style Rasen Shuriken. And a close-range blow at that. The sheer force of that was truly undeniable, and even then, he remained silent. As for speed, the third AI should have been slightly faster than the fourth AI. However, the ninja world's shrew little fellow, Minato Namikaze, was only slightly faster than the fourth AI. Therefore, the third AI's speed was the ninja world's top 10. Furthermore, the third AI's offensive power was unparalleled, having suppressed the 8 tails numerous times and even severing all of its tails at once with a single strike of his Ippon Kanju. The lightning-shaped wound on his chest was inflicted by himself. Facing the charging aerial ninja leader, the third generation AI sent him flying once again, this time with no chance to rise. A flurry of blows rained down on the aerial ninja leader, knocking him unconscious. However, even with the severe injuries and his consciousness blurred to the point of dissipation, his body continued to rapidly repair itself. Uchiha Kusunoki and the other 3 Kage watched in amazement, but had no interest in joining in. This was the third generation AI's battle. They had only joined in as a precautionary measure. If the Angkor fortress was truly activated, flying in the air would be a problem. If it were damaged and fell from the sky, repairs would be costly. Furthermore, the explosion would cause considerable damage. If the aerial ninja village's experimental personnel, research materials, and scientific research achievements were destroyed, it would be a disastrous loss. Uchiha Kusunoki could not accept such a loss. At this point, the battle was essentially over. In the original story, Shenin possessed two forbidden medical techniques, flesh regeneration and flesh revitalization. This technique likely originated from the present-day Aura ninja leader. Initially, he sent Naruto fleeing in panic, but ultimately triumphed through a combination of verbal tactical tactics and explosive power. However, this depended on the opponent. While he might have been able to maintain his composure against the still immature Naruto, he was clearly no match for the third-generation AI. Even the most powerful techniques had their limits. The third-generation AI's furious fists seemed endless, raining down upon the Aura ninja leader. Finally, the Aura ninja leader exploded. Zero Tail was passively ripped from the Aura ninja leader's body. His muscles instantly shrank, and even his once thick hair fell off. He stumbled to the ground, but he struggled to rise, uttering a painful whine. With a mighty roar, Zero Tail's coil form appeared before the group. The sound was agonizing. It seemed he, too, had been utterly beaten by the third-generation AI. Boom! The aerial ninja leader didn't even have the chance to suffer. He left not a single last word. The third Kai AI rushed forward once more, beating him to the ground, his body fragments scattered everywhere. Uchiha Non didn't care about the aerial ninja leader's life or death, his eyes burning as he stared at the Zero Tail before him. Tobirama, your workload is definitely still insufficient. You need to increase it now. Chapter 241, Divide the Spoils. Divide the spoils. First the Sky Ninja Village and then the whole world. The third AI was already furious. Having just beaten the Sky Ninja leader to pieces, he lunged at Zero Tail with a thud. He grabbed Zero Tail's tail and pummeled it, causing it to wail in pain and curl up in a ball, desperately trying to escape. But each time, Zero Tail was recaptured by the third AI. Uchiha Non, sensing the situation was almost over, hurried forward to stop the third AI, still in his invincible form. Hold on. The wreckage is almost there, don't really kill him, I'm quite interested in this thing. Seeing that Uchiha Non had spoken, the third AI paused, intending to give him a favor. The Hokage was now the financial backer of the Hidden Cloud Village, and you had the final say. Uchiha Non produced the sealing scroll he had prepared and sealed the nearly defeated Zero Tail into a jar. The sealing technique was truly miraculous. The Zero Tails, once so large, now looked like a mere earthworm inside the jar. Uchiha Kusunoki sighed, then stored the jar in his ninja tool belt. The remaining 4 Kage, observing Uchiha Kusunoki's monopolistic behavior, merely frowned, saying nothing. After all, everyone had witnessed a third-generation AI's brutal assault on the Zero Tails. While the Zero Tails possessed some strength, it was ultimately a man-made creation, and its power was incomparable to that of a real-tailed beast. The third-generation AI, a formidable figure capable of single-handedly suppressing the 8 tails, displayed a formidable performance, barely displaying even a tenth of its original power. It looked like nothing more than trash. Konoha now held the upper hand, possessing both martial virtue and immense wealth. There was no need to engage in unnecessary conflict over this insignificant Zero Tails. But little did they know that this thing wasn't primarily for combat. Its greatest strength was energy, transforming human negativity into a constant flow of chakra. What is chakra? It's energy. In his previous life, the Eagles of Blue Star spent vast sums on camels, precisely for that precious energy source. The Angkor fortress beneath their feet is powered by the Zero Tail. Hundreds of people are held captive in the Sky Ninja dungeons, their suffering and lives their source of energy. But isn't the Zero Tail's energy conversion rate a bit terrifying? Such a small number of people are needed to power the massive Angkor fortress. While it might be a per-use system, requiring a replacement crew after a few uses, it's still an incredibly terrifying energy conversion rate. This way, the ninja world's advantage of low human rights can be fully utilized. In this world, the children of nobles are always nobles, the children of politicians are always politicians, the children of ninjas are always ninjas, and the children of cashiers are always cashiers. The children of consumables are always consumables, but is the life of consumables still a life? Even in Boruto, this rule hasn't changed. It's sad, but that's reality. So 3-legged toads are hard to find, but 2-legged supplies are everywhere. The Fire Nation's vicious death row prisoners are also plentiful. Before train tracks filled the ninja world, Angkor Fortress could easily have been used as an aerial cruise ship, transporting bulk cargo. As for energy costs, what energy costs are there? The only difficulty is how to mass-produce Zero Tails and how to mass-produce Angkor Fortress. Of course, that's not something Uchiha Kusunoki should be concerned about. Let Tobirama suffer more, and he'll take the blame. I resurrected Senju Tobirama through the impure world reincarnation so he could work for me, cough cough cough, for Konoha, and now there's Uchiha Izuna too. Of course, absorbing negative emotions is also very effective. Working with resentment greatly affects productivity. This was a buy one get one free deal. Despite the constant artillery fire and the corpses strewn about, and the third generation AI transforming into heroic air warrior, tearing apart the aerial ninja several times before everyone's eyes, Uchiha Kusunoki was in high spirits, even humming softly. But the aerial ninja war wasn't over yet. There was still plenty of spoils to be divided up. Konoha's ninjas rushed in first, and the plunder was naturally first come, first served. No one in the great ninja village could expect to regurgitate what they had taken. The aerial ninja's treasury wasn't their primary target, it was mundane goods that Uchiha Kusunoki wouldn't care about. He left it all to the other 4 great ninja villages. Since they'd accompanied Konoha on this saga, they deserved a taste of the sweetness. Uchiha Kusunoki's target was the aerial ninja's scientific ninja tools, technical achievements, as they were always called in the ninja world, so he just went along with the local customs. Konoha's ninjas captured a prominent member of the aerial ninja village and had him lead the way to the aerial ninja research center, where they seized everything. Uchiha Kusunoki personally took a look and discovered something beyond his expectations. Had the aerial ninjas actually invented computers? Of course, they weren't laptops. Aerial ninja technology wasn't that far-fetched. They were all giant machines, seemingly used to control the massive cannon in Angkor Fortress. Still, it was quite impressive. Uchiha Kusunoki vaguely remembered Kakashi using a laptop for work in the original Naruto. The climb up the technology tree was ridiculously fast. Uchiha Kusunoki was consciously accelerating the technological development of the Naruto world, pouring in massive resources and adding the nuclear-powered donkeys of Senju Tobirama and Uchiha Izuna. Perhaps in 10 years, Uchiha Kusunoki could be lazing around in his office playing games on his computer. In just one day, the aerial ninja leader was dead. The air force he had painstakingly built over many years and at great expense was destroyed before it could even take off. The aerial ninjas had lost their greatest support. Facing the combined charge of the 5 ninjas, they collapsed instantly, unable to resist. After all, the vast majority of them were mid-level ninja, mostly Jinan. Occasionally, a few air ninjas managed to obtain flying ninja tools and take flight. However, before they could even gain altitude, they were brought down by ground-based ninjas using wind ninjutsu. Even if they had managed to soar, we still had Inoki on our side. For a mere mid-level ninja to be hunted down by the Tsuchikage himself was a fitting end. The once mighty air village, responsible for major crimes, was completely destroyed. The outcome was decided. The 5 Kage gathered in a room and began a meeting to divide the spoils and discuss lofty topics such as the future of the ninja world. Uchiha Kusunoki's request was simple. He would never give up what the Konoha ninja had already seized. The other 4 Kage realized this. Hokage was just trying to seduce him. The air village wasn't important to Konoha, the jealousy was what mattered. The 4 Kage acquiesced. Uchiha Kusushi also upheld virtue. He refused to accept any of the accumulated wealth of the air ninjas, instead dividing it into 4 portions and handing it over to the 4 major ninja villages. As for the air ninjas' flying ninja tools, each of the 5 major ninja villages secured a portion, giving everyone a share. Uchiha Kusushi had no desire to monopolize this. After all, everyone had witnessed a devastating air raid on Kumo village. Air supremacy is universal, regardless of the world. Everyone knows it's a valuable asset, but achieving it is incredibly difficult. In the past, achieving air supremacy in the ninja world generally involved 2 means, either possessing a flying summon beast, such as Uchiha Sasuke's eagle, or mastering a ninja's secret technique, such as Inoki's light-heavy rock jutsu. Both were rare and inaccessible. A person capable of flight and carrying heavy objects, capable of super high speeds in combat, and possessing formidable defense to avoid sudden demise, would have to meet a variety of demanding requirements. Such summoned beasts were practically impossible to find in the ninja world. Not to mention the secret technique that allows flight. Inoki's secret technique was personally passed down by the previous Tsuchikage, and only those treated as heirs are allowed to peek into it. Ninja clans often value secrets in bloodlines more than their own lives, often preferring to keep them rather than share them. Although Uchiha Kusunoki opened up some high-level ninjutsu in Konoha, it was a difficult undertaking. He personally negotiated with each clan, using threats and inducements. Of all the successive Hokage in Konoha, only Uchiha Kusunoki could do the job. The Sade managed to do it, but he was unwilling to resort to force. Moreover, pure force can sometimes be ineffective. Secret techniques invented and passed down by a clan cannot be revealed. Even in death, they must be taken to the grave. Senju Tobirama lacked even absolute martial power. Shortly after officially becoming the Second Hokage, the First Shinobi World War began. Kyuko went off to fight, and in the end, he owed the ninja clan a huge debt. So, there's no need to elaborate further. Using Hashirama Senju to forcefully push forward the ninja school was already considered a drastic measure. Only Uchiha Kusunoki possessed the power to suppress Konoha, and he brought its ninja clans benefits they couldn't even dream of. Money was the ultimate lubricant, the kind that lubricated them so much that it made them unable to close their legs. This barely managed to crack a hole. Compared to Uchiha Kusunoki's previous life, the level of knowledge sharing on Blue Star was a million miles away. If Sarutobi Hiruzen in the original story had tried to promote something like this in Konoha, even as Hokage, he would surely have been blasted with 18 shurikens and ultimately ruled his death by Shimura Danzo's suicide. 1 for the Uchiha, 1 for the Hyuga, and 3 for the Ino, Shika, and Jo clans. Oh, I almost forgot, Shimura Danzo was also going to give Sarutobi Hiruzen a few shurikens too. Furthermore, the reason a secret technique is considered secret is because it's difficult, requiring a natural talent to master. Just like math, if you can't learn it, you can't learn it. Now, the ninja world has seen the emergence of a flying ninja tool called the aerial ninja. Judging from its appearance, its technical complexity isn't high. It features 2 large wings resembling a hang glider. However, unlike a glider, it can be powered by the ninja's chakra. Crucially, the aerial ninja tool requires very little personnel, as it doesn't involve extensive mechanical manipulation. With minimal training, any Genin can become a skilled pilot. There's even no need to worry about engine failures, as the pilot is the engine. Naturally, everyone wants to covet such a valuable tool. They take it home, dismantle it, and study its technology, then build their own aerial units like the aerial ninja did, even developing counter-air attack methods. None of the 5 major ninja villages want to repeat the tragedy of the Hidden Cloud Village. The division of spoils went relatively smoothly. The only difficult item to divide was the Angkor Fortress, which was not only enormous but also held immense research value. After some discussion, the 5 Kage present decided to take a step back, jointly overseeing and storing it in a safe place, naturally, Konoha. The stuff is right there. Konoha has given the 4 major ninja villages wide-ranging authority, and the other 4 villages are always welcome to come in research. The afternoon spoils division meeting lasted until the evening. Seeing that it was getting late, Uchiha Non announced that the meeting would be temporarily suspended. Time to go eat. That night, the 5 major ninja villages held a celebration banquet to celebrate this hard-earned, simple victory. The death of the Ora Shinobi village was tragic. Since the formation of the 5 Shinobi Alliance, almost all of their time and energy have been spent on finding the location of the Ora Shinobi village. As for today's siege, it was effortless. Without flying ninja tools, the Ora Shinobi are almost a bunch of small fry Genin. The Fujonin were all torn apart by the 3rd generation AI's bare-handed demonstration several times. What effort can the 5 Shinobi Alliance put in against a group of Genin? Can Genin even use the instant body flicking technique? But the celebration banquet still needs to be held. How can you win a big victory without a party? As night fell, a bonfire roared. A simple grill, covered with a variety of delicacies, skewered meat sizzled on the flames. The 3rd AI fiddled with the skewers, basting each one with a grease brush. Rakage, add some cumin, and chili, and some sesame seeds. You're just standing there watching? I've been fighting all day without you helping me. Uchiha Kusunoki, Masa, Mizuto, and Inoki sat by, watching the 3rd AI's work, offering occasional suggestions. More oil, more cumin, more sesame seeds. The more capable, the more work. That's right, the 3rd AI, now feeling utterly vindicated, felt elated, his resentment temporarily lifted. Though he complained, his body remained steadfast, grilling diligently for the group. Uchiha Kusunoki sipped an iced coke, enjoying the atmosphere. His eyes gazed into the distance. The ninjas of the 5 great ninja villages, no longer bound by their status, reveled in their hard-earned joy, enjoying food and wine by the campfire. The first Hokage had always hoped for peace, for people to put aside their differences and understand each other, a wish he had never fulfilled his entire life. But now, with the sacrifice of an empty ninja village, his wish had been granted, in a most bizarre way, if only for a moment. Chapter 242 Follow Konoha's footsteps and divide the ninja world. The next day, the 5 cage talks continued. Uchiha Non gave a speech, and the meeting that would determine the future direction of the ninja world began. Why are there so many disputes in the world, causing countless lives to wander in misery? We ninjas are strangers to each other, yet we hurt each other. What is the meaning of this? It's time for us ninjas to make a change. The 4 cage listened silently, thinking in their hearts. They are all ninjas, and are used to looking at the world from a ninja's perspective, just like their ancestors. If Uchiha Non had not appeared, this process would have continued for a long time. Before the meeting began. Oh no, even earlier. The cage present also read the new version of The Will of Fire written by Uchiha Non several times. Productive forces and production relations, a backward existence like the daimyo should not continue to exist. Uchiha Kusunoki's new version of The Will of Fire begins with a discussion of economics, but the more one reads, the more profound it becomes. How can this be economics? This is fucking philosophy. Uchiha Kusunoki attempts to use his own worldview and methodology to dialectically describe the entire world, and he directly targets the daimyo and nobles. It's hard to imagine that an Uchiha could write such brilliant and incisive text. The daimyo immediately banned the book in the ninja world, but the 4 cages still obtained the book and, after reading it several times, they all felt that Uchiha Kusunoki made a lot of sense. Of course, they didn't choose to believe it completely. After all, Konoha was the enemy. Moreover, due to the ninja village's own financial constraints, the traditions of the ninja world, and various other factors, even if they wanted to do something, they would stop and hesitate at the thought of the obstacles they would encounter. After all, they were a 3rd-generation cage, who had suddenly ascended to the throne and had just taken over a village devastated by the First Shinobi World War. It's already a remarkable feat for the cage to hold on to their positions and rescue the village from the quagmire of war. To dream of emulating Konoha and instituting drastic reforms is simply wishful thinking. They don't have the wealth Konoha amassed from the Fire Nation nobles, nor do they have a nuclear-powered donkey like Senju Tobirama to pull out the high-tech tree. But now, amid Konoha's internal turmoil, this problem has become increasingly acute and obvious. Before, everyone couldn't see the elephant in the room, they just pretended not to see it. Now, everyone finds they can no longer play dumb. We clearly have the power, so why aren't we the ones making all the decisions? The most crucial thing is that Konoha is on the right path, and it's progressing further and further. Just look at them. While they struggle to sip cold water and eat their ration pills, Konoha has become so powerful that it's already supporting a group of young ninja. Fighting in the winter, and eating ice cream? How absurd. Being weak isn't a terrible thing. Everyone has moments of weakness. But if one is weak and unwilling to imitate and learn from the strong, then that's a recipe for death. Everyone was happy to listen to Hokage-sama's teachings. Uchiha Non began to discuss the Rain Village. While Hanzo's actions were crude and radical, it was like the Taiping Rebellion. The Boxer Rebellion. This was the ninjas' dissatisfaction with the existing world's rules, a roar of fury finally unleashed when they could no longer endure it. For the entire ninja world, it was undoubtedly a positive and correct thing. Should we, like Hanzo, exterminate all the daimyo and nobles? We have the power to do so if we unite. Not that bad. Things haven't come to that. The daimyo's intentions were good, but there are treacherous ministers in the court. Hokage-sama, you're too kind. As expected, Uchiha Non sighed softly. Human nature is what it is. The thought of the daimyo and nobles living a life of luxury, while the ninjas endured a life of misery. The 4 cages were filled with resentment about this. But if you really ask them to stand up and sharpen their knives at night, they will back off again. This feeling of being stopped is extremely uncomfortable. But at least there has been some progress, and everyone's outlook has opened up. The attitudes of the 4 cages towards the Rain Village have become ambiguous, and they no longer stand with the daimyo behind them. At least at this moment, the interests of the ninja world are completely consistent. Hokage-sama, the Sky Village is done, and we have no interest in the Rain Village, but you also know that the daimyo are not so easy to deal with. We are not like Konoha, and we still have to rely on the daimyo, so do you have any good way for us to deal with the daimyo? We, the 5 major ninja villages, can no longer waste our energy on such meaningless things. Moshe on the side spoke first. The Sand Village has the weakest foundation, even though it has been supported by Konoha and has cut a large sum of money from the Land of Lightning. But the Sand Village lives in a desert, and money is like water in the desert, there is never enough. This is not to say that after recuperating until now, the Sand Village cannot withstand a large-scale war with the Rain Village. But the question is, what's the point? Winning is a matter of course. Losing is a damn shame, all good for nothings. And what about after winning this war? In the hearts of the daimyo and the nobles, the most important thing is always their own authority and interests. Even if the 4 major ninja villages forcibly suppress the Rain Village at all costs, what awaits them will not be flowers and smiles, but various suppression and weakening. Don't say that the nobles can't make it, they will definitely do it. After the First Shinobi World War, the Sand Village had its funding cut by the daimyo of the Wind Country, and it has been relying on the 3rd Kazakage to work as a gold miner in the desert to survive. The Kazakage has to rely on being a gold miner to maintain the village. How frustrating is this? Even the leaders of some small ninja villages have a better life than the 3rd Kazakage. Even the generations of Kazakage in the future have to be gold miners. It was not until the implementation of Konoha's poverty alleviation program that the situation in the Sand Village got a little better. Of course, it only got a little better. Compared to Konoha, it couldn't even get a passing score. As soon as Masa finished speaking, Inoki, Mizuto, and the 3rd AI all nodded. The 3rd AI's Cloud Village is still in ruins, and the ninjas and villagers are eagerly waiting for the reconstruction of the Cloud Village. He doesn't want to focus his energy on the Rain Village. Mizuto was thinking about quickly eliminating the Bloodline Ninja clan in the Mist Village. To resist foreign aggression, one must first stabilize the country. This principle cannot be changed. What is the relationship between the Rain Village and the Mist Village? Inoki watched Konoha's growing strength. He had considered emulating Konoha 2 or 3 years ago, but various circumstances had held him back, preventing him from taking action until now. Deep within him, he was filled with regret, and a burning desire for change ignited within him. Though the 3 of them held different motives, they had long since reached a consensus regarding the Rain Village. Uchiha could sense that the 4-Kage present truly did not want to fight again. Scratching his head, he spoke with some regret. Back then, we clearly could have had a better solution regarding the Rain Village. In the first stage, we claimed nothing had happened. In the second stage, we said perhaps something had happened, but we shouldn't have taken action. In the third stage, we said perhaps we should have taken action, but we couldn't do anything. In the fourth stage, perhaps we could have done something, but now it's too late. The 4-Kages looked at each other, and then they couldn't help but give a thumbs up to Uchiha. Lord Hokage is worthy of being Lord Hokage. They still have a lot to learn. So what should we do now? Let's act. Sometimes, it's good to keep an enemy and protect yourself. Let's all work together to get the daimyo's gold coins. After Uchiha finished speaking, everyone laughed. What the 4-Kages wanted was what Uchiha said. Behind the Rain Village stood Konoha. If you want to act, you have to act in full. All the actors must be notified. Our 4 major ninja villages are pretending to fight, but if you, the Rain Village, come for real, who can bear it? Uchiha Izuna wails. Soon, the atmosphere in the tent became lively. Uchiha clapped his hands and asked someone to bring hot pot. While eating hot pot, several Kages happily discussed how much military funds they should ask the daimyo for. After all, it is the most evil enemy in the world. The enemy is formidable, and our brothers have suffered heavy losses. It's only natural that we ask for more military funds. Our ninja village is fighting for you, the daimyo. Shouldn't we get more gold? Even before the ninja army engaged in battle with the Rain Village, everyone was already discussing daily casualties, expected casualties, and the number of detonating tags, kunai, and shurikens consumed. What should have been a heavy burden, now seemed remarkably light. The 5 Kages exchanged opinions with rapturous delight. Uchiha, of course, was the happiest. At the dinner table, he had negotiated several more arms deals. Everyone knew Konoha was always in the arms trade. After all, The entire ninja world was constantly at war, the intensity varying. Now, the 4 major ninja villages needed to replenish their supplies, and placing orders with Konoha was a gesture of respect to the Hokage. Furthermore, Konoha's products were consistently high quality and affordable, making it a good buy for the 4 major ninja villages. Many of their ninja were loyal customers. But when Inoki saw the price list, his eyes nearly popped out. "Hokage, you're selling this bag of screws, aren't you just robbing me? You're so narrow-minded, you need to broaden your horizons. I can't let you pay for this. Since we're going to bleed the daimyo's gold coins, why not make it even more exciting? We'll split the extra money 50-50. Konoha will even issue you an invoice." Uchiha Kusunoki held up 5 fingers, pointing at Inoki. "They're just keeping the enemy for themselves. Why don't they just push Commissioner Smith out? How is the profit going to come from this? What if the daimyo sends someone to audit the accounts?" Inoki asked, his brow furrowed, his face thick with worry. "Then write on the death report that he died of illness," Uchiha Kusunoki said with a grin. "We need to fight that battle as long as possible," the 3rd generation Aien interjected, his eyes gleaming with gold coins. "Wow, Rikage, you have thick eyebrows and big eyes, and you look so honest, but you're so mean right now. I remember you said before that the daimyo is your distant relative, a beloved friend, and a brother," Uchiha non-jokingly said after listening to the 3rd generation AI's speech, picking up a piece of beef roll and dipping it in the hot pot. "Ha, let's put it in a different light. You're not." The discussion in the Rain Village came to an end. "I think the 5-cage talks should be regularized. We can't just step up and take charge of the situation when major events occur in the ninja world. Like in the past, we must stand up and seek justice for the entire ninja world, establish a set of rules for the country, ninja village, economy, politics, and everything in this ninja world. We can't let this ninja world continue to be in chaos." Uchiha Non finished a bite of shrimp paste, took out a tissue to wipe his mouth, and said solemnly, "This is a real rise in political status. The ninjas have always been in a political trough. Ninjas are strong, but their political and economic influence is indeed far inferior to that of the daimyo, and can even be ignored in the ninja world. Even when Konoha was just starting out, most of the business was done through the daimyo's business channels. Only with the daimyo's name can the goods be sold. There is no way. The prejudice of the world is like a mountain. The wealthy merchants and ordinary people in the ninja world only recognize the daimyo, not the ninja. What can Konoha do? Doing business is not as simple as killing. Blindly forcing buying and selling is just drinking poison to quench thirst. Doing business is not a one-time deal. Fortunately, the daimyo of the Fire Country is sensible enough and very decent. Even now, Uchiha Kusunoki didn't dislike him, nor did he have any desire to kill him. After all, everyone was fighting over nothing more than profit. If you were offline, no one would bother you. If retaining the Fire Country daimyo could bring Konoha more benefits, more money, and more tax revenue, then why not keep him? Of course, shinobi worlds rarely have daimyos as respectable as the Fire Country daimyo. Uchiha Kusunoki always preferred to use his Sharingan and Kyuubi to make such a dishonorable figure look respectable. Physical criticism was more persuasive. Even someone like Uzumaki Naruto, who favored verbal persuasion, praised it. Unfortunately, the cage before him were still hesitant, unwilling to resort to more forceful physical criticism. Uchiha Kusunoki would have to find another approach, a roundabout way to save the country. Only those with power could uphold justice. Previously, that power belonged to the daimyo and nobles. But now it was time for the ninja to step up and uphold justice for the ninja world. I understand if ninja villages fight against each other, should we also intervene in disputes between nations, of course, and the economy. We ninjas don't understand it either. It's okay, Konoha understands and will teach you little by little. The 4-cage talked about it for a while. The Hokage always came up with new tricks. They didn't find it strange at all. It's just that they were all conservative ninjas, forced by Konoha to change with Konoha and move forward together. Although their thoughts were also changing, their hearts began to desire the same changes as Konoha. But when the change really came, they realized that they were not fully prepared. Chapter 243 America's Origin Story. 10,000 years is too long. I only have the day. We ninjas have been suppressed by those nobles for millennia. If we don't make changes now, how long will we have to wait? The road ahead is long and full of difficulties and obstacles, but are we going to leave these problems to the next generation? Uchiha Non repeatedly questioned, silencing the four Kage's arguments. Yes. If things are difficult, shouldn't we just do it? First and foremost, the purpose of the 5 great ninja villages is to safeguard peace in the ninja world, maintain international peace and security, foster international friendship, promote international cooperation, and serve as the center for coordinating the actions of all nations. Regarding the economy, we live in a complex and diverse ninja world. The spontaneous order of economic activity and individual freedom are the core forces driving social progress and prosperity. Free trade, as the embodiment of this spontaneous order and free choice, it is the cornerstone for achieving economic prosperity and enhancing human well-being. Here, we, the 5 great ninja villages, with firm conviction and clear reason, call on all those who pursue freedom and prosperity to jointly defend the principles of free trade. Uchiha Kusunoki spent some time lingering on the economic and trade aspects, advocating for liberal trade and incorporating positive values into his discourse. The 4 Kage nodded in agreement, not objecting to the initiative. After all, those beautiful words Uchiha Kusunoki spoke were truly captivating. Firm conviction, freedom, prosperity, everyone loves those words. There's also culture. The 5 major ninja villages share a common origin. Konoha and the Sand Village have long operated an international student program. To further promote cooperation among the 5 villages, I think this system could be expanded to include all 5, and more. Uchiha Kusunoki spoke profusely. However, since this was a first for the ninja world, he could only lay the foundation for the general direction. The details would need to be discussed later. The 4 Kage spoke one by one, though their speeches were brief. Currently, they weren't aiming for the entire ninja world, they were focused on sorting out a mess at home. After several setbacks, Uchiha Kusunoki finally succeeded in mediating and convincing the 4 Kage before him to establish a regular 5 Kage meeting system. The meeting would naturally take place in Konoha. The 5 major ninja villages would collectively fund the construction of a meeting building there. From now on, the 5 Kage meeting would be held monthly, or even weekly, to communicate, coordinate, and address various matters of the ninja world. However, as Kage, their daily duties were extremely busy, and it was impossible for them to travel to Konoha every month for the 5 Kage meeting. Furthermore, from the perspective of the Kage's safety, this was also impossible. This is Konoha's heartland, teeming with experts. If Konoha harbors even the slightest ill intention, all these Kage will be forced to come and study in Konoha. Therefore, the 4 major ninja villages send diplomats to Konoha permanently, responsible for conveying the Kage's will and participating in the daily 5 Kage summits. Of course, the name suggests that a 5 Kage summit is where the 5 major ninja villages discuss matters. Smaller ninja villages, motivated by the desire to resolve issues, can also join in the fun and participate in the 5 Kage summits. For example, the Kusagakure, which has always viewed Konoha as its father, does not have voting rights. Hokage-sama, I understand your thoughts, but let's consider the actual situation. The status of ninjas can't be changed overnight. Even if we establish the so-called normal 5 Kage talks, how much impact will it have? Countries, nobles, merchants, their worlds are completely different from ours. Right now, our 5 great ninja villages don't have enough influence in the ninja world to bring them to the negotiating table. To put it bluntly, they won't even bother with us. If things get out of hand, violence won't be a long-term solution. Regarding the use of force, our 4 great ninja villages have made their position very clear. Besides, Hokage, you must understand that each generation has its own mission. After concluding the discussion on the normal 5 Kage talk system, Inoki spoke earnestly to Uchiha Kusunoki. His words were brief, but his meaning was profound. To put it bluntly, he felt Uchiha Kusunoki was too arrogant. Although Konoha was powerful, brimming with martial virtue, and adorned with the gold and silver, the rules of the ninja world were the product of thousands of years of development. The 5 great ninja villages have only been established for a little over 20 years, yet they're already delusional about overthrowing all past rules and re-establishing a new order for the ninja world. Even Hashirama Senju, once known as the god of the ninja world, couldn't pull off such a feat. If you step too far, you're likely to get hurt. If you raise your voice too high, no one will respond, and you end up resorting to violence out of frustration. The Iwagakure village won't join Konoha in this madness. Uchiha Kusunoki looked at Inoki, but instead of anger, he seemed to appreciate Inoki's honesty. In the original series, This less than 1.4 meter tall figure sustained the Iwagakure village from the First Ninja World War all the way to the Fourth. He even played a key role in the early battles against Uchiha Madara, catching meteorites in his face and using dust release to cleanse Susanoo. Ahem. Even though he was just a clone, Inoki was no ordinary character, both in terms of combat prowess and personal wisdom. Tsuchikage, I understand what you mean. This is about the struggle for control of the ninja world, and that's certainly not something we can just hold a few meetings in a conference room and seize. So, we need to get the daimyos and nobles to negotiate with us proactively. Of course, I understand your difficulties, so I won't resort to force, Uchiha Kusunoki said with a chuckle. He had been planning this day for years. Everyone, do you know about soybeans? Uchiha Kusunoki suddenly brought up the subject, catching the 4Hokage off guard. They wondered why Uchiha mentioned soybeans at this moment. You know, our miso soup's main ingredient is soybeans. Who wouldn't know that? The third generation scratched his head, puzzled. Perhaps it was because of the anime. In the ninja world, from the upper echelons to the common people, anyone with the means would have miso soup with their meals. Even Kikuzu, a stingy man, has started enjoying miso soup with his meals now that he's become wealthy. Even the worst meal deserves miso soup. Since the First Ninja World War, soybean production has been steadily increasing in the 5 major nations. No matter how bad the meal, it's been steadily increasing across the entire ninja world. Soybeans are incredibly important to our countries. They're as important as the rice we eat. Due to the recent surge in soybean production, some impoverished small nations, either to fill their stomachs or to pursue greater profits, have simply planted soybeans. Even our 5 major nations have increased their soybean plantings. Uchiha Kusunoki spoke at length, leaving Mizuto beside him growing impatient. Hokage, what do you say? Does it have anything to do with what we're discussing today? Uchiha Kusunoki smiled at Mizuto's doubts, then said sinisterly, what if I could cause a massive drop in soybean production this year, or even a complete crop failure in some areas? As Uchiha Kusunoki finished his words, the 4Hokage before him couldn't help but tremble. Although they were Kage, the leaders of a military group, leading a group of unemployed ninjas who engaged in fighting and killing all day, they, as Kage, were required to regularly send out people to procure soybeans, a common, daily consumed crop. Therefore, they had some understanding of the importance of soybeans. They were truly the livelihood of millions of workers. If Uchiha Kusunoki's words became reality, the ninja world would crumble. The horror of such an event would be no less than a major ninja war. Hokage, you're joking. Inoki gave a stiff smile, though a sense of unease welled up within him. But intellectually, he still felt that Uchiha-nan was talking nonsense. I'm not kidding, he continued, still laughing. Controlling food meant controlling everything. Years ago, Uchiha-nan had Senju Tobirama develop a batch of genetically modified soybeans. He then established a Konoha seed company and marketed these seeds to the entire ninja world. Anything Tobirama did was undoubtedly top-notch. These soybean seeds not only had a high oil yield and were disease and pest resistant, but also significantly reduced production time. This batch of seeds could increase soybean production by 5 levels. Combined with fertilizers produced by the Konoha fertilizer plant, production would skyrocket. Such high-quality seeds naturally garnered widespread acclaim throughout the ninja world. Uchiha-nan, through the Fire Nation daimyo and various Konoha channels, marketed these seeds to the entire ninja world. His goal was to ensure that the entire ninja world used Konoha soybean seeds. Initially, he offered them at a discount to attract customers, and after a while, he finally sold them at a regular price. Konoha soybean seeds, thanks to their proven strength, quickly became a household name throughout the ninja world, later creating a sensation. While the process wasn't entirely smooth, despite some setbacks, it generally went smoothly. After all, this matter concerned the livelihood of an entire nation. To promote these soybean seeds throughout the ninja world, Konoha took great care. First, they registered numerous seed subsidiaries, disguising their identities and colluding with local seed companies in various countries. They persuaded these companies to help Konoha market its seeds, and in return, they received a cut of the profits. Konoha's soybean seeds were of superior quality, and they even offered fertilizer with purchases, a favor these seed companies were naturally eager to accept. Of course, Konoha also bribed high-ranking officials in various countries. Those high-ranking officials were willing to accept any offer. Occasionally, there were honest and upright individuals, but if you refused, your superiors would always accept. and your superiors' superiors would. And if all else failed, Konoha's Kyune would pave the way. Over the years, even in the land of Earth, for example, they were already a major bean-growing nation, with a large number of farmers relying on soybean farming for their livelihoods. At least 70% of their country's farmers now use Konoha soybean seeds, along with a range of matching fertilizers. Konoha not only sells these soybean seeds at low prices, but also sends professional personnel to provide guidance. Even the seeds and matching fertilizers are discounted, resulting in only a meager profit over the years. For Konoha, this is practically a charity. Even Kikuzu has argued with Uchiha Kusunoki several times over these matters. Hokage-sama, what's wrong with you? You're not going to make any money? You're selling such good soybean seeds at such a low price. It's a complete waste. In each of their arguments, Uchiha Kusunoki prevailed. After all, he was the Hokage. However, all gifts of fate come with a hidden price tag. These genetically modified soybeans have a fatal flaw. They cannot produce a second generation of seeds. This means they can only be used once. This wasn't incompetence on the part of Senju Tobirama, it was Uchiha Kusunoki's specific request. The leeks planted earlier have grown fertile and mature, and it's time to swing the sickle and harvest them. Then, Uchiha clapped his hands and called the ninja outside, asking them to remove the hot pot from the table. Uchiha took out the sealing scroll he carried with him and searched among it for about 5 minutes before finally finding what he wanted. Everyone, please take a look, the current soybean production data of various countries, and the soybean share. This is the data from Konoha Seed Company. The 5 major countries in the ninja world, as well as various smaller countries, are all customers of Konoha Seed Company. They buy Konoha soybean seeds. Please see the share below. Uchiha analyzed the data on the paper bit by bit. This group of cage-level masters, who had spent their entire lives wielding Kyune, couldn't quite grasp the meaning of these data, or the meaning of these line and bar graphs. The Fire Nation is fine. Our Earth Nation actually buys so many soybean seeds from Konoha every year. Our Lightning Nation does, too. Our Water Nation, just across the sea, is also a major customer of Konoha, and the Wind Nation. The 4 cages marveled as they listened to the explanation, a deep sense of indescribable fear rising within them. If this continued to spread, the consequences would be dire. Konoha soybean seeds are being sold to the entire ninja world, but these seeds are very special and can't be replanted as second-generation seeds, meaning they can only be planted once. If Konoha stops selling soybean seeds starting this year, Uchiha Kusunoki said slowly, his face still adorned with a kind smile. Under normal circumstances, Uchiha Kusunoki wouldn't be so brazen as to cause such a large-scale commotion, instead only harvesting the profits bit by bit. After all, this would be a real death toll. Many people would die. Those daimyo are no harmless bunch. If they were to go all out and start economic sanctions against Konoha, their ninja villages would surely not sit idle either. If attacked en masse, Konoha might suffer the same fate as the Rain Village. This would be a terrifying prospect for Konoha. But things are different now. Konoha intends to bring the 4 major ninja villages into the fray. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 244 Konoha will never keep this glory alone. The conference room fell silent, the only sound being the heavy breathing. The 4 cage were surprised to learn that what Uchiha Kusunoki said was true, that he wasn't just talking nonsense. This was a disaster that would ripple through the entire ninja world. While the impact wouldn't be as great as that of the Rain Village, it would definitely keep the daimyo awake all night. Uchiha Kusunoki crossed his hands, resting his hand on his chin, and looked at the 4 cage before him with a smile. Everyone, he said, why don't you join Konoha in a big game? This is a great opportunity to control the daimyo, and we can also seize this opportunity to conquer the entire ninja world and gain immense wealth. Konoha will never keep this honor to itself. Mosa and the Sandame's faces flickered with excitement at Uchiha Kusunoki's gracious invitation. There was no other way. Of the 5 great ninja villages, only the Kumagakure and the Sandagakure were most in need of money. Although the consequences of this matter were severe, and even the consequences would be untold, they would face countless infamy. But it was all about making money. Whether they were infamous or not didn't really matter. As Cage, They'd already realized that as long as the village could gain tangible benefits, they didn't mind being the bad guys. Plus, with Konoha as their big brother, they could shoulder the burden together, and the sky wouldn't fall. Compared to Masa and the third-generation AI, Inoki was more cautious. Last time, he'd followed Konoha out of a momentary greed, and ultimately, he was bound to Konoha's path to the end. This led to the complete end of the relationship between Iwagakure and Kumagakure. While Iwagakure did make a lot of money, there was some easing of relations between Kumagakure and Iwagakure, but that was because of Konoha. If it weren't for the giant Konoha at the front, the relationship between Kumagakure and Iwagakure would have been at best estranged, and even more so, they would kill each other at the slightest opportunity. Inoki was already familiar with Uchiha Kusunoki's style. He said he could make you rich, and he'd make you a fortune, but whether there were any hidden traps or not was anyone's guess. Inoki pondered these thoughts, and the more he learned about Uchiha Kusunoki, the more pressure he felt. They were ninjas, so shouldn't they be competing to see which village had the strongest military might, who could hold out the longest, who had the most endurance? Why did they have to start a money-making contest? While earning money was certainly satisfying, it was uncharted territory for Inoki. Furthermore, Konoha seemed to be gradually eroding Iwagakure with this method, but Inoki had no way to stop it. If they didn't follow Konoha, Iwagakure would only perish faster. If they followed Konoha's lead, they would gradually sink into the mire. The more this continued, the more suffocating Inoki felt. Uchiha Kusunoki's impulsive moves, especially, seemed to Inoki like wild and imaginative moves, yet each one was fatal, a truly terrifying prospect. Hokage, when exactly did you start planning this? Inoki asked worriedly. A few years ago. I can't remember exactly. It was just a casual plan. I didn't expect it would work today. It's a lucky coincidence, Uchiha said casually, waving his hand. Gamlin, I don't believe you, Inoki, AI Sandame, Masa, and Mizuto cursed inwardly. A few years ago. Wasn't that when you, Uchiha first became Hokage? Isn't this a deliberate plan? Okay, I'm absolutely confident about this, and morally, we're on good ground. Business is about freedom, a willingness to buy and a willingness to sell. Konoha simply refuses to sell seeds anymore, and no one can find fault with that, so, we just need to be wary of the daimyo resorting to underhanded tactics when they're desperate, but criticism with force is no match for criticism with force. As long as you ninja villages keep silent, the daimyo won't be able to stir up any trouble, Uchiha Kusunoki stated confidently. Since the Hokage says so, then my sand village is willing to follow Konoha, Masa said, raising his hand. The Sandame Kazakage was no fool. He knew full well that the original alliance between Konoha and Sand Village was based solely on Sand Village's strength, enough for Konoha to take seriously. However, Konoha's strength continued to grow, and the gap between Sand Village and Konoha was now too great. If this continued, the two villages would be called an alliance, but what difference would it make to surrender? It was just a different form. The Sand Village must continuously grow its power, and to do so, it must spend money. And no matter how much they save, the Sand Village's money is simply not enough. It's about increasing revenue and reducing expenditure. Masa has already thought of every possible way to save. All that's left is to find ways to increase revenue. Masa has been earning money as a gold miner. He longs to change his life, it's truly hard. But the Sand Village is located in such a desolate place, a desolate desert. Masa himself has no business background, and he can't make money like Uchiha Kusunoki. He can't think of a quick way to make money. Now, Uchiha Kusunoki has proposed another way to make money. The Hokage's previous moves have all been similar. If he follows suit, he'll definitely make a profit, and it'll be lucrative. Masa simply can't refuse Uchiha Kusunoki's offer. The Kumo village needs money right now. Anything that can make money, even if it means taking some risks. AI, the third generation, pondered for a moment, then raised his hand, following Masa's lead. The Hidden Cloud village was still burdened with a massive debt. Every morning, the third AI saw the gargantuan fiscal deficit bill. He was so distressed that he could barely keep his eyes open. Even if Konoha and the Hidden Cloud village could make money by joining forces to open a company, it wouldn't be enough, far from enough. The third AI's ambitions went far beyond that. He was still young. He couldn't allow himself to be forever vilified by the Hidden Cloud village. He had to revive the Hidden Cloud village. Money, 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 Money. The third AI couldn't miss any opportunity to make a fortune. Uchiha Nan's smile widened when he saw the third AI and Masa both raise their hands in agreement. His money hadn't been wasted at all. Tsuchikage, Mizukage, what are your opinions? Inoki felt completely helpless. It was like this before. Konoha teamed up with Iwagakure to screw over the hidden cloud village. And now it was like this again. Konoha had been keeping them in check forever. But the situation was so clear, what else could Inoki do but agree? Then I'll have one from the Iwagakure village join in, Inoki said, raising his hand. Since all four of you Kage have agreed, I can't disagree, Mizuto said quietly. Didn't you say before that we joined forces to curb Konoha's growth? Why are you now entangled with Konoha? For money, excellent, it seems everyone has made a wise choice. Well, let me be frank. Now that everyone agrees, no one can back out, or Konoha won't let it go. Uchiha Kusunoki's tone was stern, his demeanor gloomy, like a low-pressure center. Meanwhile, a subtle worry welled up in Uchiha's heart. This operation was extraordinary, it was going to exploit the entire ninja world. The profits might be even greater than Uchiha had imagined. If these people got carried away, something truly terrible could happen. None of the four raised any objections. Well, it's settled, the meeting concluded, and the four Kage left a meeting room. Kazekage, why were you the first to respond to the Hokage just now? I can see that the Hokage had planned this long ago, and the consequences of this matter are simply too great for Konoha alone to handle. So the Hokage wants to use this opportunity to tie us four major ninja villages to Konoha? Didn't we agree to boycott Konoha together? We'll shoulder the consequences of this together, and Konoha will undoubtedly reap the most benefits. The four hadn't gone far when the Mizukage couldn't help but challenge the Kazekage. The Sand Village is ill, seriously ill, and arguably terminally ill. Is there any disease more despairing than poverty? Now Konoha has the medicine, and didn't the Reikage agree? Masa said slowly, looking at Mizuto, then shifted his gaze to the Sandame AI. Ahem, you all know the situation in the Kumo village. I'm in dire need of money, and didn't Inoki agree? The Sandame AI coughed a few times, then shifted his gaze to Inoki. There are only 5 of us. You're the Kazekage, the Reikage, and the Hokage. 3 of us have already agreed. How can I disagree? Inoki frowned. He couldn't possibly be blamed for this. So what do we do now? Let's take it one step at a time. As long as Sand Village can make money, that's all that matters. The Kazekage is right. Things will work out in the end. We need to make money first. You 3 are such idiots. Mizuto rolled his eyes and left. He couldn't stay here any longer. The Sora Ninja Village had been destroyed. The 5 major ninja villages had established a regular 5-Kage meeting to handle all matters of the ninja world. The 5-Kage meeting building would be built in Konoha. The 5 major ninja villages would send diplomats to Konoha. News of this spread rapidly throughout the ninja world. The ninja community, however, didn't care about the Sora Ninja Village's fate. Its fate was sealed the moment the 5-Kage coalition forces assembled. The outcome was nothing short of annihilation. In this era, no one could withstand the combined power of the 5 great ninja villages. While the 5-Kage's regular meeting had caused some stir, it was limited to the ninja world. The daimyo and nobles remained closely watching the Rain Village. Instead, the smaller ninja villages were quite interested in the meeting and eager to join in the fun. Konoha was already the strongest ninja village, enjoying a luxurious lifestyle in recent years. Now that it was the host nation, the smaller factions naturally gravitated towards Konoha. Kusagi's representative, Otabeo, took the lead, stating that Kusagi would always unite closely around Konoha and unwaveringly uphold the 5-Kage summit, centered around Konoha and Uchiha Kusunoki. He also used his own example to woo more smaller factions to join Konoha. Following Konoha's footsteps meant real gains. However, it was the Rain Village that first became a hot topic in the ninja world. With the Sky Village already annihilated, the Rain Village was undoubtedly the next target for the 5 great ninja villages. Therefore, the ninja world's attention once again shifted to the Rain Village. With the 5-Kage now gathered, they could unite their forces and completely annihilate the rebellious group in the Rain Village. The end of the Rain Village, the public enemy of the ninja world, had arrived. The fate of the most evil would be complete annihilation. News like this had spread throughout the ninja world. Rain Village. What a bunch of losers, they were found so quickly. The Sky Village is truly useless. I thought you could hold out for a while, but now, Hanzo, looking at the intelligence in his hand, paced anxiously around the room. The situation is dire now. No, we have to send someone to Konoha? We must ask Konoha for help. Hanzo thought for a moment, pulled a piece of paper from his office drawer, and immediately wrote a letter. As soon as he finished, he immediately dispatched a ninja to deliver it to Konoha. The letter contained little content. It began with a brief greeting about the close relationship between Konoha and a megacure, friendly neighbors separated by a narrow strip of water. This relationship dates back to the first Hokage. Then came the main text. Hundreds of words flowed freely, but it boiled down to 4 words: Konoha, save me. The previous exchange of fire between Sand Village and the advancing Mist Village had already put a megacure under immense pressure. Now that the 5 ninjas had joined forces, even if Konoha withdrew, leaving only the 4, a megacure alone would be a threat. After all, a megacure was not Konoha. The daimyo eagerly awaited the destruction of the Sky Village by the 5 major ninja villages. Now, finally, we can attack a megacure. It's been dragging on for a year. If this drags on, how can we, the daimyo, maintain our dignity? Military funding is easy to deal with, just destroy a megacure. However, Konoha had no interest in interfering. Whether it was Zero Tail or the researchers from the Sky Village, Konoha had already secured their research results. After the meeting, Uchiha Kusunoki returned with his spoils. So, a week later, Uchiha Kusunoki, Konoha's loving father, returned to his loyal Konoha. Homecoming, as usual, the loving father of Konoha received the highest of Konoha's honors. All of Konoha's higher-ranking officials gathered at the gate to welcome Uchiha Kusunoki's return. People lined the streets to join in the fun. The moment they saw Uchiha Kusunoki, the villagers and ninjas in the welcoming group couldn't help but raise their hands and cheer. You came from Dandong, and you gave me back my white clothes. I want Cantonese food. Breaking tears is not afraid of the sea. Uchiha Kusunoki listened to the music and looked at the Konoha villagers lining the street, feeling very happy. This time, the background music finally played correctly. At the end, Uchiha Kusunoki even couldn't help but hum. Chapter 245: The results of the great fusion of the Bloodline Ninja Clan. Wow, this much resentment could feed 10 evil sword masters. Uchiha Kusunoki sighed as he and Nara Shikeon returned to the Hokage building. It seemed his men hadn't slacked off during his absence. Dark circles and puffy eye bags marked their faces, evidently their complete dedication to their work. The spiritual Soundnet project was urgent, there was no time to lose. Entering the office, Uchiha Kusunoki took his seat, a long-awaited departure. Nara Shikeon followed closely behind, having some intelligence to report to him. Shikeon, thank you for all the hard work you've put in during this time. It's not hard work, it's all for Konoha. He was accustomed to Uchiha Kusunoki's style. Every time he left the village, he would stir up a ton of things, and he would simply spearhead the project, leaving the dirty work to them. There's a ton of stuff going on in the land of the sky, and then there's the regular 5-cage talks. This job will definitely be mine again. Nara Shikeon's eyes were dead, dark circles were noticeable, and he spoke weakly. If it's not too hard, keep going, it'll take another 6 months, maybe even a whole year. I promise you'll have a good rest next New Year. Nara Shikeon couldn't help but look at Uchiha with wide eyes. Hokage, I'm just being polite. Are you serious? Uchiha felt a little embarrassed by Nara Shikeon's gaze. These office workers had indeed been working excessive overtime this time, and using shadow clones to work had become commonplace. Ahem, cough, overtime pay has been paid on time, right? Yes, it has. Nara Shikeon's expression softened slightly. They had been working overtime in the Hokage building for months straight, even during New Year's. Their only solace was the thick stack of overtime pay. After a few pleasantries, Nara Shikeon and Uchiha Kusunoki began their work. First, they discussed the 5 cages regular meetings. Nara Shikeon was incredibly efficient and had already secured a location for the 5-cage building. Construction could begin as soon as the funding was secured. Shikeon, you know, being Hokage is always a busy job, ahem. So, would you consider becoming a Konoha diplomat and attending meetings on my behalf? I think Lord Momoma would be more suitable. Nara Shikeon's face fell. Why were they adding to his burden? If he continued working this hard, Nara Shikeon felt he would die suddenly. So, Nara Shikeon decisively recommended Senju Momoma to Uchiha Kusunoki. Of Uchiha Kusunoki's 4 Hokage assistants, only Senju Momoma had the most leisurely schedule, currently responsible for only one department. Unlike the other three, who were tormented by their daily grind, Uchiha Kusunoki thought about the Senju Momoa he had just met. His cheap father-in-law, with his rosy complexion and vibrant energy, looked like a lazy slacker. It was time to give him some responsibilities. Then it's him, so he doesn't have to slack off and take my salary for free. Nara Shikeon breathed a sigh of relief. He truly had more work to do than he could handle. Next, there's something very important, Shikeon, you should know what the 5 cages regular meetings mean. It's time to change the millennia-old rules of the ninja world. Nara Shikeon's face immediately grew serious as he listened to Uchiha Kusunoki's words. There was no need for much between the two, a simple reminder was enough. Nara Shikeon had worked alongside Uchiha Kusunoki over the years, and his thinking had undergone a profound transformation. He clearly understood what Uchiha Kusunoki had always wanted to do. So, there was a small box in Nara Shikeon's house containing a piece of clothing. He had already prepared it for Uchiha Kusunoki. But this was purely Nara Shikeon's overthinking. Uchiha Kusunoki truly had no interest in the position of daimyo. He himself had no interest in power. After all, this was the otherworldly world, where power was the essence of strength. As long as his fists were big enough, his word was his. So, this next mission belongs to you. I'm the overall leader, and you'll be my deputy. I've already agreed with the other 4 ninja villages on the name of the plan, the Soybean War. Sounds like swindling money. Okay, it is. But this time, it's swindling money from the entire ninja world, to build momentum for the regular 5-cage talks. After hearing Uchiha Kusunoki's thoughts, Nara Shikeon marveled at his foresight. Hokage-sama had been planning this for years? Yes, Hokage-sama, Nara Shikeon nodded. Although the overtime was painful, he accepted the task. After all, he was Uchiha Kusunoki's assistant Hokage, a position of immense power. In the vastness of Konoha, countless ninjas were eager to work for Nara Shikeon. After discussing the entire 5-cage talks, Nara Shikeon pulled an envelope from his folder and handed it to Uchiha Kusunoki. It was a letter from Hanzo. Hokage-sama, Hanzo has written you another letter. Uchiha Kusunoki took the envelope, opened it, removed the letter, and read it briefly. Another request for assistance, indeed. Send someone to inform Hanzo that I've paid a huge price to convince the 4 great ninja villages that they've given Konoha a break and will only siege the Omega Cure. We're all putting on a show for the daimyo. Hokage-sama, shouldn't we take this opportunity to strike a heavy blow against the Omega Cure? You're asking even though you know the answer, and send Kokuzu to negotiate with the Omega Cure envoy. Of course, the two exchanged a smile, settling the matter. Anything else today? Let's get it over with all at once. Uchiha Kusunoki was already thinking about going home. He wouldn't have come to the Hokage building if Nara Shikeon hadn't said he had a work report. It's okay for the slaving to work overtime, but how could a boss have to work overtime? Nara Shikeon grinned at Uchiha Kusunoki's words. A mountain of documents was unloaded from the cabinet, all requiring Uchiha Nan's signature before they could be executed. These are the matters you need to resolve, Hokage-sama. Please review them. So many. Luohan, I just got back, but you're the Hokage. Okay, Hokage-sama, please go ahead and do your work. I'll be out first, sigh. Uchiha Nan sighed. This was Nara Shikeon's deliberate revenge. Knock, knock, knock. Uchiha Nan was furiously writing on a piece of paper when he heard a knock on the door. Come in, and Uchiha no Hyuga entered. Uchiha Nan recognized the Uchiha. His name was Uchiha Makoto. He had participated in Hashirama's cell experiments and had quite a talent. He even had 3 Magatama in his eyes. Uchiha Makoto, what are you doing? Uchiha Nan looked at the 2 people holding hands, already having a guess. This was another touching love story. He was just enjoying himself. Uchiha Nan quickly put down his pen and began to eat melons. The girl's name was Hinata Rian, a member of the branch family. She was likely Hinata Takuma's niece, and the daughter of his brother Hinata Yashima. Their love story dates back to their days at ninja school, when Uchiha Makoto and Hinata Rian were classmates. However, their naive love faced a harsh reality. The Bloodline Ninja clan was incredibly strict about their family's bloodline, and under normal circumstances, no bloodline would be allowed to leak out. Take the Uchiha clan, for example. Males could marry outside the clan, but if a girl wanted to marry a man outside the clan, the only option was for the man to become her son-in-law and take on the Uchiha surname. However, This was an extremely difficult task. Countless people in the ninja world cried out, hoping to take on an Uchiha girl, but the Uchiha clan wouldn't agree so easily. The Uchiha clan had been a ninja clan for over 1,000 years. They were a powerful clan. The surname alone represents strength, honor, and pride. Ordinary men are simply unworthy of marrying into the Uchiha clan, as this would only taint the Uchiha bloodline. To marry into the Uchiha clan, one must be a strong man, passing the test set by the clan. But the so-called strong possess the dignity of the strong, and the title of live-in son-in-law is a deeply unsavory one. How could a strong man give up his surname for love? Unless he's a bootlicker, cough cough cough, true love. Such cases are rare, but not unheard of. Several such instances have occurred throughout the millennia of Uchiha history. Even so, the Uchiha clan can be considered enlightened when it comes to protecting their bloodline. The Hyuga clan has a perversely protective nature towards their bloodline, even going so far as to develop seals like the caged bird to protect it, and even distinguishing between the main and branch families. Needless to say, there's more to the story. Hyuga Reincarnated, a member of the Hyuga branch family, was branded with a caged bird seal one ordinary afternoon, and finally faced reality. Members of the Hyuga branch family must dedicate their entire lives to the Hyuga main family, and even their descendants must repeat this tragic fate. It's incredibly tragic. Therefore, there will be no good results for the Uchiha clan and the Hyuga branch family to come together. The Hyuga clan's caged bird system is like a mountain, blocking the two on both sides. The Hyuga clan would certainly not yield, allowing Hyuga Reincarnated to marry into the Uchiha clan and causing the Byakugan's bloodline limit to be leaked. But the Uchiha clan also couldn't afford to compromise. Allowing Uchiha Makoto to marry into the Hyuga clan and then branding the child as a caged bird would be a sheer disgrace to the Uchiha clan. The story between these two should have ended there, with a bad ending. However, Uchiha Kusunoki's policy of integrating the bloodline ninja clans rekindled Uchiha Makoto's hope, and for a year, he launched a frantic pursuit of Hyuga Reincarnated. Reincarnated, you don't believe me? Don't you also believe in the Hokage? The clan leader said that the bloodline ninja clans are one family, and he'll take responsibility if anything goes wrong. That's how it is. Hokage, please help us. I'm answering the call of the Uchiha clan. You promised it with all your heart back then. I had a hard time convincing Reincarnated. Uchiha Makoto's tone was filled with anxiety, as he had been counting on his clan leaders to lend a hand. That's a bit difficult. Uchiha Kusunoki frowned. Although he had anticipated this day, facing this situation was still a headache. This meant going against the entire Hyuga clan and breaking the caged bird system that had existed for millennia. Although Hinata Takuma had always wanted to bring Hyuga Asuka to his side, wanting her to become the Hokage's wife. But this is just one example. What is Uchiha Kusunoki's identity? What is Uchiha Makoto's? Uchiha Kusunoki is Konoha's Hokage, the man who rules the roost. If Hinata Asuka can marry Uchiha Kusunoki and become his wife, and Uchiha Kusunoki slightly favors the Hyuga clan when Konoha divides interests, it can bring at least 30 years of prosperity to the Hyuga clan. This can be considered a family marriage. Although it may cause a loss of bloodline, it depends on who is lost. From a long-term perspective, the Hyuga clan will definitely make a profit, even a huge profit. Moreover, if Hinata Asuka and Uchiha Kusunoki have a child, then Konoha's next Hokage might even have the Hyuga clan bloodline. Whatever you think, whatever you profit. Hinata Takuma can easily block any opposition from the family. But if the person whose bloodline is lost is Uchiha Makoto, then who the hell are you sorry for? Let me think it over carefully. This is a serious matter. Don't rush. Uchiha Non patted Uchiha Makoto's shoulder, signaling him to calm down. He had already made his promise, and his clan members had executed it perfectly, successfully winning the heart of a Hyuga clan girl, who had even come to him specifically for help. Therefore, he, as clan leader, was definitely not going to be able to do anything wrong. However, the Hyuga clan's caged bird system was truly absurd. Overturning it wouldn't be easy. The caged bird system had been in place for millennia and was deeply ingrained. Furthermore, the entire Hyuga clan's main family benefited from this caged bird system. The distinction between the main family and the branch families was essentially determined from birth. As the main family, one could command the Hyuga clan and act with authority, bossing the branch members around. Even if they were unhappy, they could find any excuse to take it out on the branch members. Even if it gets out of hand, the person in charge of the Hyuga clan is the Hyuga main family, so they will naturally favor the members of the Hyuga main family. This is just the most basic privilege. The resources allocated by the family will undoubtedly be tilted towards the Hyuga main family. The complete ancestral Bagwazhang will only be open to the Hyuga main family. It is difficult to overthrow this system. Hokage-sama, you have to help me, we both already. Uchiha Makoto saw that Uchiha-nan was still thinking, and began to say some lewd words. Hinata Lingayan's face flushed, and even her neck turned crimson. After hesitating for a while, she told more explosive news. Hokage-sama, I'm actually pregnant. When did it happen? I just found out this morning. I had a strange dream last night. I met a huge eye in my dream. Chapter 246 Uchiha-nan, this is no longer an ordinary caged bird system. Giant eyes. Uchiha Kusunoki frowned at the Hyuga Rei's presence. Hyuga clan. Gigantic eyes. These two keywords combined are like the title King of Pots being associated with Shimura Danzo, or Uchiha Madara being associated with dancing. This could only be the Samsara eye. That eye radiated a golden light. Majestic, sacred, reminiscing about last night's dream, Hyuga Reino spoke with an inexplicable tone. The immense pressure emanating from the massive Samsara eye filled her with a deep sense of fear. Did you have this dream before you became pregnant? Uchiha Kusunoki began using the control variable method, attempting to confirm her hypothesis. No, Hyuga Reino shook her head. Then I understand, Uchiha Kusunoki nodded, looking at Uchiha Makoto, then back at Hyuga Rei. In Naruto Next Generations, the son born from the union of Uzumaki Naruto and Hyuga Hinata possesses a new bloodline boundary, the Pure Eye. While the Pure Eye's power isn't fully revealed in Boruto, the performances of the Otsutsuki clan members alone suggest it must be quite powerful. Boruto is the protagonist, after all. Now, the Uchiha bloodline combined with the Hyuga bloodline, mixed with the power of Oshirima's cells, seems to have produced a remarkable child, capable of resonating with the giant Samsara eye on the moon. Could it be a throwback? Did the combined power of the Uchiha, Senju, and Hyuga clans truly create the Otsutsuki? Damn, could it be the chakra of some old monster reincarnated into the ninja world? Is this butterfly effect starting to play out again? Uchiha Kusunoki couldn't help but let his thoughts wander. But this was a good thing, his bloodline ninja clan integration plan seemed to be working. He wondered if this was just a one-off, or if it could become one of the many. He was truly looking forward to it. Uchiha Kusunoki was daydreaming about the future, but was quickly brought back to reality by a roar in his ears. Hokage-sama, you must help me this time, or I'm doomed. I should have had alcohol on our date that day. I didn't bring any. It's over. It's over, Uchiha Makoto roared passionately. In that brief minute, his emotions swirled wildly, from disbelief to agitation, then to doubting life, then beginning to contemplate it. Finally, he faced reality and began to lose his temper. He was going to be a father? Hate it, it's all because of you. Hinata Rain's cheeks flushed like lava dripping into the snow. Her fingertips twisted the cuffs of her pristine white kimono, and finally, in a state of exasperation, she reached out and pinched the soft flesh around Uchiha Makoto's waist. This was an unmarried pregnancy. Even in the rabbit country of Blue Planet in her previous life, some conservatives would have labeled such behavior immoral. However, in recent years, a wave of freedom had blown in from outside, and more people were taking such serious matters lightly. There were even such absurdities as birthplace, technical school bathroom newbie mission, be discovered by the cleaning lady as soon as possible. The Hyuga clan has very strict rules. Once this matter is exposed, Uchiha Makoto is a member of the Uchiha clan, and the Hyuga clan will not be able to intervene even if they want to. At most, they can put pressure on Uchiha-nan and ask for an explanation. But Hyuga Rei will definitely be punished by the main family according to the family rules. It hurts, Rei, I was wrong. I will take responsibility, don't worry. There is still the Hokage. He will also take responsibility. Uchiha Makoto grimaced in pain and begged for mercy. Uchiha-nan twitched his mouth after hearing Uchiha Makoto's fierce words. He originally wanted to plead for Uchiha Makoto, but now he decided to wait. Eating melons and watching the show after a few minutes, Uchiha-nan waved his hand and began to plead for Uchiha Makoto. Okay, you are going to be a father. It is normal for Uchiha Makoto to be a little emotional, even if it is me. Cough cough cough. Hinata Rei realized that this was the Hokage's office, So she put her hand down, her face flushed with shyness, and then she lowered her head and began to play with her fingers. But, Makoto, as the head of the Uchiha clan, I really have to criticize you here. I do encourage family members to pursue handsome men and beautiful women from other bloodline ninja clans. You are young, your bodies are strong, and you are full of blood. I understand that this young couple wants to learn a foreign language and explore the mysteries of the human body in the dead of night, but can you take safety measures? Besides, Makoto, your name is very dangerous. Be careful of being stabbed by girls. Be careful, Uchiha Non said earnestly. Hinata Rie became more and more shy as she listened, and put her hand on Uchiha Makoto's waist again. Uchiha Makoto covered his mouth in pain, lowering his head to listen to the Hokage's instructions. Then, Hokage-sama, what should we do now? Uchiha Makoto had sobbed like a wide noodle. Now, apart from the Hokage-sama, no one could save him. What should we do? You've caused this trouble, and as the clan leader, I'll clean up your mess. Just go back and prepare for the wedding. Get it done within a month or two. Otherwise, if you wait until the girl is pregnant, people will definitely gossip. Our Uchiha and Hyuga clans are wealthy ninja clans. Invite me to the wedding, and I'll give you a big red envelope, Uchiha Non said. He hadn't intended to just leave it alone. After all, Uchiha Makoto and Hyuga Rien were just part of his play plan. Really, Hokage-sama, I knew you'd stick to your guns. Uchiha Makoto's face revealed joy, and he was so excited that he almost knelt down to Uchiha Non. Hokage, is this really okay? Hyuga Rien said timidly. She knew better than anyone how difficult this matter was. This time, Lord Hokage had to face the caged bird of the Hyuga clan. Uchiha Non understood what Hyuga Rien meant. The caged bird system. This system has been running in the Hyuga clan for thousands of years. It runs like an ancestral ship mountain code. The original intention of inventing the caged bird system was to ensure that the bloodline limit of the Byakugan would not leak out. After all, the rate of opening the eyes of the Hyuga clan is really too high. Unlike the Uchiha clan, which has a high threshold for opening the eyes, some members of the Uchiha clan have never opened the Sharingan in their entire lives, while almost everyone in the Hyuga clan can open their eyes. Not only that, compared to the Uchiha clan's Sharingan, if it is transplanted by an outsider, the Sharingan must be kept open forever. Although the Uchiha's Sharingan can be used, it adds a permanent blue loss buff to oneself. Ordinary ninjas simply cannot afford such chakra loss. Even a genius ninja like Kakashi, whose own chakra amount is already among the highest among ordinary people, still cannot withstand such chakra loss and eventually becomes a guy with kidney deficiency. Well, Kakashi's becoming like that is probably related to his long-term viewing of Intimate Paradise. The Hyuga clan's Byakugan can be turned on and off at will, and its rejection is far less than that of the Uchiha clan's Sharingan, and its functionality is particularly strong. The ability to see through illusions by seeing through the chakra in the human body is acquired through perspective. So, 1,000 years ago, the Hyuga clan had just come down from the moon, and they must have been badly harmed by others, so they came up with a system like the bird in a cage. Although the bird in a cage system still protects the bloodline limit of the Byakugan, it has completely changed. However, a good programmer should know that the ship mountain code should not be touched if it can be left alone. If it is touched, it will expose some bugs for you to fix. Therefore, adhering to the principle of not moving if you can run, it is natural that the caged bird system has become the foundation of the Hyuga clan. The people in power in the Hyuga clan are all the main Hyuga family, and they are the beneficiaries of this system. From birth to now, they have been living a life of luxury in the Hyuga clan. So it is indeed a very difficult thing to overthrow the evil caged bird system. However, the plan of the Bloodline Ninja clan integration promoted by Uchiha Non will inevitably conflict with the caged bird system of the Hyuga clan. The two are as incompatible as water and fire. Although the Hyuga clan has always been weak, the Kumagakure came to steal the clan leader's daughter, and the clan leader killed the intruder in self-defense. As soon as Kumagakure put a little pressure on Konoha, the Hyuga clan knelt down and directly sacrificed the clan leader's younger brother, letting Hyuga Hisashi be a scapegoat in order to calm things down. However, this was acceptable to the Hyuga main family. After all, the lives of branch family members were not their own lives. The scapegoat was only a branch family member, even if he was the clan leader's younger brother. The branch family would still die. But for the sake of the caged bird system, The Hyuga main family members would most likely still be able to muster up their spirits and courage to stand up and speak loudly to Uchiha Kusunoki. The worst-case scenario now was a bloodbath of the Hyuga clan. But that was not what Uchiha Kusunoki wanted. The Hyuga clan should not be purged now, and certainly not with such violent means. That would inevitably cause irreparable damage to Konoha. However difficult it was, Uchiha Kusunoki had to do it. Moreover, a major breakthrough was already before him. That was the Rinnegan. If an unborn child could resonate with a Rinnegan, he must be exceptionally gifted, with a promising future. He was guaranteed to be at the Kage level, and with practice, he could advance to Super Kage. Growing into a 6 Paths level master was not impossible, and he would still be named Uchiha in the future. Besides, it's impossible for Uchiha non to say no in front of a girl. I know what's going on, Lingayan, don't worry. But just in case, you'd better not live in the Hyuga clan land recently. The Uchiha clan has always had vacant houses, so you can move there and live there for a while. Uchiha non spoke with confidence. No matter what, Hinata Reincarnated must be detained in the Uchiha clan's territory first. Uchiha non didn't believe that the Hyuga clan would really dare to send people to the Uchiha clan to snatch people. If such a thing really happened, they would not be ordinary Hyuga clan members. Uchiha non just didn't want to kill too many people, not that he didn't intend to kill people. This is an unprecedented revolution for the Hyuga clan itself. It is the fate of the Hyuga clan. How can there be no death in a revolution? And Uchiha non was really worried about leaving Hinata Reincarnated in the Hyuga clan. The Hyuga clan's main family might not dare to completely break up with Uchiha non, and might make concessions to Uchiha non. But in order to protect the caged bird system, their main family can turn into a demon at any time. If you can't solve the problem, then solve the person who raised the problem. Uchiha Makoto is a member of the Uchiha clan, and they have no right to control, but Hyuga Reincarnated is a member of the Hyuga clan, and also belongs to the Hyuga branch. As long as they use the caged bird seal, they can easily kill Hyuga Reincarnated. Hokage-sama, we give you face. But Hyuga Reincarnated felt that she alone had caused misunderstandings between Hokage-sama and the Hyuga clan, and she thought she was guilty of a heinous crime, so she committed suicide out of shame. Don't worry Reincarnated, you have to believe in the clan leader, he is the Hokage of Konoha. Besides, if the Hyuga clan disagrees, I believe the clan leader can lead the Uchiha clan to fight until they agree. Uchiha Makoto took the initiative to hold Hyuga Reincarnated's hand, and echoed Uchiha Nan's words. Ahem. Uchiha Makoto, don't say anything that is not conducive to unity. Uchiha non coughed, signaling Uchiha Makoto to restrain his expression, although he really intended to do so. Yet, Hinata Reincarnated held Uchiha Makoto's hand tightly, and then interlocked their fingers. Okay, stop being cheesy, the air is filled with the sour smell of love, is there anything else? I still have a pile of documents to deal with. Uchiha non was forced to eat a big bowl of dog food, which he usually fed to others. No more, then we will go out first, Hokage-sama. I really am very grateful. It's my turn as the Hokage. Oh, right, remember to go to the hospital for prenatal checkups on time. Uchiha Makoto, remember to always follow me. Also, pay attention to nutrition during pregnancy. Yeah, Hyuga Reincarnated nodded. She didn't expect things to go so smoothly, and the gratitude in her tone was beyond words. When she learned that she was unexpectedly pregnant, her heart was in a mess. Could the Hokage really help her? What if he couldn't? When she was thinking about it, she even had the idea of secretly aborting the child. With a caged bird tattoo on her head, as a member of the Hyuga branch family, she stayed in the Hyuga clan. When she was ignorant, she had to endure inferior treatment in the family. She suffered torture since childhood, from unwillingness at the beginning to numbness in the end. It can be said that the torture of the caged bird turned the members of the Hyuga branch family from human into ghosts. Only the Hyuga clan could maintain a stamped system for thousands of years without wavering. If it were the Uchiha clan, it would explode in a matter of minutes. This kind of harsh living environment would surely produce a genius who opened the main Gekyo Sharingan, awakened a special eye technique, and then repeated the deeds of the Uchiha Weasel. But in the future, when Konoha's benevolent father arrives, fairness will prevail. No kneeling, everyone, stand up. Chapter 247, The Rampant Unfilial Sons are the family tradition of Kaguya Otsutsuki's family. I'm so tired, the Hyuga clan. A bird in a cage. The main family, I just returned to the village and I don't even have time to breathe, but I have to face such troublesome things. Now there are still these damn documents to deal with." Uchiha put his hand on his chin and sighed. After complaining for a while, Uchiha still picked up the pen on the table and continued to deal with the remaining documents. Time passed little by little, and it was almost evening. Uchiha finally finished dealing with the documents on the table. Finally, "I can go home." Uchiha breathed a sigh of relief. "Hokage-sama, here is another document that I need you to deal with." Narashikeon very untimely handed in another document. "Luin, are you doing this on purpose?" "Forget it, just give it to me." Uchiha took the document from Narashikeon's hand. "Konoha's administration, planning, and finance departments are expanding. Hokage-sama, please take a look at the list. If it's okay, just sign and confirm and we'll proceed. This has been expanded several times, hasn't it? Konoha is growing, and the scope of the work is increasing. Even with several staffing increases, it's still not enough. Constantly using shadow clones to work is really damaging to your health. Then go to Konoha Hospital more often and increase its revenue. Boost the pharmaceutical industry for me. With an exchange of both sides, Konoha's GDP will be fully covered. Konoha earns money, Konoha spends it, and when you part, you want to take it home. Konoha's GDP is counting on you to contribute." Uchiha Kusunoki nodded, flipping through the documents and muttering a jingle. Narashikoku was silent. "Hokage-sama, why do you speak like a poison? This new batch is all very young. Youth is good. They can handle rough times. There are quite a few married ones," Uchiha Kusunoki muttered as he flipped through the list of personnel. In an era when the legacy of the Warring States period still lingered, ninja children matured extremely early, so much so that children as young as 7 or 8 could wield a kunai and slash enemies. Furthermore, due to the demands of war and missions, the average lifespan of ninjas was relatively short. To ensure a sufficient population, they married young. Early marriage and early childbearing became a common practice in the ninja world. Both ninja and civilians held this view and practiced it accordingly. Luin, in the future, try to recruit young, married people, preferably with children. The more the better, and if they have a mortgage, even better. Once people have a family, they have a desire to strive. They'll do anything for their children. Even if you ask them to work overtime for 3 days and 3 nights straight, I believe they can do it well. If it's a ninja in their 30s, that's fantastic. They still have the stamina to work like a workhorse. Those young, unmarried, childless ninjas who have nothing and can just quit their jobs without any pressure are outrageous, Uchiha muttered, and Naraluin nodded repeatedly. He took these words as a lesson. The Hokage was indeed very perceptive. What he said was so true. The hardest working ninjas in the Hokage building were those who were married, had multiple children, and had bought houses in the new city. Not only do they have a large family to support, but they also have to pay for the children's milk powder, schooling, secret medicine, and medicinal baths. All sorts of expenses require money. To provide their children with a better living environment, they bought a house in the new city and took on a mortgage. The monthly repayment pressure is enormous. Despite the relentless overtime, they rarely complain. Middle-aged ninjas are even more exceptional, even actively requesting overtime to earn overtime pay. It's the young ninjas who are unmarried, childless, and even houseless who complain the most. They lack any dedication to Konoha. Hokage-sama, I'll be more careful next time. If you're not married or have children, I won't hire you if I can. Narashikeon nodded, deciding to add some additional requirements to the next recruitment notice for expansion. That's right, Uchiha Kusunoki nodded, continuing to flip through the documents. The Uchiha clan, the Hyuga clan, the Senju clan, the Uzumaki clan, the Ino Shikacho clan, the Aburame clan, ninja clan members make up 80%, that's the percentage. Uchiha Kusunoki frowned, unsatisfied with the result. Narashikeon, sensing Uchiha Kusunoki's mood, felt sweat bead on his forehead. He had painstakingly compiled this list, and so many people had greeted him. They were all ninja clan members, they saw each other every day. Some of those who came to greet him were comrades who had fought side by side during the First Shinobi World War, their lives etched in their hearts. Brother, do me a favor. Give your nephew or niece a helping hand. Just a little something. In the past, bounty hunting was a necessity, everyone made their living that way, and Konoha didn't need so many people working in offices. But things have changed now. Konoha's business operations have expanded, and the number of people required for office work has increased. Every ninja clan in Konoha is seeking transformation in this era of change. Talented children specialize in combat and serve Konoha in the Anbu. For those who are not so talented, the family will also try their best to find a good place for them. Although there are many affairs in the Hokage building, and even with the use of shadow clones when it is busy, there are not enough people, but the whole Konoha is still flocking to this job. This is an office position. As long as you do it, you don't have to sleep in the open air in the ninja world and say goodbye to the days of licking blood on the edge of a knife. The salary is high, the treatment is good, and the bonuses are large. Their lives are even better than those of the frontline combatants. After all, the system is really good. Hokage, don't worry, every member of the ninja clan has passed the assessment and is absolutely capable of doing their job, and their personal strength is generally better than that of civilian ninjas, Narashikato explained on the side, fearing that Uchiha Non would be dissatisfied. Well, workability is of course the first priority. Yes, Hokage, however, Shikaku, the number of civilian ninjas graduating from ninja schools is increasing, and their proportion has surpassed that of ninja clan members. We need to give them more opportunities, remove some of the ninja clan members on the list and increase the number of civilian ninjas. Uchiha Non returned Narashikaku's list of personnel expansion and asked him to make a new one. Yes, Hokage, although Narashikaku was very reluctant, he nodded at the first opportunity. No matter which party removed, there would be people who would be dissatisfied. It was just the way of the world. But there was nothing he could do about it. Since Hokage had spoken, he certainly couldn't say no. Narashikaku took the document, and as soon as he turned his back to Uchiha Non, he showed a dejected face, then walked out of the room and began to make a new list of personnel for expansion. The Uchiha clan must not be touched, they're the Hokage's clan. The Hyuga clan, forget about the Senju clan. Uzumaki clan, let's start with the smaller clans. This is another troublesome matter, it's really troublesome. Uchiha Non twirled a pen in his hand. He hadn't expected so many troubles to arise upon his return. The very thing he had always hoped for had finally happened. The ninja clans had banded together, just as Uchiha Non had predicted. Good jobs are generally not circulated, but they rely on. But this can't be entirely blamed on the ninja clans. Konoha was originally a purely military organization, and the original shareholders were all ninja clansmen, contributing the most manpower and financially. Uchiha Non had always relied on them. Civilian ninjas only emerged in the last year or two, fueled by Uchiha Non's financial resources. In the eyes of the ninja clansmen, civilian ninjas were simply freeloaders. It was difficult, but this was still manageable. Konoha was Uchiha Non's one-man show, with absolute power over personnel appointments and dismissals. But Uchiha Kusunoki didn't let his guard down. Konoha's expansion had been too rapid in recent years, its prosperity masking any underlying problems. Everywhere, everything flourished, a vibrant scene. The conflict between civilian ninja and clan ninja wasn't prominent, and Konoha hadn't yet completely devoured the vast pie of the Fire Nation. Uchiha Kusunoki continued to exploit the ninja world, sucking the blood of smaller nations and ripping the flesh of larger powers. The pie grew larger, and everyone had enough. But the problem must be solved. If he doesn't, and it's passed on to the next Hokage, then the fourth Hokage will be in dire straits. Uchiha Kusunoki, while calling himself the benevolent father of Konoha, certainly doesn't follow that path. He saw the signs of trouble brewing, but out of a moment of weakness and mercy, he let the matter drag on until a massive purge was necessary. We can only let them continue taking the exams, and make it as fair as possible. Compared to individual will, a sound system is more effective. Uchiha Kusunoki still planned to use the old rabbit method. If they all wanted a job in the office, then take the exam. Not only did they have to meet the requirements, but they also had to have high scores. Go ahead, take the exam, and do it to death. I've spent so much money training you, a bunch of common ninjas. You should try your best. On the moon, the enormous Rinnegan was placed on a massive circular platform composed of a mysterious metal emitting a faint blue luster. A golden light shone. Such fluctuations must be caused by someone in the family. And only those with extremely high bloodline concentrations and exceptional talent could cause such fluctuations. But the Otsutsuki clan on the moon had thoroughly investigated every member of the family, even pregnant women. In the conference room, two factions sat at a long table, radicals and moderates. Thousands of years ago, the filial son, Otsutsuki Hamura, had told his descendants that his brother, the Six-Path Sage, had founded the shinobi sect on Earth and spread chakra, attempting to create a peaceful, perfect world where everyone could understand each other. Then, on his deathbed, he left a final, vague message for his descendants, to take care of his brother's world, to protect the Outer Path Demon statue, to resolve any problems promptly, and to help his brother. There were also some other confusing words. Otsutsuki Hamura, his brother, the Six-Path Sage, and their mother, Otsutsuki Kaguya, all failed miserably in managing family relationships. Kaguya Otsutsuki failed to properly manage the relationship between her two sons, leading to the two rebellious sons' famous scenes of filial piety. She remains imprisoned on the moon, unable to escape, leaving only her youngest son, Black Zetsu, to fight in the ninja world. The Six-Path Sage, similarly insane, divided the family line unfairly, leading to an uncertain final year. He also caused his two sons to go their separate ways, resulting in a life-or-death struggle, and their souls to reincarnate and fight for generations. Perhaps only when Indra and Ashura are reborn as a boy and a girl will their reincarnation story finally come to an end. Otsutsuki Hamura also inherited his family's fine traditions. Although he remained aloof during his lifetime, he began to lose control near death, uttering cryptic words and leaving no written will. This split his descendants into two factions. Regarding how to deal with the ninja world left behind by the Six-Path Sage. Our ancestors have always kept an eye on us, and we must promptly address any problems. The ninja world has been plagued by conflict for millennia. The Warring States period was a chaotic mess. The ferocity of the Warring Senju and Uchiha clans, two families locked in a blood feud for generations, was so intense that they could no longer continue the conflict. They began seeking a solution, ultimately clashing and establishing the one country, one village system. A brief period of peace followed, but it was short-lived. Following the death of Oshirama Senju, the First Shinobi World War erupted, a war even more brutal than the Warring States period itself. This rotten world, these rotten ninjas, it was time to deal with them. Moderates believed the ninja world could be saved. Radicals believed it was beyond redemption, and that the mistakes of their ancestral brother, the Six-Path Sage, must be rectified through the use of their inherited samsara eye. In the end, the two factions fought tooth and nail, leaving only Otsutsuki Tonari, the sole heir of the once thriving clan, to survive. His quest for a wife to inherit the family business and carry on the bloodline was snatched away by Uzumaki Naruto. Perhaps this was retribution. Unfilial children can never give birth to filial ones. We've searched our clan, and no one has been born who could cause the samsara eye to show any signs of abnormality, Otsutsuki Tetsuya said. Then continue your investigation, he said in a cryptic tone, then quickly changed the subject. How is the ninja world on Earth now? Still at war? Yes, Master Tetsuya, the ninja world on Earth has been in constant conflict since the last war. Now it seems another war is about to break out. The clan member sitting beside Otsutsuki Tetsuya immediately understood and reported the latest information on the ninja world. As expected. The ninjas on Earth are still so ignorant. It's time to fulfill the destiny left by our ancestors. Otsutsuki Tetsuya once again recalled his ancestors' last words. Enough, the ancestors' last words didn't mean that at all. The samsara eye is not a tool for your reckless behavior, Otsutsuki Tetsuya said, slamming the table and speaking pointedly. Chapter 248 Senju Tobirama, Izuna, do you actually think that your soul can return to the Pure Land? The conference room soon erupted in a heated argument. The two factions exchanged sharp words, attacking each other. But it was all for naught. The Rinnegan had been passed down through the family, each generation having cast their eyeballs into it. To wield the family's ultimate weapon, one had to achieve an overwhelming victory. But now that the family was divided into two factions, their power was roughly the same. Perhaps the ninja world wasn't important. Where did so much destiny come from? It was simply a family feud. HMPH, you'll regret this sooner or later, who knows who'll regret it then. The argument ended with the two leaders exchanging harsh words. A moment later, the topic shifted back to the unusual movement of the Rinnegan. When it came to the Rinnegan, no caution was too great. Let's put the question of the ninja world aside for now. We must continue investigating the cause of the Rinnegan's unusual movement, okay? As dusk fell, the sun slowly sank into the west, and the clouds in the sky were stained orange-red by the setting sun. After Uchiha Minami finished dealing with the annoying documents, he immediately chose to leave work. During the few months that Uchiha Minami was away, many people in Konoha had been thinking about him. Now that Uchiha Minami was back, they couldn't hold back any longer. Fortunately, he had the multiple shadow clone technique, which made Uchiha Minami a master of time management. However, considering that there might be a big battle tonight, Uchiha Minami used the wood clone technique. The wood clone technique has been tested and is enough to last a whole night. As soon as they met, Tsunade flew directly into Uchiha Minami's arms. After not seeing each other for a few months, Tsunade has grown up. Really grown up. Uchiha Hikaru, that tsundere little brat, took Uchiha Minami's hand and rushed to the game hall of Konoha. The date location was really tricky. But it was strange that Uchiha Minami didn't see Uchiha Madara. Logically, he should have acted as a light bulb between himself and Uchiha Hikaru. Uncle Madara, you've been reading so intently. What book are you reading? I don't know. Stop rambling, the game's on. Uzumaki Yotsuki and Hyuga Asuka. The two girls had truly similar personalities, and Uchiha Kusunoki thoroughly enjoyed spending time with them. They sat quietly, listening to Uchiha Kusunoki's stories with adoring eyes, offering unconditional support. Gentleness can truly erode a man's heart, especially one as cunning as Uchiha Kusunoki. The Fire Nation princess had also arrived. She was a proton, following the orders of the Fire Nation daimyo to approach Uchiha Kusunoki. Ultimately, she was just a pitiful little girl, so Uchiha Kusunoki didn't dislike her. Besides, she was indeed adorable, and, well, she was also quite large. Men always like big things, there's nothing you can do about it. Uchiha Kusunoki hadn't forgotten Kid and Rin either. They had been silently waiting for him at home. Twins are so cool. Of course, there was also an unexpected guest. The shrine maiden from the land of demons was gentle and virtuous, dressed in a black and white nun's robe and without makeup. Yet, her eyes always shone with a gentle, tranquil strength that could not help but put one at ease. The black and white nun's robe was quite loose, but even so, it couldn't hide her graceful figure. What a sly figure. Uchiha Kusunoki sized her up with a critical eye. Since his brother liked her, there was nothing he could do. Uchiha Kusunoki respected his brother, so he began dating the shrine maiden. Of course, in addition to the aforementioned clones, Uchiha Kusunoki also didn't forget to send a wooden clone to the underground laboratory. Upon returning to Konoha, he would definitely visit his two nuclear-powered donkeys first to check on their recent work progress. Furthermore, considering Senju Tobirama's ample ability to fight internal conflicts, Uchiha Kusunoki also planned to discuss how to resolve the Hyuga clan's problems with the least possible cost. In the underground laboratory, Senju Tobirama, Uchiha Izuna, did you two miss me? Uchiha Minami greeted his two nuclear-powered donkeys with a smile on his face. However, his warm welcome was met with a cold shoulder. This cold shoulder came from Uchiha Izuna. You're back. Why were you out for so long this time? What happened? Senju Tobirama, with a change of heart, proactively greeted Uchiha Minami. Uchiha Minami initially thought Senju Tobirama was about to start chanting, the inherently evil Uchiha brat. Uchiha Izuna ignored him, muttering, this damn junior is truly inherently evil. He even calls me by my name, not even senior. Uchiha Izuna had been having a very difficult time recently. Although he possessed a high talent for scientific research, the Uchiha's nature had always been to love and enjoy battle. Asking him to devote 24 hours a day to scientific research was truly too much of a stretch. It was bearable for a short time, but he couldn't stand it any longer. Senju Tobirama himself had a passion for scientific research. When he was the Second Hokage, he even secretly embezzled Konoha's funds for his own research projects. But things were different now. Although Uchiha Kusunoki was a jerk, Senju Tobirama had to admit that he was a knowledgeable client. As long as it was for a research project, there was no limit to Senju Tobirama's research funding. Just keep working. Don't be afraid to spend. Although the constant high-intensity research work could make Senju Tobirama feel bored and tedious, after a few years, he had gotten used to it. Now things were getting better. Uchiha Izuna, his sworn enemy and defeated opponent, had joined him in the life of a hard-working researcher. It was like light had appeared in a dark world, bringing joy to a dull life. Uchiha Izuna couldn't stand the tedium of scientific research, and her madness and madness were a source of joy for Senju Tobirama. Senju Tobirama would often make sarcastic remarks to amuse himself. Uchiha Izuna, is that all? It's just 2 months of working 24/7 straight. I tell you, There's still a lot of time like this. What? Are you asking if there's a time limit for impure world reincarnation? Of course not. I've been doing this for years. Uchiha Kusunoki is a ruthless scoundrel. Your soul was resurrected by him, and you still want to return to the Pure Land? I think you're just wishful thinking. Furthermore, Uchiha Kusunoki had issued restraining orders to Senju Tobirama and Uchiha Izuna, prohibiting the use of force in the lab. Faced with Senju Tobirama's sharp tongue, Uchiha Izuna didn't even have the energy to fight back, let alone verbally. The two men's verbal battle, circling back and forth, ultimately returned to that life-or-death duel. Senju Tobirama was the winner. The loser had no right to shout. Especially with Uchiha Nan's promise of precious control over the impure world reincarnation. 3 full minutes. Tobirama, what's wrong with Uchiha Izuna? He doesn't seem happy to see me. Uchiha Nan was puzzled. Logically, Uchiha Izuna should be closer to him. HMPH, that defeated opponent, he just can't stand your exploitation. Ahem, what do you mean by exploitation? Watch your wording. This is called serving Konoha? Uchiha Nan coughed a few times, correcting Senju Tobirama's words. Shut up, Senju Tobirama. This is a 24-hour workday. I've been doing it for months. Uchiha Izuna gritted his teeth as he spoke. He had indeed underestimated the intensity of the work here. His initial ambition to surpass Senju Tobirama in scientific research had been completely eroded by the intense work. Senju Tobirama was truly a slave. He could really withstand such work intensity and had been doing it for several years, even enjoying the process of scientific research. But Uchiha Izuna couldn't do that. He was almost unable to bear it. If he could, he would have started to give up long ago. But he happened to have the inherently evil Senju Tobirama next to him, who was always teasing him. Want to slack off? Then go ahead. If that guy Uchiha Nan knew you were slacking off, guess what would happen? You don't think that just because you're an Uchiha, Uchiha Nan will be kind to you, right? Don't dream. He will definitely find ways to exploit you. Maybe Uchiha Nan will just give me the control of your impure world reincarnation in a fit of rage. I've already thought about what I'm going to do to you when I get the control of your impure world reincarnation. Due to many factors, Senju Tobirama had no way to give up and could only work desperately. Konoha. He was still worried about Konoha. But Senju Tobirama couldn't bear to see Uchiha Izuna working hard, so he worked hard himself while Uchiha Izuna next to him was slacking off. This was even more painful than killing Senju Tobirama. Cough cough cough. Although he was already dead. We must put some pressure on Uchiha Izuna. Hurry up and get to work and contribute to Konoha. When Uchiha Izuna heard these words, he immediately lost his temper and returned to his work obediently. This damn control of the impure world reincarnation was like the sword of Damocles, forcing Uchiha Izuna to keep up with the work progress of Senju Tobirama. It hurts. Too much? Uchiha Izuna, this is your fault. You took the initiative to apply for it. You don't want to regret it now. There will be a punishment for quitting halfway, Uchiha Nan said with a smile, his tone full of threats. Now that Uchiha Izuna's scientific research potential has been tapped, he should never think about returning to the Pure Land to sleep forever. Beast, you will definitely be punished, Uchiha Izuna cursed angrily. He naturally knew what Uchiha Nan meant by punishment. Defeated general, you are right. This bastard will definitely be punished. Seeing Uchiha Izuna's broken expression, Senju Tobirama laughed happily on the side. The two annoying Uchiha started to fight among themselves. But one thing is one thing. What Uchiha Izuna said is not wrong. Uchiha Nan, this bastard will get his comeuppance sooner or later. Hey, Tobirama, which side are you on? Humph, anyway, I'm not on your side. I don't want to pay attention to you, treacherous villain. These days it must be you who are trying to sow discord between me and Uchiha Izuna. Is telling the truth also called sowing discord? Senju Tobirama raised his eyebrows. He was indeed trying to sow discord, but he was always telling the truth. Then don't say it in the future. Uchiha Izuna is new here and it will take time to get used to the life here. You are talking nonsense and reducing Uchiha Izuna's enthusiasm. This is your fault, Humph, you are as shameless as ever. Uchiha Nan waved his hand, not caring about what Senju Tobirama said. He had heard these words from Senju Tobirama countless times, and there was really nothing new in them. Here, a small gift for you. Uchiha Nan was too lazy to argue with Senju Tobirama, and took out a sealed jar containing the Zero Tail from his pocket. What is this? Zero Tail, the one I mentioned to you, can absorb the negative emotions of humans and convert them into chakra. For this thing, I wiped out the Sky Village and destroyed the Sky Country. It's not easy to come by. Senju Tobirama took the zero tail from Uchiha Nan's hand, and he suddenly remembered how to use the zero tail. In order to exploit the workers' labor, Uchiha Nan did not even let go of their negative emotions. Will this devilish use pose a hidden danger to Konoha? You are such a complete bastard beast. Senju Tobirama pointed at Uchiha Nan's nose and cursed. Slander, you are slandering me. Do you know how much pressure the workers in the Konoha factory and the staff in the Hokage building are under at work? They have to work overtime for more than 10 hours every day. I know you are dead, but your body is reincarnated by the impure world reincarnation. You can use the multiple shadow clone technique to work for 24 hours at will, but they can't. You don't think about the problem from the perspective of the vast majority of grassroots workers at all. Tobirama, you have been away from the masses for too long. Senju Tobirama widened his eyes. It was hard for him to imagine that Uchiha Nan could say such a thing, making himself look like a bad guy, a villain. Am I wrong? Isn't it for the cattle and horses? Cough cough cough. For their physical and mental health, you, shameless. Senju Tobirama was so angry at what Uchiha Nan said that he gasped for breath. The argument between Uchiha Nan and Senju Tobirama made Uchiha Izuna come over. Senju Tobirama, what's going on? What the hell is this zero tail? Uchiha Izuna, let me tell you, the use of this thing can transform humans' negative emotions into chakra. It was originally used by the Sky Ninja Village, but now Uchiha Nan plans to. Uchiha Izuna's expression was normal at first, but after listening for a while, he frowned slightly, then frowned, and finally looked horrified. What, if it can be used like this, then the labor force is being exploited. Afterwards, you have to be grateful to Uchiha Nan. Uchiha Nan, are you still a human being? Uchiha Izuna decisively stood with Senju Tobirama. As the object of Uchiha Nan's exploitation, he sneered at Uchiha Nan's behavior. Then you are also a person who is out of touch with the masses. Facing Uchiha Izuna's accusations, Uchiha Nan didn't care. Everything he did was for Konoha. Chapter 249 Tobirama, I really want to beat this bastard to death. Izumi, I agree. You too, out of touch with the masses, have no idea how hard it is for the lower classes. They're practically illiterate, barely even knowing how to read. They either work in factories or farming. How much can you make from farming? They work overtime day and night just to make money. Those meaningless negative emotions only slow them down. If they knew they could sell their negative emotions and make money, they'd definitely rush to do it, Uchiha Nan said, looking at Senju Tobirama and Uchiha Izuna. A few words had them both lost in thought. Uchiha Nan had a point. Could we be wrong? You mean you want to use Zero Tail's power to help them earn a little extra money? Senju Tobirama asked uncertainly. Strange. Really strange. Could Uchiha Nan be so kind? Of course not. Clearing away negative emotions can help them work harder and earn more money. It's already such a good thing. What else could they be dissatisfied with? People should know how to be content. I want to build a spiritual sauna. They have to spend money to clear their negative emotions, and then I will sell the chakra converted from negative emotions, Uchiha Nan said with a smile. Sure enough, you are an out-and-out black-hearted bastard. Senju Tobirama pointed at Uchiha Nan and cursed. He knew that Uchiha Nan could not be so kind. In such a big Konoha, I can't find a soulmate who understands me. It's sad, hateful, and lamentable. Maybe the first generation can understand me. He said that for Konoha, no matter if it is his brothers, friends, or his children, he will not let them go. I have implemented his inherited will of fire. I believe that if the first generation came, he would definitely agree with my idea. Facing Senju Tobirama's pointing, Uchiha Nan sighed there alone. Atui. Black-hearted bastard, I will never allow you to distort my eldest brother's will of fire. Senju Tobirama listened to Uchiha Nan's sigh, and for a moment he was furious and yelled at Uchiha Nan. This inherently evil Uchiha brat. Not only did he casually quote what his eldest brother said, but he also misinterpreted the meaning. Isn't this a disgrace to his eldest brother? Enough, Tobirama, I am the Hokage, I am the third Hokage of Konoha, and I have the right to interpret Konoha's will of fire. Whatever I say it means that. Uchiha Nan pretended to be serious and said that he didn't care about Senju Tobirama's incompetent rage at all. Uchiha Nan, if Big Brother knew these things, believe it or not, he would use thousands of hands to beat the shit out of you. Bastard, Senju Tobirama's face turned blue with anger. But he couldn't refute what Uchiha Nan said. The Hokage was born with the right to interpret the will of fire. He could only speak harshly to Uchiha Nan. That's right, you bastard, you are just lucky that you didn't meet my eldest brother, otherwise he would definitely kill you with Susanoo. Uchiha Izuna nodded repeatedly on the side, and then said that he stood on the other side of Senju Tobirama and criticized Uchiha Nan with Senju Tobirama. If his eldest brother was still alive and knew that he was being exploited by Uchiha Nan, a rebellious junior, he would definitely stand up for himself at the first time. You two are still standing on one side, really? The sun is rising from the west. Uchiha Nan looked at the two people who shared the same hatred and did not intend to continue to entangle. He waved his hand at the two and said casually, who would stand on his side? X2 don't talk like me. X2 still learning? X2 enough, shut up. X2 Uchiha Kusunoki listened from the side, a look of surprise on his face. How could they imagine such a thing? Senju Tobirama and Uchiha Izuna glared at each other, then folded their arms over their chests and fell silent. That's the way it should be. Uchiha Kusunoki nodded. How could the two of you merge? You'd have to fight amongst yourselves. Alright, you don't need to worry about the purpose of the Zero Tail. Yes, to facilitate your research, I've even brought the design scroll for the Zero Tail. Your task is to thoroughly understand the principles of the Zero Tail and then replicate it quickly, with high quality, and in a miniaturized form. Raise the conversion rate of negative emotions to chakra as high as possible. Of course, you can remove some useless features, such as the Zero Tail's combat capabilities, and don't forget, Uchiha Kusunoki, as the client, made a long list of demands. Huh? You're asking for too many, Senju Tobirama complained. But he didn't stop, noting down Uchiha Kusunoki's needs one by one. After years of working as a research guru, he and Uchiha Kusunoki had developed a perfect rapport. Uchiha Izuna, on the other hand, was still in the adjustment period, constantly complaining. Besides the Zero Tail, the Aura Shinobi village has a lot of good things. They're embracing science and technology, and have trained a large number of researchers, with numerous achievements. Take computers, for example. Tobirama, I mentioned that to you, and all you've done so far is design drawings for a prototype. You're really lazy. The Aura Shinobi village has already built a computer, but it's still very backward and far from meeting my requirements. I've already thought about it. I'm going to have the Aura Shinobi village researchers form a research team around the two of you. I'll have Orochimaru serve as your deputy and handle communication between the two sides, Uchiha Kusunoki muttered. Senju Tobirama has too many scientific research projects, and they involve different professions. Now with the technology tree of the Sky Ninja Village, the shortcomings of Senju Tobirama can be greatly compensated. Anyway, Tobirama, Izuna, you will have to work harder. If only there were 48 hours in a day. No, 72 hours, Uchiha Nan sighed. Izuna, I really want to beat him up. Agreed. Ahem, just kidding. How is the degraded version of Oshirima's cell solution going? This is related to the future of Konoha. Konoha's pace is getting faster and faster. Uchiha Nan waved his hand and quickly changed the subject. Talking about the degraded version of Oshirima's cells, he had been looking forward to the degraded version of Oshirima's cell solution in his heart. This is his weapon to conquer the ninja world and win the hearts of the people. More people must master chakra. Social change can only rely on the power of the masses. Uchiha Nan has always been very clear about this. It's just that Uchiha Nan doesn't know what such a change will make the ninja world look like. But in any case, it will definitely not be worse than it is now. With the popularization of chakra, the productivity of the ninja world will inevitably increase significantly. Can 100,000 ordinary people going to be the same as 100,000 Jinan going to be dash? It's almost half done. Speed up and get the sample out by the end of this year, you guy. Damn Uchiha Nan. He increased the workload for himself as soon as he came back. There were still a lot of projects that were not finished before. Senju Tobirama wanted to say something, but gave up because it was useless to say it. He was used to Uchiha Nan's oppression. How could Party A understand Party B? However, Uchiha Izuna's face turned green when he heard it. What a beast. I protest. The protest is invalid. This is a world of great contention. The strong will become stronger and the weak will perish. Konoha's pace is getting faster and faster. You must keep up with Konoha's pace. You can't drag Konoha down. Uchiha Nan talked about the process of the 5 ninja coalition's joint attack on the Sky Village, the Rain Village, the regular meeting of the 5 ninjas, and the soybean war that Konoha is preparing for this year. If 1 year later, He takes out the degraded version of Oshirama's cells. The effect is a king bomb. The current pattern of the ninja world is one super and many strong. Konoha has restored the status when Senju Tobirama was the Hokage. However, Konoha used to rely entirely on the support of the first Hokage. Now it is different. Konoha's overall strength has far surpassed the other 4 major ninja villages. In addition, Konoha is no longer in the state of being attacked from all sides. The Sand Village is no longer a concern. He is now a loyal younger brother of Konoha and has no chance of breaking away from Konoha. The Cloud Village was cut off and attacked by the Sky Village. Its strength is not as good as the Mist Village before. It has been isolated from the mainland and rebellion may occur at any time. The Rock Village is okay. Its strength has been steadily increasing, but it cannot support itself. Uchiha analyzed the situation in the ninja world, his tone full of pride. It can be imagined that when the ninja world is unified, the people will welcome the Konoha ninja army wholeheartedly wherever they go. It can be said that they have the best time. The vitality and the state of all things competing are still before our eyes. Everyone should recite the whole text. Konoha has become so powerful. This is all my credit. Senju Tobirama's tightly furrowed brows relaxed, and he couldn't help but feel excited when he heard Uchiha-nan's big talk. He worked like a slave for Uchiha-nan in the underground laboratory. Wasn't he aiming for the prosperity of Konoha? Otherwise, he would have fought with Uchiha-nan long ago. But, Uchiha-nan, you are such a beast about the soybean war. No wonder you made such a weird request at the beginning. Senju Tobirama observed a 3-second silence for the ninja world. No way. It's just to let the ninja world see the power of Hayek's big hand. Morality is not such an inconvenient thing. This is all for Konoha. It's also for this ninja world. I'm speeding up the world's development process, Uchiha-nan said with a smile, not caring about what Senju Tobirama said. Uchiha Izuna was a little bit unable to keep up with Uchiha-nan's thinking. He was essentially still an old-school ninja, accustomed to using Kunai to solve problems, especially regarding the attitude of the daimyo. But Uchiha-nan didn't care much. He lay leisurely on the sofa and chatted with Senju Tobirama and Uchiha Izuna. However, Senju Tobirama and Uchiha Izuna were really born to be incompatible. As they chatted, they tended to quarrel again. Now, in order to stop their quarrel, Uchiha-nan had 2 ways. One was to sacrifice himself and draw hatred to the 2 of them. Uchiha-nan decisively passed this option. The second was to find a topic that was gimmicky enough to attract the attention of the 2. Tonight, there is one last thing left. Tobirama, Izuna, do you have any opinions on the caged bird in Hyuga? Uchiha-nan's sudden words made Senju Tobirama's expression change. Uchiha-nan, what do you want to do now? You don't want to. That's right. Wow, the Hyuga clan. Especially the main Hyuga clan. I've dealt with them. They are stubborn, pedantic, and self-righteous. The attention of Uchiha Izuna and Senju Tobirama was immediately attracted to Uchiha-nan. Senju Tobirama frowned. Uchiha-nan, this black-hearted bastard, really can't sit still for a moment. It's okay that he has tormented the entire ninja world half to death. Now he doesn't even let Konoha go. Konoha is living a prosperous life. Uchiha Izuna looked indifferent. He didn't have any feelings for Konoha. Now he is a fun-loving person. Tobirama, do you still remember my Bloodline Ninja Clan integration plan? It is now very effective. The Uchiha clan is attacking everywhere, the Senju clan, the Uzumaki clan. I can't help it. Tobirama, don't stare at me like that. You know that we were one family 1,000 years ago. Now it's just that the big clan eats the small clan. Your Senju clan is originally the younger brother of the Uchiha clan. You fucking. Senju Tobirama yelled at Uchiha-nan, and after venting his anger, his mood slowly calmed down. He skillfully began to pull Konoha, all this was for Konoha. Uchiha Izuna on the side widened his eyes. He seemed to have heard some great news, and pulled Uchiha-nan, trying to get more information from Uchiha-nan's mouth. Want to know? Yeah, then work hard, you fucking bastard. Uchiha Izuna really wanted to punch Uchiha-nan to death in front of him. Tobirama, the caged bird system of the Hyuga clan is an obstacle to my Bloodline Ninja Clan integration plan. For the long-term development of Konoha, I want to destroy this system, but those guys from the Hyuga main family will definitely not agree obediently. You are an expert in internal fighting in Konoha. No one knows how to fight internally better than you. Use the attitude you used to deal with the Uchiha clan and help me with advice. Uchiha-nan ignored Uchiha Izuna and spoke to Senju Tobirama, but before Uchiha-nan finished speaking, Senju Tobirama couldn't sit still. Uchiha-nan, Don't talk nonsense. I did it all for Konoha back then, okay, stop making excuses. I don't want to mention those old things anymore. Uchiha waved his hand, not wanting to listen to Senju Tobirama's argument, and recounted the situation of the Hyuga clan in recent years. The Hyuga clan and I have always had a good relationship over the years. Before I became the Hokage of Konoha, the clan leader, Hyuga Takuma, although old-fashioned, has always been a very sensible guy. Senju Tobirama fell into thought after hearing this. After a moment of silence, he said, "First of all, to eliminate the caged bird of the Hyuga clan, the most important thing is to have a tenable topic." That makes sense. Uchiha-nan's thoughts diverged. Chapter 250 Uchiha-nan, Tobirama, I despise you. Uchiha Izuna, +1. Then I understand, Tobirama, you're the best at internal strife. I'd call you the best. You've got the crux of the matter straight away. It's all about accusations. Just a few slaps, and you can make the Hyuga clan look terrible. Terrible, truly terrible. Tobirama, Uchiha Kusunoki's mind opened up, praising Senju Tobirama. Uchiha Kusunoki, if you can't speak, you could have just shut up, and, it's you who's trying to mess with the Hyuga clan, not me. The Hyuga clan is in big trouble for having you. The cunning rabbit dies, the running dog is cooked. Senju Tobirama's face darkened, and he pointed at Uchiha Kusunoki, indignantly. Ahem, what are you talking about? The Hyuga clan's main family only has a few members, and how many other in the branch families, Tobirama? You've lost touch with the masses again. Your ideological awareness is still not high enough. Uchiha Kusunoki felt a little embarrassed and pretended to cough a few times. Then he began to defend himself. Although he did feel a little sorry for Hinata Takuma, the overall situation was more important. Someone had to sacrifice for Konoha, whether he was willing or not. You are worthy of being the Hokage. You have so many twisted logics. Senju Tobirama showed disdain and spoke sarcastically to Uchiha-nan, but Uchiha-nan just waved his hand. He was used to Senju Tobirama's sarcasm. Losers are like this. The truth is like this. Sometimes it will be attacked by villains and become a twisted logic. Uchiha-nan would not give in to Senju Tobirama verbally. He would argue with him whether he was right or not. However, Tobirama, as the saying goes, one thing does not take two masters at once. Do you have any way to remove the caged bird from the Hyuga clan? Well, let's optimize it a little bit. The caged bird does have its benefits after all. It can effectively protect the Hyuga clan's Byakugan. I don't want to see the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan appear in the eyes of ninjas from other ninja villages. Also, the original caged bird is engraved on the forehead, which is too ugly. It's better to change the place, such as on the hand. If it doesn't work, engraving it on the belly is also okay, but it seems to become a succubus pattern. Cough cough cough. Uchiha-nan thought about it and prepared to add a little more workload to Senju Tobirama. Although his workload has exploded, but let Tobirama suffer a little more. Uchiha-nan, I have so many things on my hands and I have studied the caged bird technique. I really don't know where the ancestors of the Hyuga clan got this technique from. It's like tying a knot with a rope. You know what a knot is. It can't be untied. Senju Tobirama started swearing. This naturally evil Uchiha brat started to increase his workload again. This time it was such a troublesome matter. The caged bird was the heirloom of the Hyuga clan. After thousands of years of trials, no one could crack it. Not only did the Hyuga branch try for thousands of years, the heroes and geniuses of the ninja world also tried for thousands of years. There were too many people who rolled their eyes at him. Oh, you really have bad intentions towards the Hyuga clan. Did you start to have evil thoughts towards the caged bird when you invited the Hyuga clan to join Konoha, Tobirama? You still say that you are not a master of internal fighting. Uchiha-nan found the key point and started to criticize Senju Tobirama. No, not at all. When I was researching the caged bird, Konoha hadn't even been founded yet. It was during the Warring States period. During a mission, the Senju and Hyuga clans clashed, and I happened to capture a member of the Hyuga branch clan. I was studying him for fun, just for fun. How did the research go? Didn't I just tell you I failed to crack it? What about that Hyuga branch clan member? You released him. It's not important, it's not important, Senju Tobirama faltered. But under Uchiha Kusunoki's threat, he reluctantly spoke out. Ahem, that caged bird has restrictions. Every step of scientific research is fraught with danger. He paid with his life for the truth, Senju Tobirama defended himself. Well, you're inherently evil, old Senju. I despise you. Uchiha Kusunoki gave Senju Tobirama the middle finger. I despise you too. Uchiha Izuna immediately followed suit. He despised not only Uchiha Kusunoki, but also Senju Tobirama. Neither of them is a good person, they just know how to bully him. Oni-chan. I miss you so much. In that case, then let's put the bird in the cage aside for now. The progress of your other scientific research projects must not fall behind, then I'll be leaving first. Work hard, don't be lazy. Uchiha Non decided to put the matter of the bird in the cage aside for now. After a simple farewell, he left the underground laboratory. Hey, defeated general, Uchiha Kusunoki has already left, why are you still standing there? Let's get to work together. I know. You and Uchiha Kusunoki are really the same bastard. The next day, Uchiha Kusunoki went to the Hyuga clan, intending to visit Hyuga Takuma in person. He and Hyuga Takuma had been friends for many years, and Uchiha Kusunoki was not a heartless person. So before he went to the Hyuga clan, Uchiha Kusunoki still planned to meet with Hyuga Takuma first to find out his attitude. When the Hyuga clan members saw Uchiha Kusunoki personally visiting the Hyuga clan, they rushed out of the room and raised their hands to welcome Uchiha Kusunoki. Uchiha Kusunoki listened to the cheers in his ears, and the corners of his mouth curled up. He raised his hand to greet the Hyuga clan members, and then soon met Hyuga Takuma. When Hyuga Takuma saw Uchiha Kusunoki, his face was full of smiles. He had gained weight now, and looked like a middle-aged uncle with a big belly. Fortunately, he wasn't bald yet, and his facial features vaguely suggested he was a handsome young man. But unfortunately, time is merciless. Since ancient times, beauties lament their aging, while heroes are not allowed to see gray hair. Of course, Hinata Takuma's rapid aging could also be due to work pressure. Ahem. Uchiha Minami was brought to his own mansion by Hinata Takuma. The courtyard was deep, and the occasional sound of running water could be heard. Under the pavilion, Uchiha Minami admired the scenery outside. Hinata Takuma sat across from him, practicing tea ceremony. To be fair, Uchiha Minami didn't care for the tea ceremony, it was just tea. Why all the twists and turns? The Hyuga clan was too close to the nobility, learning all this crap. The scenery was still better. Uchiha Minami internally complained. After Hinata Takuma's scrubbing technique, Uchiha Minami finally took his first sip of tea. It tastes quite good, Uchiha Non praised after taking a sip. The tea had a rich aroma, though at first it tasted rather bitter, alright, and it stayed bitter. He didn't like tea. But he still had to give it his all. This tea is a specialty of the tea kingdom. It comes from tea trees planted by the king of tea hundreds of years ago, and carefully tended for centuries. Only a tiny amount is produced each year, and this small box sells for over 1 million taels. I'll have to drink a few more sips then. This taste of money is truly sweet. Uchiha Non heard the price and poured himself another cup. After carefully savoring it, he found the sweetness was indeed palpable. That's a great story, actually. If we ever sell tea in Konoha, we should invent a good story like this. Say it was the tea trees planted by the Six Paths sage. He was incredibly powerful and cultivated thousands of acres. Uchiha Non spoke of his get-riches secret, and Hinata Takuma nodded. That's a great idea indeed. After a brief greeting, the two inevitably turned to adult topics. Urging marriage. Uchiha Kusunoki is already not young anymore. Although he has many girlfriends, a girlfriend is still a girlfriend after all. One always has to get married and build a career. Humph, another guy who wants my harem to explode. Uchiha Kusunoki curled his lips and began to ramble. Takuma, you still don't understand love. Marriage is the grave of love. Isn't it good now? At least everyone is happy now. Hokage, you really are, but, Takuma, if Asuka and I get married in the future and give birth to some adorable children, should my children have a caged bird carved on their heads? Uchiha Kusunoki put down his teacup, a smile on his face, and asked Hinata Takuma a soul-searching question in a gentle tone. Hinata Takuma's expression stiffened when he heard it, but he returned to normal in an instant, his face still smiling. Hokage-sama, you're joking. I've already convinced the elders of the main family about this. Oh? That's quite good, but it doesn't seem to conform to your family's rules. Everything has exceptions. There are no unchanging rules in this world. Even the daimyo, who used to be so high and mighty, are not about to be brought down to dust by you. Hokage-sama, The strong don't need to be bound by rules. Hinata Takuma smiled apologetically, flattering Uchiha Kusunoki. Indeed, the strong are not bound by rules. When faced with unpleasant rules, they will do everything they can to break them. Uchiha Kusunoki affirmed Hinata Takuma's statement and added a final sentence. The weak abide by the rules, the strong break them, change them, and even create them. For example, I'm not very fond of you, the Hyuga clan, being caged birds. Uchiha Kusunoki revealed his ultimate goal. Hokage-sama, I'm sorry, Takuma. The caged bird has interfered with my plans. Uchiha Kusunoki gave an apologetic look, but there was no other way. Someone had to make a sacrifice. And that person definitely couldn't be Uchiha Kusunoki, so it had to be. Don't get excited yet, the Hyuga clan, are from the moon, right? Hyuga Takuma was speechless. This secret was the ultimate secret of their Hyuga clan. Yes. The Hyuga clan has noble blood. They are descendants of the younger brother of the legendary Six Paths sage. And there's the term samsara. I wonder if you've heard of it. Hyuga Takuma was completely stunned. The legendary samsara was known to few in the ninja world, but the Hyuga clan's family texts recorded this legendary comparable to the Six Paths sage's Rinnegan. Now, their Hyuga clan's wealth was about to be wiped out by Uchiha Kusunoki. But for so many years, not a single samsara had appeared in the Hyuga family. Very good, it seems you're aware of these eyes. Now, a new opportunity has opened up for you. It all depends on whether you, the Hyuga clan, dare to follow. Uchiha Kusunoki first explained to Hyuga Takuma the family ties between the Uchiha and Senju clans. The Uchiha and Senju were direct descendants of the Six Paths sage, each inheriting two parts of his power. Hyuga Takuma suppressed his inner fear and listened silently. The Sage of Six Paths is considered a god in ninja legend. Even someone as powerful as the Second Hokage couldn't reach his level, but that wasn't the Second Hokage's fault. He lacked the power of the Uchiha clan. To fundamentally resolve this problem, I've devised a plan for the grand integration of the bloodline ninja clans, encouraging those of marriageable age to marry and have children. I've been promoting this plan for years, but your clan's caged existence is a serious obstacle, and it's now become intolerable to me. Hinata Takuma listened carefully to Uchiha Kusunoki's plan and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. This was a crazy plan. But considering the person before him was Uchiha Kusunoki, Uchiha? That wasn't surprising. Such a deranged plan would surely shatter the caged Hyuga clan, even wiping them out completely. This was something the Hyuga clan's stubborn and pedantic elders would never accept. So what about the Sage of Six Paths? So what about the Samsara? No matter what world, the butt governs the head. The Hyuga clan has lived a life of superiority for so many years, and the caged bird system is their foundation. Abolish it, then? No matter how much you, Hokage, tout the benefits, the Hyuga clan won't agree to abolish the caged bird system. This isn't like a reporter interviewing passersby and asking them if they want to donate money. They wouldn't hesitate to donate even 1,000,000 ryo, let alone 100 million ryo. For the Hyuga clan, the caged bird system is more than just money. Takuma, what do you think? Are you for or against? Uchiha Kusunoki said quietly, his fingers tapping rhythmically on the table in front of him. This was a truly difficult multiple-choice question. Facing Uchiha Kusunoki's question, Hyuga Takuma felt his heart race, his breathing quickened. After a long moment of deliberation, he still couldn't come up with a final answer. Hokage-sama, the implications of this matter are too great. My mind is in a mess right now, and I simply can't make a decision for the time being, of course. It's really unkind of me to ask you to make the final decision now. I can give you some time to consider it, but it has to be quick, no more than 2 months at most. It's quite embarrassing to say this, but a young man in the family has already had a child with a girl from your Hyuga clan. Cough cough cough. Uchiha-nan was a little embarrassed when he spoke. In any sense, this was not glorious. But the clan leader had to stand up for his clan members. What? Hinata Takuma widened his eyes. Obviously, he didn't expect Uchiha-nan to say such a thing. No wonder Uchiha-nan just said that he couldn't stand it anymore. They already had a child. As a young man, he should always be given a chance to correct his mistakes, and the children of the two are really gifted. All good things are good. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all, see you in the next video.